You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.
Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use.
So
The disrespect I see some of y'all women take in the name of being a girl's girl is insane. Your discretion is advised.
tweet says, scared of getting in a relationship because what if it works out and I'll never be single again? I'm almost scared to get into a relationship for real because I don't not want to be single. I want my autonomy. I want to be able to do what I want to do. I want to be able to gaslight you niggas every now and then. I want to be able to do everything that I want to do. Yeah.
To have this kind of a take is so odd to me because being in a relationship is not mandatory. There's no law. There's no one that can force you. Nothing. It is literally a decision. That's like me coming on here complaining about having to move to Pakistan, knowing I don't have to do it. Literally, there's no law that's going to force me to move to Pakistan. It is simply a decision. Shorty really got on here and said she's scared to be in a relationship because she doesn't not want to be single. Ma'am, is your brain functioning properly? Like, is everything firing on all cylinders the way it should? Because you do know you can be single for as long as you want. As long as you want. There is literally no threat to your singlehood. You are in 100% control on being in a relationship or not being in a relationship. And to think she got on a platform and said this with her whole chest. What be wrong with some of y'all? And y'all want me to believe this generation of women is the most educated of all time? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
And sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, I look at you in your relationship and it feels limiting to me. And it might not feel limiting to you, but for where I am and on my journey and like where I am in being single, I couldn't imagine being like, oh, let me tell him.
And to think in the name of friendship, you sat on this platform and allowed that woman to disrespect your relationship that you chose to be in because she's on a different path in life. If it's one thing that scares me most about female friendships, I don't understand the moral code. I don't know what code they actually follow. Every female group has a completely different code. I'll be damned my homeboy would ever say some shit like that to me just because he's on a different path in life. Like, yeah, bro, I love being single. I love being outside and doing my own thing and gaslighting women. And sometimes I look at you like, damn, I feel sorry for you, bro. What? He'd be lucky if I don't swing on him right in that moment. Are you crazy? I chose to be here because I want to be here. I'm enjoying myself in this relationship. It is not your place to criticize my relationship in a situation that has nothing to do with you. No one is telling you to be in a relationship. You don't have to. You know what? I think sometimes I get a little too ahead of myself and I care too much about certain topics. And I'm like, there's no way I could be on a podcast platform and be disrespected in this manner and just be letting them go off and say their shit, get their shit off their chest. You crazy. It's unfortunate that this woman does not even realize she's being blatantly disrespected. Not only directly, but her friend is also disrespecting her relationship and her decision-making. And fellas, we got to be careful on who our women call friends. Because if she got one of these in her corner, it's a good chance your relationship ain't gonna make it. But you know what? Fortunately for y'all, you ain't got to listen to nothing I'm saying because I'm just a normal guy. Yeah, keep it change.
I did everything they said that was going to make me happy. I built a career. I got my own place. I went on solo trips like a pro. The best hotels, flying business, you name it, right? The works. And I stayed independent. But no one told me about how lonely I was going to be on those trips. Being successful looks really good on the outside. But, and I'm proud of everything that I did. Don't get me wrong. Like, alhamdulillah, I'm very proud of all of my accomplishments. But it was very lonely. I feel very lonely all the time. Success doesn't check in on you when you're spiraling at home. Doesn't check in with you when you're having a bad day. Doesn't check in with you when or just when you miss your family back home. Don't get me wrong. Being strong got me very far in my career, and I'm very proud of everything that I've done. But I'm done pretending that I'm okay, because I'm not.
Because getting a man is not hard. Can we? Truly. Okay, no matter what happens with my relationship status, getting a man is not an accomplishment in 2023. And it also pisses me off. And this is why, Brittany is really fucking setting the free 30-something women the fuck back, okay? You're embarrassing us. Okay? And this is why I will always respect Amber Rose. Because to this day, Amber Rose is like, I'll take your fucking shit. I don't give a fuck. I do what I want to do. Sometimes it's a little cringy, but I'm going to stand on my shit. I'm going to own it. I love this. Whatever. She never switched up. Brittany's doing exactly. She's doing exactly what the manosphere niggas talk about. Okay? Which is, you have a bad experience with a wealthy, high-profile person. You have a baby. You get dragged through the mud. And then you realize you're in your early 30s. This is their narrative. Their narrative is then you have a baby, you get dragged through the mud, and then you realize, oh, the clock is ticking. And so now you have to completely rebrand into a loud and proud pick me and scold other women about what they're not doing to get them in. That is exactly what they say. Why would stop embarrassing us? Stop embarrassing us. As a single.
Here's my take. You ready? Here's my take on all this sort of fucking freakish, terrible life advice they're giving. Be yourself. Be yourself. Fucking get your shit together. Take a shower, clean your room, get a fucking hobby, right? Get a hobby. Get something to care about. Something that gets you happy and up in the morning and like you look forward to doing something. I don't care what it is. It could be fucking anything. Get a hobby. Get yourself a job. But again, keep your passion directed where it should be. At your hobbies, at the things that, if you're lucky enough, you actually will do for a living, something that you love. You know, very few people are lucky enough to be in that situation. But if you are, God bless you. You're really lucky. But everybody else, you know, focus on your passion. The way you end up getting in a relationship that's fruitful and fulfilling is first you need to find yourself. First you need to understand what I like, what I don't like, what my hobbies are, what I'm interested in, what gets me going, what drives me, know yourself first. And don't fake it. Like actually really immerse yourself into a world of something, right? And like then like you'll never, if you just start down that path, your life will improve. Like you will, going on that journey will then make it. So maybe you meet somebody through your field, which is your hobby, which is your passion. You understand what I'm saying? Like you get really into something, let's just say it's bowling, for shits and giggles. You get really into bowling, and then, you know, you join a bowling league, and then, hey, there's this cute girl at the bowling league who's kind of into you because you and her both love bowling, and you talk about it all the time. And it's like, that's how you get a mate. That's how you get somebody, a significant other who you care about them, they care about you, is you can't like go looking for it. It's got to happen organically because you come together because of mutual interests, right? It's something along those lines. So like, that's how it's got to be done. All this shit about like, oh, you better wife up one of these white hoes. I know they suck, but you got to do it. You got to save the race. It's like, what the fuck is this? Like I said, it's beyond parody. This is literally beyond parody. Like this is what the red pill has become. This is what groyperism has become. Like all these right-wing movements have just become a joke. They're a massive joke. All of this pain, all of this struggle to distract from the fact that, bro, we know what's really going wrong in this country. We all know it. It's the billionaires, it's the fascists, it's the warmongers. Your government is corrupt. It's owned by billionaires, it's owned by corporations. They rig the rules and the laws in their favor. So now they get tax cuts while your taxes get raised. They get subsidies while your taxes get raised. You lose your fucking healthcare. You lose your Medicaid. You lose your food stamps. You lose the social safety net support. And, you know, the economy's going under because of Trump's stupid fucking trade war. Like, we know what the answers are. You can work on your self-improvement thing. You can find a hobby. You can get a job. And we can also work on a collective project to fix this country, which means Medicare for all, free college, a living wage, ending the wars, a Green New Deal, ending the corruption. Like, we know what we got to do. Unions for everybody. Let everybody join a union so they get better pay and better benefits. Like, we know those are two separate projects. One is self-improvement and getting your life in order and getting, you know, a significant other. If you want. Some people don't want, right? And the other thing is fixing the country. And in order to do that, you have to go after the criminal billionaires. And you have to go after the fascists and the warmongers. And all of that trumps whatever the fuck we're looking at here. This is something, I don't know why anybody would be interested in this. This is now, it looks like a comedy skit that would be done to mock various right-wing movements, right? That's what it looks like. Because you know why? That's what it is. That's what it is. All right, guys. That is the show, y'all. That is the show. I love y'all very much.
Understand why some people seem to imagine that a woman has less of a right to autonomy and responsibility and moral convictions. Those are mine, and they belong to me, and they are just as important in making a woman a person as they are in making a man a person. And at the end of my life, I would like to look back and take ownership of everything I did and say, yes, here are my triumphs. And yes, here are my darkest shames, but at the very least I can stand by those shames and say, I did this, I can own this. I can justify how I got here because these are my mistakes and not someone else's mistakes that I must now answer for because I was unwilling to make my own choices. I want to be unable to blame or resent anyone else for my own failings. I don't want to be bitter because it was out of my hands. I want to become wise because it was in my hands and sometimes I did the wrong thing with it.
But let me be very clear.
So when these women talk about ain't no good man, bitch, you're the good man! The fuck you talking about? You are the good man! It's in the fine print in the feminist literature. Read this shit. You are the good man you're looking for.
Oh my god. You do. Oh my god. You do.
I'm still single. So my thing is this. I never thought that I would be 43 and never been married, not engaged, not a prospect, not nothing. And I now understand those church women. Now, I don't actively go to church at the moment, prayerfully. But I think I understand. I think I understand. Now that my daughter's in college, my son lives with his dad, I'm the only one here, and I work all day and I come home to a peaceful house with no one here. And you see people's marriages, and I'm an Uber driver, I'm taking couples on dates and all of that good stuff. I had a guy in my car today that was surprising his wife and taking her to Italy and Paris, and I was just like, huh. Like, it's not about the things that he said. It's about the fact that he loves his wife. And I was just like, dang, was I like a terrible person in a former life? Like, was I horrible in my youth? Like, how come I'm not lovable? I've had men tell me that they love me, and I've had guys say they wanted to marry me, all of that good stuff, but I'm still single. And I come home alone. And I understand that I have the Lord. Trust me, I do. But at the same time, that doesn't stop the fact that I understand those church women now. I understand when a fine man walk in, it's every woman for herself. Like, I get it. It's not a good feeling to be older and you see people around you celebrating their 10th, 15th, 20th, 30th anniversary, and you're like, yeah, I haven't made it more than 6 months. So, I don't know. That's my TED Talk for today. I don't know if anybody else understands those church mothers and those church women that we always talk about, but we mess around and become one of them. So, yeah. Lord, let's go through this process, because I'm ready to be a wife now.
Because getting a man is not hard. Can we? Truly. Okay, no matter what happens with my relationship status, getting a man is not an accomplishment. In 2023, and it also pisses me off. And this is why, like, Brittany is really fucking setting the free 30-something women the fuck back, okay? You're embarrassing us. Okay? And this is why I will always respect Amber Rose. Because to this day, Amber Rose is like, I'll take your fucking shit. I don't give a fuck. I do what I want to do. Sometimes it's a little cringy, but I'm going to stand on my shit. I'm going to own it. I love this. Whatever. She never switched up. Brittany's doing exactly. She's doing exactly what the manosphere niggas talk about. Okay? Which is, you have a bad experience with a wealthy, high-profile person. You have a baby. You get dragged through the mud. And then you realize you're in your early 30s. This is their narrative. Their narrative is then you have a baby, you get dragged through the mud, and then you realize, oh, the clock is ticking. And so now you have to completely rebrand into a loud and proud pick me and scold other women about what they're not doing to get them in. That is exactly what they say. Why would stop embarrassing us? Stop embarrassing us. As a single 33-year-old woman, stop it. Okay? I hope she at least, gets man she desires. I hope she gets some, good, faithful dick to swoop in or whatever, pay her car note or whatever.
Understand why some people seem to imagine that a woman has less of a right to autonomy and responsibility and moral convictions. Those are mine, and they belong to me, and they are just as important in making a woman a person as they are in making a man a person, and at the end of my life, I would like to look back and take ownership of everything I did, and say, yes, here are my triumphs, and yes, here are my darkest shames, but at the very least, I can stand by those shames and say, I did this, I can own this. I can justify how I got here because these are my mistakes and not someone else's mistakes that I must now answer for because I was unwilling to make my own choices. I want to be unable to blame or resent anyone else for my own failings. I don't want to be bitter because it was out of my hands. I want to become wise because it was in my hands and sometimes I did the wrong thing with it.
But let me be very clear.
So when these women talk about ain't no good man, bitch, you're the good man. The fuck you talking about? You are the good man. It's in the fine print in the feminist literature. Read this shit. You are the good man you're looking for.
Guys want to be like, oh, well, why are you single? You're 38 and single. Why are you single? I'll tell you why I'm single, okay? Because I grew up in a neighborhood where everybody married cops, firemen, and other teachers in their 20s. And I was having fun, enjoying my life. Essentially, it was like a game of musical chairs, okay? And I was just left standing there with no chair because, like, I'm not good at those kinds of games, okay? I'm just not quick enough. Then when I hit my 30s, then, like, I tried to date, like, older men, but, like, they have kids. No shade, but if you're a single woman with no kids, dating a man at any age with kids, you're not going to come first. He's probably not going to have money to do things unless he's rich. Then you could try to go younger, but sometimes those younger guys want younger girls or girls also their age, and it ends up not working out also. I'd also like to add that there's a demographic of men who just want to be in relationships. They don't know how to be alone. So they just get out of a relationship and then they get into another one, or they just get out of a marriage and then they get into another one. These are not the types of men that I want to date because I don't want to date men that just want to be in relationships. I want to date a man who just wants to be in a relationship with me, not in general. Now listen, I think there's great guys out there and I'm excited to meet one because I know that I will. I'm just giving you the facts. Then people are like, oh, you're being too picky. You know, you're not going to get everything you want. So then you date a couple of guys and you're like, you know, he's great, but And the but is the same reason why you end up not being together. So there was no point in doing it in the first place. Oh, what's your red flag? You know what my red flag is? I don't have patience in an airport. Global entry, TSA, blue, whatever I have to do to not be sitting there on the line, I'm doing it. And if you're taking too long to grab your bag from the top, I'm going. That's my red flag. So if you have a problem with that, I don't know what to tell you. Also, can we just like stop making single people out to have some sort of disease? It's not a disease. It's like, she's tall, he's short, she's single. Some people are single just because. I tried not to be picky and blah, blah, blah. No, I'm gonna be picky now. I'd rather be alone until he finds me. And I'm not looking for him.
When I say a partner, I want someone that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
That's not intimidated by who and what I am.
Yeah.
That likes to travel.
Yeah.
Going to let me go shopping.
Yeah. Yes.
I feel like you just spoke it into existence.
I hope so, girlfriend.
I feel like you just
So
spoke.
you got, and I'm taking applications.
Oh,
so
you
if
know,
you got a friend.
Okay.
I'm good.
We'll be all.
And I don't discriminate. He can be. I'm not against different nationalities. And you know that too.
What do you wish someone had told you about dating, like in your 40s and 50s back then?
You know, you think that when you're ready to settle down, that there's always going to be a lot of supply on the shelves, and it's not. Like at this age, a lot of the good guys are married or taken because they're good guys. And I was having
So when these women talk about ain't no good men, bitch, you're the good man. The fuck you talking about? You are the good man. It's in the fine print in the feminist literature. Read the shit. You are the good man you're looking for.
What do you wish someone had told you about dating, like in your 40s and 50s back then?
You know, you think that when you're ready to settle down, that there's always going to be a lot of supply on the shelves, and it's not. Like at this age, a lot of the good guys are married or taken because they're good guys. And I was having a conversation with a girlfriend of mine the other day, and I'm like, well, your best bet now is maybe someone that a good man that maybe is coming out of a marriage, getting a divorce. So, you know, I think in our youth, and I would like people to know this when they're younger, we think, oh, there's always going to be an endless supply. I can wait till tomorrow. Don't put off your happiness waiting. You know, if you find that good person, like a lot of times we wait, well, it's not the right time. It's never going to be like the right time. I would say go for it more. I wish I would have told someone told me just go for it. I probably have overlooked a good candidate before, you know, like maybe,
why is that though?
Me thinking the timing thing, maybe prioritizing career. You know, I definitely was always like work. I never thought I could like enough cushion built up to like relax and take my foot off the gas and start a family.
And then that just go on and on and on, and then you be 100 years old and you like, it's still working.
Still working. And I think I will say specifically with Black women especially, I feel like we don't really have the luxury to think that we can kind of take time off like that. You know, and I specifically say Black women because like we're usually the backbone of everything. You know, not even just with our families, but with our friend circles. Like it's always something for us to do. We're always taking care of somebody else. I don't have children, but I'm always like feeding a friend or taking care of someone or helping somebody out or doing a favor. And I think that's a cape that we put on ourselves. No one told us to do this. It's just something in us that we do. And if you think about the Black woman in your life, you probably think, damn, she's like a superwoman for everybody else. When does she slow down for herself? I think with Black women specifically, it's harder for us to ever feel like we can just kind of take a break. We have to be like all gas, no brakes. I don't think we have the luxury of feeling like, okay, I can take a breather now and relax. And I think it's really sad. You know, there's all these statistics about 45%, 65% of Black women will never get married, you know, and we're out here taking care of everybody else and not getting taken care of. And I think it's really sad. I think we self-impose this cape on ourselves to save the world. Look at all the marches. Look at all, I know this is dating, but I got to bring it into like the political space. We're always at the front lines for everybody else. For everybody. Brother gets killed, we're in the front lines. The LGBTQ community, we're in the front lines. Other women that are not even showing that up as our allies, we're in the front lines. Gaza, front line. We're always there for everybody else. And on top of all the stuff in our personal lives, we out here trying to save the world. When does that leave time to like really feel comfortable? When does that really leave time to like relax or even just like put yourself first or dating? And I just feel like a lot of women get caught up in saving the world and then they leave little time for themselves.
Here's my take. You ready? Here's my take on all this sort of fucking freakish, terrible life advice they're giving. Be yourself. Be yourself. Fucking get your shit together. Take a shower, clean your room, get a fucking hobby, right? Get a hobby. Get something to care about. Something that gets you happy and up in the morning and like you look forward to doing something. I don't care what it is. It could be fucking anything. Get a hobby. Get yourself a job. But again, keep your passion directed where it should be. At your hobbies, at the things that, if you're lucky enough, you actually will do for a living something that you love. You know, very few people are lucky enough to be in that situation. But if you are, God bless you. You're really lucky. But everybody else, you know, focus on your passion. The way you end up getting in a relationship that's fruitful and fulfilling is first you need to find yourself. First you need to understand what I like, what I don't like, what my hobbies are, what I'm interested in, what gets me going, what drives me, what like, know yourself first. And don't fake it. Like actually really immerse yourself into a world of something, right? And like, then like you'll never, if you just start down that path, your life will improve. Like you will, going on that journey will then make it. So maybe you meet somebody through your field, which is your hobby, which is your passion. You understand what I'm saying? Like you get really into something, let's just say it's bowling, for shits and giggles. You get really into bowling, and then, you know, you join a bowling league, and then, hey, there's this cute girl at the bowling league who's kind of into you because you and her both love bowling, and you talk about it all the time. And it's like, that's how you get a mate. That's how you get somebody, a significant other, who you care about them, they care about you, is you can't like go looking for it. It's got to happen organically because you come together because of mutual interests, right? Something along those lines. So like, that's how it's got to be done. All this shit about like, oh, you better wife up one of these white hoes. I know they suck, but you got to do it. You got to save the race. You got to just like, what the fuck is this? Like I said, it's beyond parody. This is literally beyond parody. Like this is what the red pill has become. This is what groyperism has become. Like all these right-wing movements have just become a joke. They're a massive joke. All of this pain, all of this struggle to distract from the fact that, bro, we know what's really going wrong in this country. We all know it. It's the billionaires, it's the fascists, it's the warmongers. Your government is corrupt. It's owned by billionaires, it's owned by corporations. They rig the rules and the laws in their favor. So now they get tax cuts while your taxes get raised. They get subsidies while your taxes get raised. You lose your fucking healthcare. You lose your Medicaid. You lose your food stamps. You lose the social safety net support. And, you know, the economy's going under because of Trump's stupid fucking trade war. Like, we know what the answers are. You can work on your self-improvement thing. You can find a hobby. You can get a job. And we can also work on a collective project to fix this country, which means Medicare for all, free college, a living wage, ending the wars, a Green New Deal, ending the corruption. Like, we know what we got to do. Unions for everybody. Let everybody join a union so they get better pay and better benefits. Like, we know those are two separate projects. One is self-improvement and getting your life in order and getting, you know, a significant other. If you want. Some people don't want, right? And the other thing is fixing the country. And in order to do that, you have to go after the criminal billionaires. And you have to go after the fascists and the warmongers. And all of that trumps whatever the fuck we're looking at here. This is something, I don't know why anybody would be interested in this. This is now, it looks like a comedy skit that would be done to mock various right-wing movements, right? That's what it looks like. Because you know why? That's what it is. That's what it is. All right, guys. That is the show, y'all. That is the show. I love y'all very much.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Mr. Z, apologies for being extremely late. Y'all already know, clearly reckless streams, got caught up, not gonna indict myself or implicate myself, or yeah, so we're just gonna leave it at that. Y'all already know, don't put it in the comments. Anyway, moving along. I know this seems like a mess, but it's not. Him to the fallen. And another one's down, y'all. Claudia Jordan, it's official. I know we have the clip that I've played over and over again, right, of Claudia Jordan speaking, right? She was still holding on by pinky finger with this clip.
For your night. That's a very pro-woman, amazing, like strong, independent woman. But might I add another angle? I would feel like, why the hell ain't no one trying to scoop me up to save my life? Am I ugly? Are they better looking than me? Like, why are they getting saved and I'm over here working, taking on extra shifts now because she got Richard Gere that came and scooped her up and now she got an easy life and now I got extra corns on my toes and my back hurts because no one's saving me. So you have a very positive attitude. I would have been a little bitter like, why the fuck? Why not me? Why not? I don't want to be irresponsible. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of the goddamn cape. Somebody save me. I want to be Julia Roberts on Hollywood Boulevard in cheap shoes when some guy comes and saves me. I have worked hard since I was 14 and I had to pay. I'm sick of it, Erica.
I do understand.
I understand what you're saying. Classy and independent. It's thankless. I've been dating since the 1980 something, and I'm still single. I'm tired, Erica. You found your man. Don't hate. Let me live this. Let me vent. You're off the strip. I am still on it. I'm in the trenches, and it sucks. I'm sick of being independent. I fucking hate paying for my fucking Range Rover, my other car, my mortgage insurance, my freaking cell phone, computer, Wi-Fi. I am sick of it. I need some guy with bad health to jump on in and interrupt and say, let me take you off your shift. You've been working hard enough. So that's cute what she's doing. I'm not doing that. We are different. I'm tired. I've proven myself. And it only impresses other women. She's like, oh, that's amazing. My friend's independent. These men don't care. Come and save me. Some chic, minus the dookie. Just please come and save me. I'm tired. I'm tired, Erica. I don't want to do it no more. Where's my Melania? I want the Melania Trump plan. I'm sick. I've proven myself. Since 1988.
At 88.
I'm tired. I was 15 out of paper route.
Damn, that's a long time.
72 clients. 30-cent tip for some of you bastards in East Providence, Rhode Island on 2nd Street. I remember I gave you papers 7 days a week, and on Sunday you gave me a 30-cent tip. I'm tired. So I'm glad it worked out for you, but I'm not there.
Being a strong, independent woman since 1988 is a lot, Claudia.
Since Salt and Pepper came out.
That's a lot.
I'm tired.
Damn.
So, yes.
Damn.
Excuse me if I'm a little frustrated. So I envy the girls that got taken off the pole, so to say.
Nobody said nothing about no damn pole.
But metaphorically.
Yeah, nobody said. Well, my point was, because here's the thing. The point was that this is a...
Take off the cape, Erica. We lost the election. We're not doing this anymore.
I'm not...
Soft life. Hookers are winning.
All about...
Hoes are winning. Hookers are in the White House again. First lady, if you will. I'm over it. No one cares. Nobody cares about independence anymore. But I respect it, but they don't.
I get it.
So why did Mr. Z play the clip from Kim Foster and the clip from Kyle Kalinske? This is what women have been sold for decades. This is what Black women in specific have been sold for decades. The decenter men talk, the hold the line, don't let the men see you sweat. You're embarrassing us by admitting that you're lonely. You're embarrassing us by moving and modifying your behavior and conducting yourself in a way and actually caring about the male gaze, the Black male gaze in specific. Claudia Jordan and what she said here is a testament to it all fails. Why did Mr. Z play the Kyle Kalinske clip? Because once again, that is what women have been sold for decades. And then they wake up Vivica A. Fox. And then they wake up Claudia Jordan. Oh boy. I played the young, well, actually she looked like, she said she's 38, so ain't no young. The 38-year-old Jersey girl.
Guys want to be like, oh, well, why are you single? You're 38 and single. Why are you single? I'll tell.
We played the Middle Eastern lady.
I did everything they said that was going to make me happy. I built.
We played the Black woman in her 40s.
I'm still single. So my thing is this. I never thought that I would be 43.
43, she says. We played this lady. Decades of the Kim Foster types, implying, suggesting, and then just outright saying to women to hold the line. Don't let the men see you sweat. Cry to yourself at home in your pillow. If you're single and you need a scratch to be itched, it's okay to diddle yourself to death, buzz yourself to death, numb yourself to death. Oops. It's better than admitting to those funky, dusty, loser men, Black men in specific, that not caring what they say, what they think, what they find attractive, actually cost you something.
It'll cost you. It may cost you a little. It may cost you a lot. But it will cost you.
Kim Foster is how you get to Claudia Jordan. Kim Foster is how you get to Vivica A. Fox. I really wanted to only play women over the age of 35. Even though the clip from Kim Foster, she was 33 years old. I didn't really want to play the 20-some-odd-year-olds in the early 30s. I don't get any glee from laughing at Claudia Jordan. She admitted she overlooked. She thought she had more time. This is something that very, very, very few women, black women in specific, will admit. Now, tomorrow, Claudia Jordan could go on a shihad. Shout out to Trill. And once again, black men are dusty and losers and whatever. But what you saw there was a moment of honesty. Her admitting she just let the clock run out. And she overlooked men that now she regrets. Her words, her sentiments. This is the truth that many women, black women in specific, just will not admit to. Especially around their homegirls. Because single women keep women single. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. That's why I played this clip earlier.
So
The disrespect I see some of y'all women take in the name of being a girl's girl is insane. Your discretion is advised.
tweet says, scared of getting in a relationship because what if it works out and I'll never be single again? I'm almost scared to get into a relationship for real because I don't not want to be single. I want my autonomy. I want to be able to do what I want to do. I want to be able to gaslight you niggas every now and then. I want to be able to do everything that I want to do.
To have this kind of a take is so odd to me because being in a relationship is not mandatory. There's no law. There's no one that can force you. Nothing. It is literally a decision. That's like me coming on here complaining about having to move to Pakistan, knowing I don't have to do it. Literally, there's no law that's going to force me to move to Pakistan. It is simply a decision. Shorty really got on here and said she's scared to be in a relationship because she doesn't not want to be single. Ma'am, is your brain functioning properly? Like, is everything firing on all cylinders the way it should? Because you do know you can be single for as long as you want. As long as you want. There is literally no threat to your singlehood. You are in 100% control on being in a relationship or not being in a relationship. And to think she got on a platform and said this with her whole chest. What be wrong with some of y'all? And y'all want me to believe this generation of women is the most educated of all time? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
And sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, I look at you in your relationship and it feels limiting to me. And it might not feel limiting to you, but for where I am and on my journey and like where I am in being single, I couldn't imagine being like, oh, let me tell him.
And to think in the name of friendship.
And that's how women keep other women single. Particularly in the black community, they shade them. They insult them. Huh? They subtly nudge at them. Hey, you got to call him to check in, huh? Huh? Oh, you washing dishes, huh? Huh? Oh, you sweeping? You cleaning? Oh, you got to tell him you leaving? You got to tell him you going out? Huh? Oh, and he's not rich? And he's not white? And he's not rich and white? Uh-oh. This is how you get a Claudia Jordan. This is how you get a Vivica A. Fox. The truth of the matter is no one says to women what their autonomy cost outside of spaces like this. It may cost you stability, probably gonna cost you stability. It may cost you children born into wedlock. In the black community, probably gonna cost you children born into wedlock. It may cost you children completely. Increasingly in the black community, that's true too. Companionship with men, relationship with men, intimacy with men. Both physical, emotional, mental. Maybe that's what your autonomy cost you. You're never actually truly autonomous. Huh? This young lady sat there on camera and said to her friend, essentially, I could never be you. This goes back to that article from a month ago, right? Having a boyfriend is embarrassing. It looks so limiting. It looks so limiting. What did the author of the article say? Of course it was a black UK woman. Of course it was. Because misery loves company and single women keep other women single. Did she not essentially say the same thing in that article? All you women in relationships, y'all don't look like y'all having fun. You change your behavior. You don't look like you're having fun. You don't look like you're liberated. You look so... Look like you're shackled. Sounds like Mr. Z got to make another stream or do another stream on negative liberty for the 1 zillionth time. Huh? This is how you get a Claudia Jordan. See, Kim Foster would like to have you believe that you could keep your middle finger up to the men indefinitely, and one of these lames are going to scrape and bow enough while also being good looking, tall, and earning enough money that if we could just break the will of the men, we can break the will of the men. If we just hold the line, if we continue to tell them decenter men, if we continue to decenter men, we can break their will. If we take the vagina off the table, if we weaponize the children, if we weaponize marriage, if we're all toxic assholes, we can break the will of the men. If we're all antagonistic, if we're all combative, if we're all mean, we can break the will of the men. Huh? Exactly, compassionate. Sincere, dirty Mackin. We can break the will of the men if we're just asshole enough. You gonna play it again, see? You damn right.
Because getting a man is not hard. Can we? Truly. Okay, no matter what happens with my relationship status, getting a man is not an accomplishment in 2023. And it also pisses me off. And this is why, like, Brittany is really fucking setting the free 30-something women the fuck back, okay? You're embarrassing us. Okay? And this is why I will always respect Amber Rose. Because to this day, Amber Rose is like, I'll take your fucking shit. I don't give a fuck. I do what I want to do. Sometimes it's a little cringy, but I'm going to stand on my shit. I'm going to own it. I love this. Whatever. She never switched up. Brittany's doing exactly. She's doing exactly what the manosphere niggas talk about. Okay? Which is, you have a bad experience with a wealthy, high-profile person. You have a baby. You get dragged through the mud. And then you realize you're in your early 30s. This is their narrative. Their narrative is then you have a baby, you get dragged through the mud, and then you realize, oh, the clock is ticking. And so now you have to completely rebrand into a loud and proud pick me and scold other women about what they're not doing to get them in. That is exactly what they say. Why would stop embarrassing us. Stop embarrassing us. As a single 33-year-old woman, stop it, okay? I hope she at least, gets man she desires. I hope she gets some, good, faithful dick to swoop in or whatever, pay her car note or whatever.
And why does Mr. Z leave that last part? Because that's Kim Foster shading. Huh? That's Kim Foster shading Brittany Renner. And this goes to Joe's comment, and Joe says, the other side of the coin is that it's sabotage. If I can't have what I want, no one should have it. Because that sucks for you. Yes. And that's exactly what it is. It's scorched earth. Even if I get what I want, I gotta stay true to this. Huh? I gotta stay true to this. Yeah. Huh? What you see from Kim Foster is the general worldview, I would argue, for most women. It just come at a cost. Your millennials, your Gen Z, your Xers, this is the idea. You gotta hold the line. And it costs them relationship. And for middle class, particularly lower middle class, working poor, working class women, it costs them stability. For working class women and working poor women, you could kiss middle class goodbye. For the masses of you, particularly black women, you could kiss any idea at the middle class, you could kiss that goodbye. Huh? This is how you get to Claudia Jordan. This is how you get to Vivica A. Fox. Listen to what this Middle Eastern lady says.
I did everything they said that was going to make me happy. I built a career. I got my own place. I went on solo trips like a pro, the best hotels, flying business, you name it, right? The works. And I stayed independent, but no one told me about how lonely I was going to be on those trips. Being successful looks really good on the outside, but and I'm proud of everything that I did. Don't get me wrong. Like, alhamdulillah, I'm very proud of all of my accomplishments, but it was very lonely. I feel very lonely all the time. Success doesn't check in on you when you're spiraling at home. Doesn't check in with you when you're having a bad day. Doesn't check in with you when or just when you miss your family back home.
Huh? I did everything they told me to do. Everything they told me to do, I did it all. I traveled by myself. I did my independent thing. This is what the lady is saying, right? I did everything they told me, and I'm lonely. I have the career. Meanwhile, Kyle Kalinske is trying to convince men to do what's not working for the women.
Here's my take. You ready? Here's my take on all this sort of fucking freakish, terrible life advice they're giving. Be yourself. Be yourself. Fucking get your shit together. Take a shower, clean your room, get a fucking hobby, right? Get a hobby. Get something to care about. Something that gets you happy and up in the morning and you look forward to doing something. I don't care what it is. It could be fucking anything. Get a hobby. Get yourself a job. But again, keep your passion directed where it should be. At your hobbies, at the things that if you're lucky enough, you actually will do for a living something that you love. You know, very few people are lucky enough to be in that situation. But if you are, God bless you. You're really lucky. But everybody else, focus on your passion. The way you end up getting in a relationship that's fruitful and fulfilling is first you need to find yourself. First you need to understand what I like, what I don't like, what my hobbies are, what I'm interested in, what gets me going, what drives me, know yourself first. And don't fake it. Actually really immerse yourself into a world of something, right? And then you'll never, if you just start down that path, your life will improve. You will. Going on that journey will then make it. So maybe you meet somebody through your field, which is your hobby, which is your passion. You understand what I'm saying? You get really into something. Let's just say it's bowling, for shits and giggles. You get really into bowling, and then, you join a bowling league, and then, hey, there's this cute girl at the bowling league who's kind of into you because you and her both love bowling, and you talk about it all the time. And it's that's how you get a mate. That's how you get somebody, a significant other, who you care about them, they care about you, is you can't, go looking for it. It's got to happen organically because you come together because of mutual interests, right? It's something along those lines. So that's how it's got to be done. All this shit about oh, you better wife up one of these white hoes. I know they suck, but you got to do it. You got to save the race. You got to this. What the fuck is this? Like I said, it's beyond parody. This is literally beyond parody. This is what the red pill has become. This is what groyperism has become. All these right-wing movements have just become a joke. They're a massive joke. All of this pain, all of this struggle to distract from the fact that, bro, we know.
So Kyle Kalinske tries to convince men, young men in particular, that what isn't working for the women, excuse me, y'all, I got a little bit of a cough here. Oh boy. What isn't working for the women will work for the men. Once again, this is how we get Claudia Jordan and Vivica A. Fox. Huh? What isn't working for the women will work for the men. And, of course, y'all know Mr. Z's new favorite autonomy video. And then no one says to women what autonomy is actually going to cost them, what it really looks like, and that you have to own every bit of your failures.
Understand why some people seem to imagine that a woman has less of a right to autonomy and responsibility and moral convictions. Those are mine, and they belong to me, and they are just as important in making a woman a person as they are in making a man a person. And at the end of my life, I would like to look back and take ownership of everything I did. And say, yes, here are my triumphs. And yes, here are my darkest shames. But at the very least, I can stand by those shames and say, I did this. I can own this. I can justify how I got here because these are my mistakes and not someone else's mistakes that I must now answer for because I was unwilling to make my own choices. I want to be unable to blame or resent anyone else for my own failings. I don't want to be bitter because it was out of my hands. I want to become wise because it was in my hands, and sometimes I did the wrong thing with it.
But let me be very...
And sometimes I did the wrong thing with it. I don't want to be bitter because it was out of my hands. Ladies, you got to own your choices. You have to own that you thought you could wait. You thought you had time. You thought the men will always be there. You thought the quote unquote good men, Edward Anderson has something to say about that. You thought the good men would always be there. You could just pick them off the tree. Isn't that what Kim Foster's saying? Huh? Isn't that what Kim Foster's saying? And Chrissy says, oh, it's better to be alone.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. I don't care.
Huh? And yet we're playing video after video after video of women essentially their mid-30s and up. Many of these women in their 40s, in their 50s, 60 years old. They don't sound like they're better off alone, Chrissy. To Kyle Kalinske, they did what you told them to do. They did all that crap that they pushed, particularly on the left. The whole self-actualize, the whole just take this journey, and on your journey to greatness, you'll meet another great person, another great man, and then y'all will just connect with each other because y'all are on the same path and y'all like the same things, and y'all will just be, and y'all just whisk away, he'll whisk you away, and y'all go sell out in the sunset. That's what we say to the ladies. That's failing for the masses of them. Huh? Ah. And Oliver the Great, thank you for the super chat. That was super sticker, better yet. Thank you for the super sticker. Right? This doesn't work. The reason why the title is Hymn to the Fallen. Huh? First off, dope hymn, actually. Check the description box. Secondly, because Claudia Jordan gave up the ghost. Huh? She said what we already knew. She just had the ovaries to actually say it. She said what we already knew. We already knew that she... Oh, okay, check your spelling. Okay, I'll fix that after the stream. Thank you, Tro. She said what we already knew. Huh? The Kim Fosters of the world, the Chrissies of the world, the Paris Malons of the world, the Shira Sevens of the world, they want women, black women in specific, to hold the line. Keep your poker face. Play it close to chest. Keep a stiff upper lip. Quote unquote, play stoic. Huh? Don't show the men your belly. No pun. And it's costing young women, middle-aged women, older women, everything, including their sanity. It's costing them financial security. It's costing them their sanity, antidepressant pills. It's costing them everything. And yet, these women, like the Kim Fosters and the Chrissies, walk these women right to the raggedy edge of the cliff, and a slight breeze takes those women, and most of these supposed thinkers and tastemakers and creatives and they don't fall off with those women. Yeah, they might be single, but they earn enough. They're okay. They're okay with their life. They've reconciled their singleness. Or, like Paris Malone, They hide their marriage from the masses of women, masses of black women, right? Yeah. Like Kim Foster, they get into relationships while they still talk crap about the masses of men, particularly black men. They scream all that women empowerment stuff, and I'm always choosing my girls over my man, and all that sound nice, but they're still in that relationship. Huh? Yeah. The hymn to the fallen is because of Claudia Jordan, because of Vivica A. Fox. They can't do it anymore. What we're witnessing is decades of propaganda and fake female empowerment, and the women with some money are telling you, I can't do it anymore. These are not the working class women who can't do it anymore. These are not the working poor women who can't do it anymore. These are not the divorcees who can't do it anymore. These are not the women who raised children, got divorced, now they're in the home by themselves, they're empty nesters who can't do it anymore. No, the women who we say they live longer lives as single women, and they live happier lives and more fulfilling lives as single women, and they look so liberated and they're not shackled, right? And then money and resources is not the problem, and they're physically attractive. These are the epitome, or at least should be, the epitome of what free and liberated and not shackled by men. This is the epitome. Claudia Jordan, huh? Made pretty good money throughout her career, is known enough, not super famous, but famous enough, very attractive, smart enough, educated enough, witty, huh? She's telling you she can't do it anymore. That's the cost, huh? That's the cost. Uh-oh. Yeah. Huh? Vivica A. Fox says she can't do it anymore, along with regretting not having children. And Bruce on Wayne says, and thank you for the super chat. Z, stop it. We're already dead. Kim Fawcett Foster is it makes you want to throw up. Yeah, she makes you want to throw up. Yeah, revolting, we'll say. Right? I get it. Yeah, but I gotta play it so that people could see, like, so the brothers could see. It's not even just implied or suggested. No, Kim Foster is straight up saying to the women, to the ladies using Brittany Renner, and this, by the way, the clip I'm playing is from a few years ago. Kim Foster is using Brittany Renner as an avatar to say to other women, hey, y'all gotta hold the line. For my gender war against men, particularly black men, y'all gotta hold the line. Huh? Y'all can't let them know that the loneliness is killing you, right? Y'all give me a second. And we're back. My apologies, y'all. So this is the cost. And you know what, Bruce Owen, I gotta play the Claudia Jordan clip again. For those of you that's just getting in, and everybody's covering it, everybody's giving their own commentary. But we have to appreciate it's not just a time to dunk on Claudia Jordan and dunk on black women and ha ha ha, we told you, even though we did tell them, huh? And I want to emphasize the fact that it's Claudia Jordan saying this because she doesn't have any of these other hiccups. She's relatively fit, educated enough, right? Attractive enough, connected enough, all of the things. All of the things that we're told these are the real limitations for women. This is why the women aren't happy. It's not about the men, right? And well, right? All the things we're told are the real issue. Why women aren't happy when they're single, or why women have a difficult time being single. It's the finances. It's okay, she's a little heavy set. Okay, she's not a quote unquote preference. She's too dark skinned and black men are colorist, right? It's not that you're ugly, it's that you don't earn enough. All of the stuff that we hear, all of the excuses. Well, the excuse here is, huh? So we're gonna play the Claudia Jordan clip again. Continuing.
What do you wish someone had told you about dating like in your 40s and 50s back then?
You know, you think that when you're ready to settle down that there's always going to be a lot of supply on the shelves, and it's not. Like at this age, a lot of the good guys are married or taken because they're good guys. And I was having a conversation with a girlfriend of mine the other day, and I'm like, well, your best bet now is maybe someone that a good man that maybe is coming out of a marriage, getting a divorce. So, you know, I think in our youth, and I would like people to know this when they're younger, we think, oh, there's always going to be an endless supply. I can wait till tomorrow. Don't put off your happiness waiting. You know, if you find that good person, like a lot of times we wait, well, it's not the right time. It's never going to be like the right time. I would say go for it more. I wish I would have told someone told me just go for it. I probably have overlooked a good candidate before, you know, like maybe,
why is that though?
Me thinking the timing thing, maybe prioritizing career. You know, I definitely was always like work. I never thought I had enough cushion built up to like relax and take my foot off the gas and start a family.
And then did that just go on and on and on, and then you be...
You know what? I should have paused earlier. Claudia Jordan admitting that she overlooked good candidates. Now, does that mean that Claudia Jordan should be punished forever, for the rest of time, for eternity? Maybe not. With that, sometimes you only get one chance. What they tell us, preparation plus opportunity equals success, right? That's what they tell us. Preparation plus opportunity equals success. What Claudia Jordan is telling you is she had opportunity plus opportunity plus opportunity times opportunity, given another opportunity in the space where, because of her look, she was given opportunity with white men and black men and Latino men all throughout Hollywood. And she was never really prepared. And when she actually became prepared, her own words, we're going to play it again, the preponderance of those men were already in relationship, married. Huh? That's what she's telling us. Opportunity after opportunity. Claudia Jordan is saying what most women, especially black women, will never say. That they are single as a consequence to their own mess ups, their own faux pas, them overlooking good, viable men. They're not single because they kept on coming across nothing but dusties, nothing but unattractive men, nothing but men that don't earn enough, nothing but men that aren't educated enough, nothing but corny men, short men, unappealing men. No, you just thought you had all the time in the world. And what Claudia Jordan is telling you is she thought she had all the time in the world. Huh? And now at what, early 50s, mid 50s, Claudia Jordan is admitting to you that with the money and with the fame, it's still not landing her the man of her dreams. Huh? It's not a time to make fun of Claudia Jordan. It is a time to use her situation as a precautionary tale, as a cautionary tale. Huh? And L says, I don't know, Z, they coming out admitting it in Z in droves, right? They're coming out in droves. Yeah, yeah. Right? Ah. And if Claudia Jordan is saying this, then what's going on with your everyday black woman in specific? Your 40 and 50 and $35,000 a year earning black women. Your $55,000 a year earning black women. Your $60,000 a year earning black women. This is the masses of black women. Well, let's let Claudia Jordan say it again.
What do you wish someone had told you about dating like in your 40s and 50s back then?
You know, you think that when you're ready to settle down that there's always going to be a lot of supply on the shelves, and it's not. Like at this age, a lot of the good guys are married or taken because they're good guys. And I was having a conversation with a girlfriend of mine the other day, and I'm like, well, your best bet now is maybe someone that a good man that maybe is coming out of a marriage, getting a divorce. So, you know, I think in our youth, and I would like people to know this when they're younger, we think, oh, there's always going to be an endless supply. I can wait till tomorrow. Don't put off your happiness waiting. You know, if you find that good person, like a lot of times we wait, well, it's not the right time. It's never going to be like the right time. I would say go for it more. I wish I would have told someone told me just go for it. I probably have overlooked a good candidate before, you know, like maybe,
why is that though?
Me thinking the timing thing, maybe prioritizing career. You know, I definitely was always like work. I never thought I could like the enough cushion built up to like relax and take my foot off the gas and start a family.
And then that just go on and on and on, and then you be 100 years old and you like, it's still working.
Still working. And I think I will say specifically with black women especially, I feel like we don't really have the luxury to think that we can kind of take time off like that. You know, and I specifically say black women because like we're usually the backbone of everything. You know, not even just with our families, but with our friend circles. Like it's always something for us to do. We're always taking care of somebody else. I don't have children, but I'm always like feeding a friend or taking care of someone or helping somebody out or doing a favor. And I think that's a cape that we put on ourselves. No one told us to do this. It's just something in us that we do. And if you think about the black woman in your life, you probably think, damn, she's like a superwoman for everybody else. When does she slow down for herself? I think with black women specifically, it's harder for us to ever feel like we can just kind of take a break. We have to be like all gas, no brakes. I don't think we have the luxury of feeling like, okay, I can take a breather now and relax. And I think it's really sad. You know, there's all these statistics about 45%, 65% of black women will never get married, you know, and we're out here taking care of everybody else and not getting taken care of. And I think it's really sad. I think.
But even with those numbers, Claudia Jordan, you're still wrong. It's not 45% of black women that will never get married. It's more like 60 some odd, 70 some odd percent of black women that will never be married. It's like 70. It's 45% of women will be single by 2030. Huh? Yeah. That's not for black women in specific. That's for women in aggregate in America. No, Claudia Jordan, it's actually 70 some odd % of black women who will never marry. And when you hear marriage, just think stability. Oops. See, that's the one thing, Claudia Jordan, at least from what we can see from the outside, you'll be okay financially. You're okay financially, at least from what we can see from the outside. Huh? Not the rest of your sistering, not the masses of black women. Huh? Actually, you're a little off on that. It's not 45%. It's more like 75%. Okay. It's more like 35% that will be married. That will get married sometime in their lifetime. Okay. All right. Huh? And what did we expect? Black women chose their autonomy over everything. Huh? Black women allow for women like this to speak, and as the brother says, not well, not give them the hands of God. Continuing.
So
The disrespect I see some of y'all women take in the name of being a girl's girl is insane. Viewer discretion is advised.
tweet says, scared of getting in a relationship because what if it works out and I'll never be single again? I'm almost scared to get into a relationship for real because I don't not want to be single. I want my autonomy. I want to be able to do what I want to do. I want to be able to gaslight you niggas every now and then. I want to be able to do everything that I want to do. Yeah.
To have this kind of a take is so odd to me because being in a relationship is not mandatory. There's no law.
She said, I want to be able to do what I want to do. I want to be able to gaslight you Negroes. And if anybody could find the original, please and thank you. Send it to Mr. Z, please and thank you. Emails in the description box. She admits it. Huh? She admits it. Now, what's that going to cost her? More than likely stability. Huh? More than likely children born in wedlock, if any children born at all. Huh? Women have to appreciate, we get it. We know you feel empowered when you're young and you're attractive and you have the look and you have all this sexual power. Huh? And the men are gawking and looking, and some of the women are envious of you because the men are gawking and looking, and well, after a while, after you don't have that type of power, then what? Huh? Well, huh? You end up like, well, Claudia Jordan, who's still fairly attractive, but any chance at having children, gone. Now she has to wait on the sidelines for the divorcee, for the man, for the divorced man with a kid or two in their 20s, maybe late teens, that's back out here in the market and looking to remarry. Claudia Jordan is one of the few who actually admits that this is a thing for her. This is a thing for most women. And when Mr. Z says most, he doesn't mean 51% most. He means 85% most. They're just following the Kim Foster rule, which is hold the line and don't admit that you're dying inside. Huh? But this is the cost of doing whatever you want to do and thinking that you don't have to consider the opposite sex. As a matter of fact, you resent the notion of ever having to consider what the opposite sex likes, what they find attractive, what they don't find attractive. As the young lady said, I want to do whatever I want to do. Alrighty then. Noted. Huh? And for anyone, any man that knows her, especially black men, if you're around her, she said it, you know what come with her. Have fun, because I know black men, she see me. All of that sound nice. She ain't gonna do none of me. Yep, that sound nice. You know who she is. Leave her out there to be Claudia Jordan, if not worse. Huh? Continuing.
So
The disrespect I see some of y'all women take in the name of being a girl's girl is insane. Your discretion is advised.
tweet says, scared of getting in a relationship because what if it works out and I'll never be single again? I'm almost scared to get into a relationship for real because I don't not want to be single. I want my autonomy. I want to be able to do what I want to do. I want to be able to gaslight you niggas every now and then. I want to be able to do everything that I want to do.
To have this kind of a take is so odd to me because being in a relationship is not mandatory. There's no law. There's no one that can force you. Nothing. It is literally a decision. That's like me coming on here complaining about having to move to Pakistan, knowing I don't have to do it. Literally, there's no law that's going to force me to move to Pakistan. It is simply a decision. Shorty really got on here and said she's scared to be in a relationship because she doesn't not want to be single. Ma'am, is your brain functioning properly? Like, is everything firing on all cylinders the way it should? Because you do know you can be single for as long as you want. As long as you want. There is literally no threat to your singlehood. You are in 100% control on being in a relationship or not being in a relationship. And to think she got on a platform and said this with her whole chest. What be wrong with some of y'all? And y'all want me to believe this generation of women is the most educated of all time? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
And sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, I look at you in your relationship and it feels limiting to me. And it might not feel limiting to you, but for where I am and on my journey and like where I am and being single, I couldn't imagine being like, oh, let me tell him.
And to think in the name of friendship, you sat on this platform and allowed that woman to disrespect your relationship that you chose to be in.
It'll cost you. It may cost you a little. It may cost you a lot. But it will cost you.
Yeah, that's what your autonomy is going to cost you. For those, I might be breaking up, I might be borging, but that's what your autonomy will cost you. It might cost you a little, it might cost you a lot, but it will cost you. Say it again, Z, just in case. It might cost you a little, it might cost you a lot, but it will cost you. Huh? Rightfully so. Rightfully so. You live on a planet with 8 billion plus other people in a country with 340, 350 million other people. Your autonomy bumps up against, well, other people's autonomy. Huh? You doing whatever you want to do bump up against, if you're a heterosexual woman, that is, men who said, I see that, it's unattractive, and I want nothing to do with you. Okay, I see that, and you have now relegated yourself to nothing but the 3 o'clock booty call. Okay, I see that, and you have now relegated yourself to situationship at best. Your autonomy bump up against, your worldview bump ups against the men. Uh-oh. And then you wake up Vivica A. Fox, and then you wake up Claudia Jordan. Huh? And then you're 60 and you can't pretend anymore. And well,
I'd say a partner, I want someone that's going to be fun. Yeah. That's not intimidated by who and what I am.
Yes.
That likes to travel.
Yeah.
Going to let me go shopping.
Yeah. Yes. I feel like you just spoke it into existence.
I hope so, girlfriend.
I feel like you just
so
spoke.
you got, and I'm taking applications.
Oh,
so
you know,
if you got a friend.
Okay.
I'm good.
We'll be all. We'll
and
be
I
on
don't
the
discriminate. He can be. I'm not against different nationalities. Then you know that too.
Vivica A. Fox, if the brothers ain't trying to pipe or trying to be serious with you, then that I don't discriminate. I would love to see Vivica A. Fox with a white man and she not paying. Let's see that happen. Let's see Vivica A. Fox end up with a white dude or any non-black man and she not paying. Sound nice. Huh? Yeah, that's it. Huh? This is the cost. The two can play that game. Vivica, you turned that into life. The two can play that game wasn't just a movie for you. It was life. And well, The hymn to the fallen. Huh? The hymn to the fallen. And Els Active says, and thank you for the super chat. This is the beginning. Decades of women expressing sorrow in singleness. In 4K, soon to be 8K, will flood our timelines, fellas. You sure you have the stomach to watch Elementary School? Hysterical. And shout out to Coach Greg Adams. You could do you have the stomach, right? Mr. Z does. Right? I can admit it's a bit sad, sobering. But what can you do or say to a person who made their own bed? This is what women, black women in specific, decided to do. This is the cost of their autonomy. This is the cost of their negative liberty. This is the cost of them sticking the middle finger up to everyday average men. This is the cost of them holding out. This is a little different for Claudia Jordan because of her station in life, but this is the cost of them holding out for the elite men, particularly elite white men, we all know. Huh? This is the cost. How dehumanizing would it be for someone like Z to then turn around and say to 50 some odd, okay, you know what, 45 some odd year old, 50, 55, 60, and 65-year-old, and even 70-year-old men, hey, we got to put on our cape and save the same women financially, because that's their real issue. Save the same women that were giving you the middle finger and give you their ass to kiss 10 and 15 and 20 and 25 and 30 and 35 years ago. What Mr. Z look like saying that to a 70-year-old, a 65-year-old, a 60-year-old, a 55-year-old, a 50-year-old, a 45-year-old, a 40-year-old? Ooh, goddamn. A 40-year-old man. Hey, yeah, that young lady that just gave you her ass to kiss yesterday, yeah, we're going to need you to put on the cape and save her, mainly financially. And she'll, if she doesn't have kids, she'll throw some unenthusiastic slop vagina at you. Oh yeah, and you gotta knock on wood and cross fingers that she don't divorce you within 5 years if you're black, and with 8 to 10 years, 12 years if you're not black. Huh? What Mr. Z look like saying that to the brothers? Come out here and save these same asshole women that gave you their ass to kiss, that aren't actually much different than they were when they were in their 20s. It's just that now they're desperate, and now they can pretend to be on your program for, I don't know, all of 2 seconds, just enough to get you across the aisle, just enough to get you to say, I do. And that's assuming she doesn't have children. Huh? Yeah, the ladies are going to be crying all over the place because the game is done in the West. That doesn't mean that there are going to be people that prosper. That doesn't mean that there's not going to be people that are successful, including some black people. What it does mean is the era of loose money, huh? The era of loose money is done. The era of frivolous jobs is done. The BS jobs era is done. Huh? And that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt some women. Excuse me. That's going to hurt some men, and that's going to devastate women. These redundant jobs, huh? These frivolous degrees, that era's done in the West, in America specifically. Huh? So yeah, I was active. The ladies are gonna be crying. They're gonna be screaming, especially for Xers, millennials, and the oldest of Gen Z. For millennials and Xers especially, because they were here for the loose money. The women were here for it. They were here for, especially for Xers. They were here with the bachelor's degree, $100,000 job because you fit right in some niche. You got the look, huh? You have the Oprah look. Well, damn, huh? And you were close enough to the civil rights movement, and the window was open enough for you to get that little cushy gig. If you were in the right place at the right time, I'm not saying this benefited all Xers, all Xer black women, but yeah, if you was at the right place at the right time, there was a window that opened for Xers, and well, one or two millennial black women got to use that, and well, we're here now. So yeah, the ladies are gonna be howling, huh? And especially, see, we know that what's going on right now is a wealth classification that's also affecting marriage, divorce. Everyone's talking about, oh, the divorce rate is going down. Yeah, because the folks that are getting married are staying married because it's mainly the folks in the top 20 and 25%. Y'all are not telling the whole story when you say it. You're not mentioning the class element of it all when you say it. Oh, the divorce rate is going down. Yeah, because the marriage rate has already cratered. And now marriage is a symbol of success. A marriage is a luxury item now. Wait a minute. Are we saying stability is a luxury item now? Uh-oh. Particularly for the ladies. Yikes. Huh? Yeah. So yeah, when the women wake up to you got screwed by your feminist elders, oh, that's going to be a fascinating thing to watch. You're seeing some of them come to now. Let's see how many could hold frame and act like they're okay. And that was active. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Yeah, it gives you a second. Let me make sure. I know I had another. And there we go. And Brooklyn Finest says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, I think all the other groups of women will figure it out at 0 hour, except for black women. The masses will proudly and defiantly walk off the cliff. Middle finger high. Yeah, no, I agree. I actually agree with that. And I think that's okay. And what that necessarily looks like for those of you that say, okay, Z, you're saying this, but what does it look like? What does it sound like? What it looks like is black women being the permanent underclass. What it looks like is black women increasing unemployment rate. What it looks like is a marriage rate that craters not to single digits, but very, very low double digits, which it is now. It's something like 28%. Right? What it looks like is black women's ultimate fear. The masses of everyone not even entertaining them anymore, ignoring them being invisible. Let's cut the crap with the colorism talk. No, the masses of black women truly being invisible and the masses of folks being indifferent to their suffering. I agree with Dr. Ron O'Neill that essentially black women are being positioned to be the fall guy for the fall of Western civilization. But what does that mean for black women? Does that mean that there's going to be contempt from everyone? Yes. But what does that mean for their security, their upward mobility, their position in this society? Could it get any worse? Yes, it could get worse. Folks could stop making fun of them and mocking them and just look at them with a level of hateful indifference. And yes, some of that will spill onto black men, particularly black men that are closely attached to black women. But black women have been so loud with the gender war stuff, particularly on social media, that maybe they do get their wish. And non-black folks do see some difference between black men and black women. That doesn't mean that non-black folks don't have contempt for black men. It just means a different form of contempt. And maybe they don't blame you particularly for the fall of the West. I played the clip of the professor saying that white men blame essentially black women for corrupting white women. That's a black woman saying that. That's a black female professor telling you white men blame black women for corrupting white women. Not even black men in the 12-inch member, but black women. Oh boy. Huh? Yikes. And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. And actually, I'll stop highlighting. Yeah, Brooklyn Finest, at the end of the day, I do think black women, I don't think that most of them really appreciate the era we're in. There's that. Before we even get into anything too complicated, I think a few of them are in the know of the changing winds, what's going on internationally, and how that affects even domestic policy and how that affects them. But even for those, it's a toxic sludge mix of, well, if I don't get to be a white woman, then F it to hell anyway. And when we say white woman, we're talking about upper middle class and above white women, right? Politically, socially, obviously economically, but what I think doesn't get emphasized is the political and social power of white women. And you're looking at a person that, as Chrissy says, if you can't date up, it's better to be alone. Now, take that further than just dating. If you don't get to be a upper middle class and above white woman, a rich white woman, an elite white woman, if that is not how black men are going to treat you, either they don't have the money or they don't deem you as worthy, the men that are around you, the men that you have access to, then it's better to be alone than be middle class, working class. Now, we already know she definitely believes that for working poor, right? But it's better to be alone. That's what Chrissy says. So I agree with you, Brooklyn's Finest. Middle finger to the end of earth.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women. If you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. I don't care.
And Joe says, my finances. And you know, I need to have that clip like in my rotation. And shout out to B Simone. Yes, my finances. My finances. It's, you know, we speak about this all the time. And we say to the ladies, for any of them that will listen, hey, y'all not gonna like how this gonna look on the other side. Y'all are making some weird assumptions about the US dollar, who you see as the omnipotent white man, omnipotent, omniscient white man. Y'all are making some assumptions about your position in this society. Even if you feel like and assume, okay, fine, you're not white women, but at least you're better than black men. But even with that, you get to flip-flop between intersectionality, which quote unquote puts you below black men, but then do the ain't I a woman, which puts you above black men. But black women make these assumptions, women make these assumptions, and Americans make these assumptions about a status quoism that has really never existed in human history. And so when you see a B Simone speak about my finances, we saw when she first made her $1 million and she told you she can't date a 9-to-5 dude because he won't understand, etc., etc. Nick Cannon spoke to her. She was still on that same type of time. And here we are, what, 3, 4, 5 years later? And now my finances. And now I got to go shopping in H&M. Right? Yeah. So, Joe's, my finances. There is an assumption. There's this status quoism there. And we get wrapped up in it and we don't appreciate all of this could change in a second. Huh? all of this could change in a second. The ladies got way too comfortable with antagonizing men, giving men the middle finger, assuming they're on the right side of history, right? Assuming that this is what progress looks like. I can antagonize the men because I'm going to end up with the Chisel Chin Tyrone or Chisel Chin Chad at the end of my story anyway. And even if I don't, I will have earned enough and ingratiated myself enough to my white bosses that I get to work this job and retire and have a great pension and 401k and go live on some beach somewhere getting thrashed by some young Chisel Chin Tyrone in Jamaica or something. Maybe a young Chisel Chin Chad in Italy or France. Right? And there was these assumptions that, well, and Timmy says, Z clip, Claudia Jordan says she wants a chic minus the dookie. Yeah, we've made fun of it before, and you know, some of the brothers in the comments say, no, you're gonna have to get the dookie. If you end up with the chic, the dookie come with it. Right? And yeah, look, and Claudia Jordan's letting you know she's, at least from what we can see from the outside, she's doing okay financially, better than okay financially. But she's looking to maybe slow down a bit. And even if it's not that, to be frank, just a companion. You imagine, and as she said, since 88, you've been single here and there since 88. You've been in situationships, super short-term relationships, getting thrashed and dashed, paying for peen, being paid for, being flown out, flued out for approaching 40 years? Huh? Since 88. That's what she said. Since 1988. We are at the very, very, very tail end of 2025. We're in 2026 practically. We're in 2026. Right? That's a very long time to be single as a woman, as an attractive woman. To be in Hollywood. Right? And to see other starlets come into Hollywood, be in a few movies, get married, stay in a few movies, get divorced, maybe get remarried. No? To see artists, female artists, get into the music game, put out a few albums, get married, maybe stay married, get married, maybe get divorced, then remarry. And here you are, just single. Now, Claudia Jordan did say something about the financial pressures and never feeling that she earned enough. Well, that really wasn't your job in the first place, goddamn. Here goes something to say to all of us, particularly young Xers and down. Particularly for us Black young Xers and down. Have you ever considered that maybe the money chase is costing you everything else? Ooh, goddamn. Huh? Have you ever considered how much the money chase cost you in everything else?
It'll cost you. It may cost you a little. It may cost you a lot. But it will cost you.
particularly for the women. Huh? Because so what's the plan here? You win the genetic lottery, you're attractive, and you're quote unquote the preference, right? You're lighter skin. Okay, fine, we'll go with it. You win the genetic lottery, you have the look. Then you're able to parlay that look into some type of fame and some type of wealth. Some type of status. And then you wake up like who? Melissa Ford? You wake up like who? Ebony K. Williams? You wake up like who? Lisa Ray? You wake up like who? Regina Hall? Huh? You wake up like who? Vivica A. Fox? Okay, fine. You got the money. You had the looks, or maybe you even still have some looks. And now you're Claudia Jordan. Huh? I keep spamming this clip because it'll cost you. It will cost you.
It'll cost you. It may cost you a little. It may cost you a lot. But it will cost you.
Huh? If you're not examining what the script is, if you just go along with the script, then maybe, it would be funny because black women claim how this system doesn't work for them. And this is intersectionality and they want to quote unquote queer their relationships. And yet the queering of their relationships looks like it's either black men bow down or I be single or I'm the sexual plaything for some non-black men. Either black men submit themselves to the matriarchy if you want to be kind, gynocracy if you want to be accurate, or I as a black woman go out here and slur myself to non-black men, particularly white men, or I engage in same-sex loving relationships, talking about love is love, probably with another black woman, or I'm out here with the rose toy single. When I'm in same-sex loving relationships, I'm ducking and dodging DV situations.
Bitch, no! Get the fuck out of my house!
Huh? Yeah. So to Timmy Fields, yes, the dookie come with it. If you're a black woman taking your ass to the Middle East looking for some type of hookup, some type of situationship, some type of air quotes relationship, cut it out. The Middle East of all places, which is like next level, break the Richter scale anti-black, like just unbelievably, like biblically anti-black. Huh? Like, let's not forget that the Middle Easterners been on this enslavement of black folks way before white folks ever did it. Huh? By at least a millennia. Huh? So if you taking your ass to the Middle East or you trying to deal with some sheik, you're more than likely not going to end up with the Janet Jackson type of situation. That ain't going to be you. You're going to end up having to get that dookie to the face. Oh, man. Huh? And no Middle Eastern dudes ain't trying to deal with some of these over 30, over 35-year-old women anyway. You know how we know? Because one of they sisters is out here talking about how lonely she is.
I did everything they said that was going to make me happy. I built a career. I got my own place. I went on solo trips like a pro. The best hotels, flying business, you name it, right? The works. And I stayed independent. But no one told me about how lonely I was going to be on those trips. being successful looks really good on the outside, but and I'm proud of everything that I did. Don't get me wrong. Like, alhamdulillah, I'm very proud of all of my accomplishments, but it was very lonely. I feel very lonely all the time. Success doesn't check in on you when you're spiraling at home, doesn't check in with you when you're having a bad day, doesn't check in with you when or just when you miss your family back home. Don't get me wrong, being strong got me very far in my career, and I'm very proud of everything that I've done, but I'm done pretending that I'm okay, because I'm not.
These Middle Eastern dudes are not even dealing with their own sistren. And Claudia Jordan thinks she gonna go over there and do what without getting dookie. Okay, whatever. Anyway, right. Anyway, and Captain Obvious says, Claudia, go get a rich WNBA player. She could go the route of Niecy Nash. She could go that Niecy Nash route. I don't really see it concerning Claudia Jordan. I think we would have heard the rumors already. But it can happen. It always can happen. Oh man, Captain Obvious. It can happen. Right? Lonely enough, frustrated enough, trying to prove a point enough. Yeah, it can happen. And as Vegas Dev says, Captain Obvious, so who's really dealing with loneliness crisis? I don't know if folks really appreciate that how many men aren't actually lonely. We just have changed some of how we form our friendships and our associates. Mr. Z has 124 listening right now talking about that. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Shout out to the replay gang. Thank you, button and hype button, please. Oh yeah, hype button. Oh, Mr. Z forgot to keep on saying hype button. Yeah. We have 124 listening right now. Right? I think these folks don't really appreciate our video game friends, our social media friends. And yes, these are not people you may ever see. But to be frank, with the gigification of the economy, with how many folks work 2 and 3 jobs, a job plus a gig, right? 2 jobs and a gig. Folks aren't around friends and family in any significant number anyway. So, the difference between online friends and who we would consider your quote unquote real friends is, I would say, men and women. The difference is the men are not necessarily complaining about it, and the women aren't necessarily being honest about it, particularly when you frame their loneliness in the sense of intimate relationship with men. We have convinced women not to be honest about how miserable, lonely, horny they are when not in relationship, when not in situationship, when not in anything with a man. And then we turn around and poll them and ask them, are you lonely? Are you okay? And the women say, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm a man. Who needs one? And then she hang up the phone and she go cry herself to sleep. The women are definitely dealing with a loneliness epidemic. We have video after video after video of women all through their 20s, all the way to their damn 60s, 70s, actually, speaking about it. Huh? Ah, let me read this next one. And I had it highlighted. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Wait a minute. And yeah, Captain Obvious, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And all of it, Grace is waste of fine wine, wasted and poured themselves out and want to be filled, resold to the highest bidder. Shaking my head. Yeah, there's a pun in everything you said, by the way. There's some funny in everything you said, right? But yeah, and what I appreciate about Claudia Jordan is that she admitted, like, well, some of the guys, they're married now, and essentially they're off the market, and I thought I had more time. As I said, it's not necessarily a time to make fun of her and mock her and that's what you get, but it is a time to say, but why didn't y'all think that men were human beings too? Ladies, did y'all really think you would have shamed us into not liking what we like, not wanting what we want, not putting a time clock on ourselves? Like, let me say this again. Dr. Chris Marsh, that is a black PhD woman. PhD, if I'm not mistaken, in demography, and I think sociology also. Dr. Chris Marsh has said in multiple interviews, once again, a black woman who studies this, who wrote a book about middle class, upper middle class, black professional single folks. Her own words, when she speaks to black men about eventually being married, they more often than not have an age. In other words, if I'm not married by 50, I'm not doing it. If I'm not married by 45, I'm not doing it. If I'm not married by 52, 55, I'm not doing it. Black women, on the other hand, hold out hope. Well, you never know. Maybe one day we'll see. Because the men really mean it. We're not pretending. We're not fronting. We're not trying to put on airs. It's not poker face. We're not playing chicken. We're not playing chance. Huh? The women have convinced themselves that what informs men is some sexist, patriarchal, misogynistic crap. And so we don't have to really consider what the men consider anyway. Huh? What informs them is a bunch of sexist crap anyway, a bunch of misogynistic, patriarchal crap anyway. We don't got to consider we don't have to care what they care about. Decent are men, right? And well, we're here now. And so what Oliver the Gray is saying, the ladies really did think that they would go to the highest bidder regardless. Kids or no kids, you saw that with Kevin Samuels. Kids or no kids, 2, 3 baby daddies or not, overweight, slim, light skin, dark skin, because black men can't have no preferences because your preference is informed by European beauty standard, colorism, featureism, fat phobia, right? All type of toxic crap. And what you saw with Kevin Samuels, what you see with Ashley Dalton, what you see with Kendra G, is the women don't give a damn about what you like and what you find attractive. She just needs you to be there and fund her life. No. Ah.
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Huh? She just needs you to be there, fund her life, protect, provide, and shut up.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Huh? You gonna play Munchkin? You damn right.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting and bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Yep. The ladies think that they can move like that, talk like that, look like that, and still end up to the highest bidder. I've made reference to this video before. I played it a couple of times on my channel, and it was a little bit before Kevin passed. He spoke to a heavyset young lady with a chest tattoo, looking for a six-figure man, of course. And she was trying to convince him that it didn't matter that she had a chest tattoo. It didn't matter any of that. This is what she wanted, and why couldn't she get it? And when he finally got her to appreciate that this was just not a thing, this was not going to happen to her, when she finally resigned herself to, you know what, he probably right, her attitude changed. And essentially what she said, and I'm going to paraphrase, is, okay then, if I don't get the six-figure man, then whatever man I end up with gonna have to deal with me how he deal with me. With all the attitude, with all the weight, with all... This was her sentiment. I'll play it again. We'll cover it again. Huh? Oliver the Gray, you say to the highest bidder. Yes, to the highest bidder. And if they don't end up to the highest bidder, then she's bitter. And Lord have mercy on whoever, whatever man, particularly black man, obviously, she end up with. You wonder why she fussing you up because you left the toilet seat up once or twice? Because she didn't want to be with you anyway. And it's not just the money, cut it out. The companionship. Huh? Yeah. None of us have dated Claudia Jordan, so we don't know what she's like in relationship, an intimate relationship with a man. With that, we can see what the end result is. Claudia Jordan thought she had time. Her words. And she overlooked, she tried to give herself a little space. Okay, plausible deniability. All right. She might have overlooked some good catches, some good men. Because she was on the paper chase and she didn't think she was ready. Okay, fine. As I said earlier, ladies, you have to appreciate that men are human beings also. And just because our mating strategy is, just because our mating strategy isn't the exact same as yours and doesn't play out at the exact same time and ages as yours, does not mean that you get to discount our mating strategy. Not if you want to be a heterosexual woman, that is. It doesn't mean you get to shame us for how we move. It doesn't mean you get to minimize how we move, what we like, what we find attractive. You don't get to just pawn off what we like, what we find attractive as some sexist, misogynistic, patriarchal crap. I mean, you can do that and, well, end up like Claudia Jordan and Vivica A. Fox.
When I say a partner, I want someone that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
That's not intimidated by who and what I am.
Yeah.
That likes to travel.
Yeah.
Going to let me go shopping.
Yeah. I feel like you just spoke it into existence.
I hope so, girlfriend.
I feel like you just spoke.
and I'm taking applications.
Oh,
so if you got a friend.
Okay.
I'm good.
We'll be all.
And I don't discriminate. He can be. I'm not against different nationalities. Then you know that too.
At 60. At 60. And her early and mid 50s.
What do you wish someone had told you about dating, like in your 40s and 50s back then?
You know, you think that when you're ready to settle down, that there's always going to be a lot of supply on the shelves, and it's not. Like at this age, a lot of the good guys are married or taken because they're good guys. And I was having a conversation with a girlfriend of mine the other day, and I'm like, well, your best bet now is maybe someone that a good man that maybe is coming out of a marriage, getting a divorce. So, you know, I think in our youth, and I would like people to know this when they're younger, we think, oh, there's always going to be an endless supply. I can wait till tomorrow. Don't put off your happiness waiting. You know, if you find that good person, like a lot of times we wait, well, it's not the right time. It's never going to be like the right time. I would say go for it more. I wish I would have told someone told me just go for it. I probably have overlooked a good candidate before, you know, like maybe,
why is that though?
Me thinking the timing thing, maybe prioritizing career. You know, I definitely was always like work. I never thought I had enough cushion built up to like relax and take my foot off the gas and start a family.
And then that just go on and on and on, and then you be 100 years old and you like, it's still working.
Still working. And I think I will say specifically with Black women especially, I feel like we don't really have the luxury to think that we can kind of take time off like that.
Y'all, I ain't gonna let that finish. Ladies, rest in peace, Kevin. Kevin said to extra women, y'all had y'all time. Ooh. Kevin said to extra women, y'all had y'all time. Y'all got to be the rude, as BGS said, y'all got to be the rude women in the club getting off. Y'all were damn there jizzing y'all panties, turning Black men down in the meanest ways possible. Don't worry, ladies, your daughters learned the same trick. Unfortunately for them, more and more Gen Z young Black men aren't even giving your Black daughters the chance to turn them down. Oops. You can go ask your daughters if you doubt me. Claudia Jordan, you come from that era of the mean, snarky, tallying up how many dudes they rejected in the club as exer Black women. Not saying you did it, you probably did. Not saying you did it. Just saying that's the age group that you come from. That's the cohort that you come from. That's the generation that you come from. How did you not see this going left on women, Black women in specific? Huh? Because women, Black women in specific, convinced themselves that there was a happy ending to this for them. They could be mean to men, they could be snarky, rude, entitled, and there was a happy ending to this. Huh? Their happy ending didn't necessarily have to be with the man. More than likely it was with a high income, high wealth simp. Excuse me. Regardless if she had kids or not, regardless if she gained so much weight or not, regardless if she has attitude and is combative and argumentative, antagonistic, they convinced themselves that there was a happy ending. Either she was going to earn enough to afford to be comfortable single, better than comfortable single, or she was going to end up with a man, white, black, Latino, Asian, or otherwise, that was going to whisk her away. Claudia Jordan, it was never going to be that. Not for the masses of women, and definitely not specifically for black women. It was always get on a black man's program or be out here in the elements. Claudia Jordan, it was always that. It was either get on a black man's program or be out here in the elements. That's what it was. Huh? Yeah. And Leon says, fine wine, more like E&J or 2020 vodka Four Loko. Look. The ladies aren't going to be honest about what they are to us. Just a bill. A vagina bill. Especially if she's not necessarily kind, not necessarily fit, not necessarily feminine. Because we gotta admit, like the Desperate Brothers, they paying for companionship. And they paying from companionship even from the a-hole women. They just get them for a little bit cheaper financially. And it costs them everything else in energy, in stress, in life expectancy, goddamn. Right? So the women ain't gonna admit that they're not fine wine to us. They're more like you said, Four Loko, E&J. I don't even want to say E&J or vodka. They're more like Four Loko. Huh? I mean, what is Munchkin? Munchkin is, we know she's not fine wine, but she's not even E&J. She's not vodka. Huh? What is Munchkin? Listen to Munchkin and tell me this is not Four Loko. Emphasis on the loco.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
That's Four Loko, y'all. We know it ain't wine, but it's not even E&J. Huh? Better use sis. Munchkin is Old E, Old English, or King Cobra. I still maintain Four Loko. Right? Emphasis on the loco part. And Leon, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Talking about that. And Captain Obvious says, the woman told VF, I think you just spoke it into existence. Translation, you already ran off the men that will deal with you on your terms. You know, that comes with age. Women lose that. You're right. That comes with attitude. That comes with, and even with that, if you look good enough, there'll be some simp, right? That think that he could handle you, right? Or at least deal with you long enough. But yeah, no, I agree with this. And not just that you ran off. The clock just ran out. You ran them off and the clock ran out. Huh? You ran them off and the clock ran out. And well, we're here now. The ladies don't care what men think, and this is the cost. Ladies, if you don't care what men think, what men find attractive, what men desire, that men have a clock on your ass, if you convince yourself that the men are little sexist, misogynistic pigs, well, that's going to cost you.
It'll cost you. It may cost you a little. It may cost you a lot. But it will cost you.
Huh? Let the light-skinned young lady say it again to you.
Shoot the messenger. Feminism told y'all be strong, independent, and alone. And y'all followed it to the grave. Y'all pushed all the good men away, called submission slavery, and think being difficult is cute. Now y'all 35 and tired, looking around like, oh, where the good men at? Sis, they moved on. Real men want peace, not problems in a lace front and a loud voice. Feminism sold y'all freedom, but they didn't mention the price. Loneliness.
Exactly. Feminism sold y'all freedom, but they didn't mention the price. Loneliness. Huh? I played a clip from the financial historian, or the chill financial historian. And he says about the UK in Brexit, right? Britain exiting the European Union. The chill financial historian says, autonomy is just a fancy word for loneliness. He's talking about a nation. If he's talking about a nation with that, what does that mean for individual woman, black women in specific? Huh? The ladies keep speaking about this autonomy. Sounds like a fancy word for lonely. And we're going to play this one more again, and yeah.
So
The disrespect I see some of y'all women take in the name of being a girl's girl is insane. Your discretion is advised.
tweet says, scared of getting in a relationship because what if it works out and I'll never be single again? I'm almost scared to get into a relationship for real because I don't not want to be single. I want my autonomy. I want to be able to do what I want to do. I want to be able to gaslight you niggas every now and then. I want to be able to do everything that I want to do. Yeah.
To have this kind of a take is so odd to me because being in a relationship is not mandatory. There's no law. There's no one that can force you. Nothing. It is literally a decision. That's like me coming on here complaining about having to move to Pakistan, knowing I don't have to do it. Literally, there's no law that's going to force me to move to Pakistan. It is simply a decision. Shorty really got on here and said she's scared to be in a relationship because she doesn't not want to be single. Ma'am, is your brain functioning properly? Like, is everything firing on all cylinders the way it should? Because you do know you can be single for as long as you want. As long as you want. There is literally no threat to your singlehood. You are in 100% control on being in a relationship or not being in a relationship. And to think she got on a platform and said this with her whole chest. What be wrong with some of y'all? And y'all want me to believe this generation of women is the most educated of all time? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
And sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, I look at you in your relationship and it feels limiting to me. And it might not feel limiting to you, but for where I am and on my journey and like where I am and being single, I couldn't imagine being like, oh, let me tell him.
And to think, in the name of friendship, you sat on this platform and allowed that woman to disrespect your relationship that you chose to be in because she's on a different path in life. If there's one thing that scares me most about female friendships, I don't understand the moral code. I don't know what code they actually follow. Every female group has a completely different code. I'll be damned my homeboy would ever say some shit like that to me just because he's on a different path in life. Like, yeah, bro, I love being single. I love being outside and doing my own thing and gaslighting women. And sometimes I look at you like, damn, I feel sorry for you, bro. What? He'd be lucky if I don't swing on him right in that moment. Are you crazy? I chose to be here because
And shout out to self-checkout. So, yeah, y'all, look, at the end of the day, this is what the ladies have chosen, and so be it. All right? This is what the ladies have chosen, and so be it. Well, the link's in the chat for those of you who don't want to come up, you know. But yeah, this is Reckless. We're officially Reckless. Don't put it in the comments. And yeah, y'all. Him to the Fallen. And Claudia Jordan it's official, y'all. It's official. We have the clip from earlier this year where she says she's looking for a sheik, right? Or somebody, some old man to come and scoop her up with a bad back, right? That's what she said. She said that earlier in the year. Now she's in a recent interview saying, you know, she realized some things. This is what Mr. Z's not going to make fun of her necessarily, mock her, but it is what they call it a teaching moment, right? It is a moment to teach. It is a moment to say, ladies, the Kim Fosters are going to tell you something that feels empowering. I could appreciate a young woman feeling empowered by sticking the biggest middle finger to men, to young men, right? She playing who she want to play. The old dudes are trying to pay her for her time. The young dudes don't have the money, so they try to give her all the time, right? I can appreciate, like, oh, give me a second. I'm muted you. My bad. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I can appreciate that, but there's a power in that, and it's a fleeting power. And then you wake up one day, and if you're lucky, you wake up Claudia Jordan, still somewhat attractive for her age, fairly attractive for her age, to be fair. Still got a couple of dollars, still famous enough in black circles. As a matter of fact, excuse my language, y'all. As a matter of fact, and I'll let you know that was a Freudian slip because what I'm about to say. As a matter of fact, knows the president, the U.S. president, on a first name basis, huh? So, yeah, I can appreciate the power. I can appreciate the sexual prowess, the sexual power of an attractive black woman. Especially you start making some money in your 20s. So you have the look, right? You have the money. You don't need no man. You can afford your own apartment in New York City or LA by yourself. No roommates, no man, no anything. Got your luxury car. No roommates, no man, no anything. I bet that is super empowering. Even with that, you going out, dudes trying to buy you drinks, huh? Yeah. Well, and then you wake up one day and not that many men are falling off the train when the train come into the station. As a matter of fact, very few men are coming off that train. And every year, less men come off that train. And then you got to turn around and say to the women, because this is what women do, you got to turn around and say to the women and lie to the younger women about how great you are and how this is working. At least Claudia Jordan didn't do that here. Yeah. For Ebony K. Williams' fault, at least she told Lauren, hey, you better try to find a man now. Don't be me. As bad as Ebony K. Williams is, she was on the Breakfast Club and she told Lauren, hey, I'm telling you. Huh? But the young women don't want to hear that because the young women swear they're not going to be you. And 20 and 25 years later, they are you. Right? What's going on, Better You?
What's happening, man?
What's up with you?
Interesting stream, man. Especially the part with Kyle. I feel like I catch almost all of his, but I missed that one. It is kind of weird because I feel like he would have to know, kind of, or have had some semblance of experiences that a lot of guys are talking about, and he seems so aloof. And I mean, he's only been married like what, 2 years?
Something like that. To Crystal, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so I was just like, it was kind of like, yo, it was like he was trying to be like a lefty Jordan Peterson all that shit rolled into one type of shit. I'm like, dude,
They're trying to sell us the same thing they sell the ladies. They're trying to intercept the manosphere and man advocacy talking points by telling us don't focus on the women, focus on yourself, go seek therapy, go do these things, and then you'll meet the women on the way. But as I keep on playing here, that's not even working for the women. That's why I'm playing these clips. It's not even working for the women. So you're trying to convince the men to do what's not even working for the women? What the hell? You just go in. That's not the landscape has changed, and I think Kyle knows that, right? And the reason why you might have missed it is because he was speaking about a clip from that Hayden McDougal guy, the racist little the dude that got slapped the hell up.
Yeah,
yeah. He was talking about that. So that guy was on he was on what's that guy's name out of Canada, the one that helped to found Vice. You know what I'm talking about. His face is right there. His face is right there. I can't get it out. But he was on his platform, if I'm not mistaken, and with Lily Gaddis, the little racist chick that was using the N-word all over the place. And they were just talking about women and white women in specific. And Hayden McDougal and Lily Gaddis was saying you're gonna have to wipe up these white hoes, right? Like, yeah, they're gonna have bodies on them. Yeah, they're you know, and like Lily Gaddis was saying, she said something like, it won't matter that it won't matter that she had bodies on her. In 100 years, your legacy would have gone on. You would have saved the white race. So it don't matter that she had, how many bodies on her. And so that's when Kyle is responding. He's doing a kind of play-by-play. He's responding and saying, like, what the hell are they talking about? Like, just go out there and live. But he didn't want to address the fact when Hayden McDougal was talking about don't be a virgin and end up with one of these women with all this sexual experience, because she gonna take over your life. She gonna dominate. Kyle didn't want to touch that part because he knows it's fucking true, right? And so obviously on the left, our prescription is weird. On the left, there's some weirdo stuff going on where all you want to tell the men is what's not working for the women. Go find yourself, go seek this bullshit ass feminized ass therapy. And then because you are one with yourself and you're in touch with yourself, and it's kind of cringe to want to be in a marriage, in an intimate relationship with a person, and a long-term intimate relationship with a person in your early 20s. Why the fuck would you ever do that? Right? Find yourself and just enjoy the journey of life, and then maybe in your fucking early or mid 30s, then you'll end up with someone. Get the fuck out of here. I can't help but have the contempt in my voice for this bullshit, because you could see it's not working for the women, and they're trying to sell this to the men now because they're trying to run ahead of us for the 2026 and 2028 election, and just trying to ease the men back into the fold while never saying anything to the ladies. And like, no, tell them hoes to starve or whatever the hell, because the men are not subsidizing these assholes. My apologies for the rant, but go ahead.
Nah, you're good. I mean, you pretty much said a lot of what I was feeling, but to me, it's like this: like, men know better because men are closer to the ground than everybody else. Black men times 10. So you not about to shoot me some fairy tale bullshit and get me to buy into it whole hog, because at the end of the day, if it doesn't work for me, I'm fucked beyond anything you can imagine, because there ain't no security, there ain't no safety net. Not like that for guys. Like, so I don't think it'll ever really truly be effective with the masses of guys, because we live the reality. Like, we're the ones who get called on. We're the ones who, we are the foundation for our families, for our friends. And we can't really buy in to a lot of these things because, frankly, if it doesn't work, not only is it failure for us immediately, it's failure for those connected to us. And yeah, I ain't buying what they selling.
No one is.
Who?
What's going on, Arena Reverse?
Afternoon, gentlemen. Happy days between Christmas and New Year's. That's you're sort of in a holiday season, but you're not really. So it's kind of that limbo period. Hey, great stream. I'm gonna shoot Kyle a little bit of bail, not a ton, just a little bit. From this context here is, I mean, if you look at someone like Hayden McDougal and Lily Gaddis, that looks like an SNL skit. It really does.
No, he's
but
right
that's
about that. It was very
yeah.
what's the word that it was like a caricature of like the people
Right.
that we talk about. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. He's I mean, Hayden McDougal. Let's be frank. He's Timo Fuentes. So, but he's easy to caricaturize, and this has been my point. And I think you have a similar observation to Z in that because we don't, as Dr. Tia-San Johnson would say, don't want to engage the data. You just always revert to the caricatures. You distill the entire cacophony of voices, this whole spectrum of voices we have within these spaces, both on the Black side and the broader manosphere, red pill, going back long. I mean, people were having these discussions from, Tom Likas to Ross Jeffries to Dr. Warren Farrell, going back 30 years. We have this broad spectrum, but you have to care if you caricaturize it. If you distill it down to the caricatures, you don't have to address the foundational argument, right? So it's just one of those things they have to do. It's a coping mechanism, and it's sort of a form of a dog whistle. Like, we're going to do the same thing that the ladies do. I mean, he would never be able to do this with a Passport OG video, right? Because there's too many receipts, right? Much of he would never be able to do with a Beast Mode Smooth is the best at it. I mean, the guys who do the reaction videos, because if you show most of the people in our space, somebody made a good point. There's really no gender war. It's just women saying things and dumb shit and responding to it. And that's how it is in the social media era. When I was writing about these things, I had to write about broader concepts. Like in the 90s, we would just see news reports because there was no social media. So the broader, there was a broader bit of plausible deniability. There's no plausible deniability anymore when you see these like dating rights. Destro, right? They all have the receipts. And in fact, one thing I love about Destro is he has receipts from women, and he'll have the same women like 6 or 7 months or 2 or 3 years later, right? The exact same woman, changing her tooth, right? And you can't caricaturize that. You can't caricaturize a Dr. Farrell, a Dr. Christina Hoff Summers, a Dr. Tony Curry, a Dr. Tommy Curry. There's a lot of people you can't do that with. Even hell, you can't really caricaturize Rollo, even though he has his issues. But I would say his first 2 years of writings in the Rational Male website from 2011 to 2012, I would give that to any dude to go over just to understand the foundational concepts where he really digs into the weeds, right? Sans the right-wing politics that have been the hallmark of his video persona now. So that's my kind of point. But I do like one thing. I do like what you did, and I feel the same way. Is this is not a time to laugh at people like Claudia Jordan? I mean, look, Claudia, Melissa Ford, they brought us joy, man. Claudia, Melissa in her videos, Claudia in her in some of the content she's done in the past, and I interact on social media with one of Vivica and Lisa Ray's best friends, Jasmine Lewis, she was Ice Cube's wife in the barbershop, right? And she's been married for about 12 or 15 years. And we love to see Black women like that. We love to see women like Kelly Rowland have beautiful families and get married. And to see someone fall off like that, we all have that inner simp that we try to keep suppressed, right? Like Dr. Hyde or like Mr. Hyde, and that always wells up because as men we just have an innate response to a woman in misfortune, which is something we have to tamp down. But yeah, it does make you sad to see them on the back end like that. and you want to see them having done well. But this is the life you chose, as they said in the old mob movie. So I'm gonna let my plane right there.
Going back to what you're saying about scarcity, you can't really
Can't hear you, Z. Can't hear you. Can't hear you, Z. Can't hear you.
Okay, give me a second. I think I know what happened. Yeah, I know. Okay, there we go.
There
Can
you
hear me
go.
now?
There you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, how do you debate this?
What if black women were supposed to be the leaders and black men are just supposed to protect with their muscles and use their listening ears and carry out instructions?
Like
Show me
going
your
to what you were
results.
saying about debate, like you can't debate that. You can't. What can you say to her saying that? Because what ends up happening is with the manosphere, with the black manosphere in specific, they act like we're speaking to ourselves. And you even saw this with Kevin. That's what I found so fascinating. Not surprising because I expected them not to have a conversation with us in good faith. But the way Kevin was perceived, or at least spoken of, and for the uninitiated, was as if Kevin was giving monologues, or Kevin was just on his channel, and women would go in looking for love and the right man, right? And Kevin would bombard them and hit them over the head with all this sexist drivel about some old patriarchal, they gotta bow down type talk. They never spoke of it honestly, that women were calling into Kevin Samuels looking for rich men to subsidize their lifestyle. And then all the other talk of quote unquote love and all that other stuff came secondary, third, fourth, eighth, 57th on the list of things that they care about. Right? Like, and so I don't think these people are not addressing us in good faith. Kyle, on one hand, I don't think Kyle really appreciates what the hell is going on right now, because he's in a leftist bubble, number one. Number two, because he's with Crystal, and his dynamic is different. Look, I'm one of those folks that I can admit when I have a unique situation, and I know when I'm lucky. So I know, okay, look, I'm gonna say this, but appreciate I got lucky. Like I say that right now. I say that about me and my lady right now, right? And but when you look at the cows, they think that he can replicate what he's talking about. The vast majority of women are not ending up with no dude that are less than them and that's younger than them as marriage material. Crystal is with Kyle. Kyle is younger than her, and he don't have he didn't walk into the marriage with the type of money she has. With that, he's making pretty damn good money on YouTube. That's for sure. Because Kyle been in the game for over a decade, and he making pretty damn good money on YouTube. But if Kyle and Crystal, me and you said this before, if Kyle and Crystal were regulars, the likeliness that she would have married him, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck. And so once again, you can't even recreate your situation if both of y'all had less money. And you think that you can prescribe what you're saying to the masses of us? This is the case. I'm not against men going to seek therapy. I'm not against men actually working on themselves, appreciating who they are, what they like, not chasing after skirt everywhere and all times. With that, this solution, quote unquote solution, that, as I said before, isn't working for the women that we're now saying to the men because some weirdo feminist told us that the best thing that these young people need to do is go to therapy and be in touch with themselves. That's not how men work. You can sell that shit to the women. It ain't gonna work for the men. It's not even working for the women. Yeah, so I know I'm going on a rant right now, but look, I don't know about Kyle in particular, whether it's good faith or not. I do think they're trying to head us off with this type of talk, and I don't think it's gonna work, because even before we get to the intimacy conversation, well, part of the intimacy conversation is, as I keep on stressing to everyone, marriage is a sign of stability, and for my age group and down, the folks that are getting married and staying married largely correlates with, yes, college education, but more importantly, as Attica Sperian said from TYT, college educated folks with high incomes. So the college education isn't even good enough. And so we're making stability and the symbols of stability luxury items. And all that therapy talk and all this other talk, to me at least, sounds like coping mechanisms. That's all it sounds like, right? So
It's
yeah, I'm sorry to rant on.
it's funny because to encapsulate what you said about replicating your situation. Look, we're in the left wing punditry in terms of our algorithm, and there's only so many hotties in there, right? And how they like Emma Vigeland, maybe Anna Kasparian, particularly when she was younger. Crystal's in that realm. I mean, look, she's in her 40s, but she's still fine. But and Kyle got one.
I like
right?
Bree.
Kyle,
I like Bree. Bree's a cutie to me.
Well, Bree's and Bree's. I'm talking about amongst the white females, but Bree's. Bree's
Oh,
is the
yeah,
top
yeah.
of the list as far as I'm concerned. Speaking of Bree, and you brought up good faith. I sent you an email yesterday.
I saw it. And it's funny because I clicked on it. It's in my history, and then when you sent it to me, I was like, okay, so I definitely got to watch it because you're not the only one. There's a couple of y'all that sent it to me actually. I haven't watched it yet. I'm gonna watch it.
Now that's one you got to break down, and you got to. We, as Jim Rome like to say, we have to sometimes smack our own. You know, I mean, how do you just? It was just sad to see what they did. They just punked Ryan Grimm on that shit, man.
And I think that's okay. What's going to keep on happening is that the left is going to keep on telling us that they're not the sexist party. The right is the party of the sexist, the misogynist, the retrograde patriarchs. Right? That's what they're going to keep on telling us. And then you're going to see situations like what you're talking about with Bree and the young lady I saw. I think she was 19 or 18 or something. But yeah. So yeah, I mean, you know. I could see the exact what's the word I wanted the I could see the not the weariness on Ryan Grimm's face. What's the word I'm looking for? Exasperation. Yeah, on Ryan Grimm's face. That's the word. That's the word.
The exasperation, the resignation. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's the word I was looking for on Ryan Grimm's face. So I'm gonna watch it.
Because even the most reasonable women in other aspects, like I said, Bree is brilliant on politics, but there's certain areas where certain women just become deranged, right? We as black men know that when we're hanging out in our spaces, going to parties, going to clubs with black people, going to events, having conversations, there's certain things about white women that we can't bring up because our women will lose their freaking minds. I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, we just cannot do it. One of the most recent examples is I'm a big sports guy, so it was fascinating to watch the Caitlin Clark thing, right? Because we had this white girl who was really good, and she became famous because she was really good and really exciting to watch. And a whole lot of people were watching the movie, watching the women's Final Four like they never had before because she's really exciting to watch. And then in the championship game, a sister named Angel Reese just taunts her with the John Cena, and now all of a sudden we got a whole bunch of black women that are Angel Reese fans, right? And good old Angel Reese, I mean, she turned into a bag, right? But it's like, even some of the great female black women were like Cheryl Swoops was saying, well, it took her 5 years. No, she only played 4 years. They became deranged about this white girl who was good and didn't.
Go into what you're saying. Bree. I've watched every single, at least the parts that she puts on her public page. Not the stuff that she had membership and paywalls, but every show she's done about relationships and about her dating woes, I've watched all of them. And yeah, no, there is something to be said about professional black women in particular that find difficulty in ending up with professional black men. And and I just want to say to them, we don't owe you shit. Ooh, goddamn. Right. And I just want to say, I'm Mr. Z's not a professional. I'm definitely blue collar all the way. But I just want to say this to the ladies, like, if y'all not on our program, and I don't give a fuck, and I'm cursing up a storm, I know, I don't give a fuck what you earn and what I earn. If you're not on my program, then you're out there in the elements to make it work with whoever the hell you can make it work with. If it's a foreign black, shout out to all of my Nigerian cats and Haitians and Jamaicans and South Africans and Ethiopians, Somalians, etc. If it's a white man, cool. If it's an Asian, South Asian, East Asian, cool. If it's indigenous, cool. Latino, cool. And if you end up with another woman, cool. If you end up single and telling us you okay with it, cool. But if you're not on my program, then fuck everything you gotta say. And the problem that the ladies have is that they're angry that they're trying to come with us with all this weird experimental relationship shit. And the masses of men, particularly black men, are like, yeah, about that. Nah, I'm good. We don't owe you experimenting with this queering your relationship. We don't owe you that. I don't know who the hell told you we was gonna do that, and I don't know who the hell told y'all was on the right side of history, or you were morally superior to us, and your view of how these relationships should work was the right view. I don't know who told you that, but when you come over here with it, I'm not going. And look, and most black men are not going. Exhibit A, the marriage rate in the black community, particularly for black women.
But Z, they chose the bear.
You say that.
And the bear is choosing them too, though. I mean, they don't like it though.
So what they're saying is that the bear is not giving them 100%. The bear is not calling them. The bear is not paying for bills. The bear is not taking them grocery shopping and eating their groceries.
Let me show you what the bear look like.
No bear necessities.
Thank you. No bear. Exactly. Let me show you what the bear look like. This is what the bear look like out here in the elements. That it is. It is cold. That
But
it is.
see, they're coming around when they get about 50. They're coming around when they hit that 50. I mean, even your girl Chili, no scrubs. She seems like she's with a scrub right now because the guy she's with says he's making $13,000. So the only way he's gonna be hollering at somebody is he's in the car with in somebody else's car.
Passenger side on your best man's ride.
Exactly.
Isn't one of them have an OnlyFans? One of them, these old broads, who's in their 50s having an OnlyFans like that? Am I right?
Oh, I don't know.
That girl.
Probably.
Yeah. There's a few. Stacey Dash is one.
Stacey.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Chick that did Bernie Mac. What's her name? The dark skin one. Because I used to.
Oh yeah.
She was fine, bro.
Yeah, Camille Wimbush, I believe her name. She's in her 30s.
Yeah.
She's not that old.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was
with that.
She's in her 40s.
Yeah.
You know,
we
don't. This is the thing for me. I don't really want to see the ladies go through it. Believe it or not. Like I know that's like the simping Z, and everybody says it like Z. You be too tender-hearted for these ladies. I don't want to see it, but I know they're gonna go through it. We document every single situation that happens with them. This is the thing. If you gave me the middle finger at 13 years old, I'm not holding on to that. I'm not one of y'all bitter ass sisters that's mad about who didn't choose you when you were 14. With that, if you give me the middle finger at 23, that's a different conversation. At 25 and 27, that's a different conversation. At 32, that's a different conversation. You don't get to spin the block at 45, right? At 45 and 48 and 52, angry at the world because of what didn't work out for you, because you thought that you was gonna go out here and be what's her name off of Sex in the City, and you were gonna still somehow magically end up with the baller dude, or you just want to be so good financially that you're gonna have some boy toy that you chip off and you buy PlayStation 5s for to come through and knock the cobwebs out, but you would have had no kids. You would have been good with your life, because that's not the case for the masses of women, namely black women. Now there's some type of like, could we queer our relationships where like you're like financially obligated to me, but I don't really got to do anything you're talking about? And like, that's what the ladies are trying to do. You're financially obligated to me. You got to subsidize me. You got to pay for me. But I get to tell you, kiss my ass when I want to. Fuck out of here. Bitch, die. Starve. Go figure it out.
Camille Wimbush is 35, by the way. Just point out. I just looked it up. Yeah, so the girl from Bernie Mac. Yeah.
We had that stuff. We had that in the United States. It's called slavery. They want you to be slaves to them, bro. Like for me, I personally don't have any more like quote unquote tears to give. Like I don't know if you've seen that show like Gumball before, but he was like, I have no more shame to give. Like for me, I had no more shame to give because like once I kind of already put you on the white supremacist side of the board,
Too different.
for me, I'm so
Indigo,
serious. Well, my bad,
Indigo
sorry.
is over here. Right? No, you good, Zula. My bad. I'm the one who interrupted you. But Indigo said, "This ain't my Benz. This ain't my Benz here. It's my man's. Yeah, but this ain't my car. Like this ain't your hair." Which is the no pigeons part of the a response to No Scrubs, which was also a banger. Shout out to Sporty Thief. Shout out to Sporty Thieves.
Yeah.
Right, like that was a great response, right? And I got to do the No Scrubs. Shout out to Buckeye fan. I know I still got to do the No Scrubs. It's been like 2.5, 3 years. I got to get to it. I know. And shout out to Compassion, who's still. I know Compassion over here still waiting on the what's his name? Powell memo, the Lewis Powell memo, which is pretty much a document where they admit that they're going to wage class warfare on us and they're going to take everything. And I'm 50 years late out, and they want. Go ahead.
Chilly's out there working hard trying to get her play to Broadway. She's out there trying to get the No Scrubs, what is it, a TLC thing out in Broadway.
TLC.
She's working hard. Homeboy just lay on the couch like, I'm just chilling and stuff like
you
that.
See that, and I'm glad you said that because who covered it? Was it Pastor OG that covered it? I can't remember who covered it, but it was Pastor OG. Okay.
Yeah.
So look, this is exactly what he did to the ex-wife. This is exactly what he did.
He got priors. He got priors.
Yeah.
Matthew Lawrence has priors, man, and that's what's so funny.
I didn't know that. I didn't know
that's
that.
That's what I'm saying. We said Cheryl Burke, so she was a breadwinner before, so he essentially has priors, right? So it's like he's been that guy before. But piggybacking on what you said about men holding on to things, and there was this tonight's conversation where the young lady was saying, who's now a single mom, says, we were victims too, and we had the drug dealers.
Oh yeah. I played that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so my friend Donovan Sharp, he says men have to build value, women have to preserve value. So when we are told we are lacking, when we are like 16, 17, we build ourselves up. I remember the process with myself, right? I remember being a dark-skinned dude who didn't have much swag but was a little tall, right? And this was the era of Christopher Williams and El DeBarge and LL Cool J and all the light-skinned
niggas. Yeah, the waffle-colored brothers. The waffle-colored brothers.
Yes, man, and then there it is. And then I pick up that I remember hearing a song and it was called "Ain't No Half Steppin'" by Big Daddy Kane. And then I bought the cassette single and I looked at the dude and he was tall like me and he was dark like me, right? And so I'm like, you know what? Dark-skinned niggas can be fly too. So I started working on my cuts, on my gear, and by the time I was 17, I was back to my Mac game was starting to get up. By the time I was 18, my Mac game was on point, right? And I had a good run through my late teens and 20s. I built myself up. With women, it's very, very different. You just have to, by the time, if you transition wrongly as a woman, all you can do is preserve value, because by the time you're 10 years down the road, sometimes you have a kid or two. And yeah, I'm not holding what happened when I was in my teens against you, but that kid by some dude I don't know, right? Who could come out, who could pop. That's what I'm holding against you. God bless you, and I hope you guys are doing all right. But that's a different factor. I didn't improve. In other words, you did not improve yourself, right? If you were in a corporate world and you had a good job, or you were just a regular woman working at the store, but you still look good, yeah, maybe we can in the 20s we can make it do what it do. But you have decreased your value, and I've increased mine, and that's not personal, young lady. That's not personal, honey. So,
that's all it is.
I was going to say, women have the life
I get a chance to finish.
For men, it's on.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Hard.
Go let turn around. Go ahead, and then we got you. So I promise you, I'm gonna give you time. Go ahead, I'm turning around.
And yeah, if you want to be successful, it's on super hard in this world. So I was just telling some guy in Colombia. I was in Colombia, just came back today, and he was he was a little depressed or whatever, little 20-year-old guy, and I was telling him, man, you got to get it done. You got to go out there and work. You got to make this money. I mean, he got some beautiful women. But I'm like, look, ain't gonna work out if you ain't, if you don't have anything to offer them. If you want to get some stuff done, you're gonna have to do it. You're gonna have to go out here and work 2 or 3 jobs. You're young. I said the women going to be there. You got to get yourself together because for men, life is just not. Women have it easy. Women work on easy mode. Men are on hard. And if you want to be successful, it's on super hard. So that's just the way it is, and you just got to be tough, and you got to make it happen. And I was just trying to get him to, you
Exactly.
got to, no depression, no sit down, get it done because that's just ain't nobody crying for men.
I think I look at this vastly different than the rest of y'all, man. Because what I kind of I'm Roger school of thought. When I started talking to women, I started kind of getting to the reality of that her cost and everything that I want her to do for me is free. I thought I had to do what was it cost and benefit benefit analysis on everything, literally everything, right? So like now I kind of changed my dating strategy to how women do. I go for the highest bidder. Like I know that sound. I go for the female's highest bidder, right? So what you gonna do for me, Chad? Right? And if I really talk to a chick and she got little to nothing she can't do for me or do better than me than the average chick that I'm where I'm from, I really don't deal with them. I just put you on a back shot list, and I treat you like as a back shot kind of woman. For me, I think we're really looking at this wrong instead, right? Because you would either be a woman of value, you're gonna be on the back shot list, or you gonna be one of the like I got the throwaway hoes, right? You see what I'm saying? That's what I personally call it, right? And you get to choose which position you want to play in, let's say, right? And at the end of the day, like I keep saying, everything you want me to do for you costs. Everything everything you do for me is free. So you won't have to be doing something extra for me. I just really kind of look at it differently, but that's just me personally.
No, you know what though, Zulu? With the way you categorize the ladies, it's how men categorize ladies in general, and the ladies know it. They just don't like the outcome. The ladies don't like the outcome. That's the only problem they have, bro. They don't like the outcome. They do what they want to do. They just don't like the cost of it on the other end. And when I'm
Yeah,
saying that, I'm
exactly.
not just talking about the hood sisters or the uneducated sisters. I'm talking about all of them. All of them. They just no.
All of them.
This is the thing. People got to be honest about women's autonomy costs them in a society where other people have their autonomy too. And this is what they keep on running into. You have the right to do whatever you want to do within legal bounds, and so do I. And so maybe what it looked like for me to do what I want to do is not end up with you when we're both successful. I don't owe you that. I don't owe you power couple dreams, right? Maybe I don't owe you when you finally get your head out your ass and you're like, okay, you know what? Maybe I'm shooting too far up. Maybe I do want to end up dating someone like Z. I don't owe you taking you for consideration, regardless of your look, regardless of your income and your status. I don't owe you none of that.
But
Mrs. I
let me
got
say
cussed out
this.
yesterday.
Why not? Why when if or when I reach my 50s, I got some good money. Why should I be with the younger title better? Why should I be with the old heads with the saggy tits and ass? Why
Ain't
can't
you a black woman?
I have a young type 20, 22, 25? Why not? What's wrong with that?
But
Or black.
here's the thing, though. Even if we go there, Bruce Wayne, even if the ladies are young looking, even if you're dealing with one of the, because we have that in the black community. You have 40 something year olds that damn near look 28. You have 50 something year olds that look 35. We have that. That's the one thing I will say. A nice fit, attractive black woman. That's what she has. But you don't owe her that anyway. I don't give a fuck that you 48 looking like you 35, bitch. I don't owe you nothing. And I want to stress that to say this, and it's not to be spiteful or rageful or angry, ladies. You can't limit other people's freedom because you realize you might have messed up. You can't you if you want to double back, there's nothing wrong with that. You got to find the men that are okay with being in a relationship with you at 52 years old, childless, you have your own proclivities, you stuck in your ways. You have to find the men who are 55 and 62 and 58 years old who want to deal with you at 52 years old. If not, then maybe you might want to deal with somebody younger and you paying for the P, right? I think they just don't appreciate that we don't owe them. I always start the conversation off like this, and that's just how I should have did it earlier. Ladies, you owe us nothing. We know that. It's painful how often y'all say that shit. You owe us nothing, not consideration, not a smile, not taking advantage of us with foodie calls. not what's the thing when they lie about how they look, not
Catfish.
not
Catfish.
swordfish, catfish. Yeah, catfish. You don't owe us not catfishing us. I want to say swordfish so bad. You don't owe us not catfishing us. You don't owe us you don't owe us any of that, right? We appreciate that. It we appreciate it as men. Do y'all appreciate that? We don't owe you relationship. We don't owe, and I always love saying this. We don't owe you elevating to whatever status you think you are at that we're not at to be viable to you. We don't owe you that. I see women, they're running around there, they're crying out, and that's what much of what Marie was doing when she was on Oprah with Scott Galloway was like, where are the men on my level? We don't owe you being on your level, bitch. Like, I don't know what to tell you. We don't owe you that. And I don't, it's not about being spiteful. It is about saying, if you have your autonomy and you don't have to lose the weight, and you said you like who you are. That's what Marie said, right? You like who you are. I'm not here to tell you don't like who you are. I just move along. I don't like the way you look. You're a little too fluffy for me as a white redhead. I'm gonna keep on pushing. And if I think that as a black man, you could imagine what the masses of white men, particularly six-figure earning white men, think. I'm not saying you can't catch you one of them on a lucky day. Maybe you could get one of them to marry you, but the likeliness though, and that's what you're running into.
And what does she have to offer, Z? Are you kind? Are you sweet? Do you cook? Do you clean?
Look,
What are you
I
offering
played
me?
that. Turn around. I played that clip over and over again. What about her face show you kind?
Exactly. So I
Or
mean,
sweet.
Thank you.
exactly.
AZ.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's over. It's
What's going
over.
on? Louis said it's over.
Look. This is George Bush landing the fighter jet on the aircraft carrier. Mission is accomplished.
Mission
Ladies and
accomplished on the
gentlemen,
carrier
we
jet.
got them. Bin Laden has been killed. They are a critical mass. Now, what all we have to do is continue to navigate, adapt to this changing environment, and be the best person we could be. All they're going to do is cry and fuss. That's all they know what to do.
Say that.
It's
Louis, let
over.
me address this. The trail says fluffy girls not sexy. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I give black fluffy girls a pass more than I would ever give a white fluffy girl. I don't even understand a white fluffy woman.
I
What the
don't.
fuck are you doing with your life? I don't understand. I, I,
Nah,
I'll
nah.
give a black fluffy girl a pass over a white fluffy girl any day, all day, any day. Especially one with a cute face. I don't even understand a white fluffy girl. What the fuck? So you're not gonna just maximize your whiteness? Why are you white and fluffy? Fuck are you doing with your life?
Have
What
you
are you
been to
doing?
And
Africa?
and and
No,
also see
hold on,
light
hold
skin
on.
stand up.
No, Mr. Z, have you been to Africa?
No.
Have you get her a pass, bro? Because the thing is, if you've been to West Africa, I've seen, bro. Get them a pass because it's like, bitch, I know where you come from. I know genetically who you descend from. Bitch, I can't take this half-assery, bro. Like I'm seeing women who booty so big I can pick four red cups on their booty, bro. From the back all the way to the end. And they 130 pounds. And I'm seeing the chick that's like 120 or 150 or 160 talking about I can't make it. Nah. Seeing that on a daily basis, and you
Zulu
come
said,
back
I,
here.
I know you from the homeland. I know what you supposed to look like, bitch.
Don't fool me. So when I be seeing these chicks, they be like, "Oh my god, I ain't got no ass." I go over to across the pond. I'm looking at her cousin necessarily do 5 squats, and she already there. I'm looking at her like, "Oh, bitch, you just lazy." Because I know where you genetically come
Yeah,
from. I know you
I
just
agree.
lazy.
No, I agree with the laziness. I think it's laziness, and I think
Yeah,
it's a certain level of defeated. Go ahead, Booker.
the white girl, what's her name? Anne Marie. What was her name?
A Marie, yeah,
Is that her
A
name?
Marie.
A Marie. And I wonder, is she married? Is she related to someone who was like affiliated with that show? Because I'm flabbergasted why they would put an overweight white woman into the position of representing essentially all white women of that particular background. Because like white guys of any substantial uh, worth are pursuing fat white women. So she's not, I mean, it seemed kind of farcical that they even used her in that particular segment.
But does it, Black Uru? Because the average weight of American women writ large is what, 169, and Black women in specific is like 186 or 189. So like she might be a bit more representative of
But
your average white woman
but
than
when you
somebody that's a
show
bit more slim.
but when you show her maybe the average, but certainly not the average upper middle class white woman is not that size.
Good point.
I know those women, and they're not at 27 years old, maybe at 47, but not at 27. That's not typical
Yeah,
at
I
all
agree.
of a 27-year-old supposedly upper middle class white woman. So the white guys are looking at her and they're checking out the moment they look at her. So they're not even really paying attention to what she's saying.
And that's why she's up there. That's exactly why she's up there. That's why she's up there. That's because they are
Yeah,
checking out
but
when she
no,
start talking.
I get why she's in the position she's in. I'm just like the producers of that show. I'm like, are you all serious? I mean, you guys don't see the obvious problem that she has?
Well, Black Rule, what happens when you start to smell your own farts and think that it smells like daisies? Like Andre
I'm not
3000 has
talking
something to
about
say
her
about this,
though.
right?
I'm
No, no,
talking
no, no.
about the
I'm not
producers
talking
of
about her. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about that whole worldview that has now convinced. I don't think it's as much as they like to lead on, but I think a number of folks have truly convinced themselves that beauty comes in all shapes and sizes, right?
yeah, but
And so
I
go ahead.
don't think if we were talking about black people, if that was like a black show, I could understand it. I don't think we're at anywhere near that place where the average white guy wants a fat white woman. I don't think we're anywhere near that. I don't care what they have marketed. We are not there in America that I see.
I can't say I disagree. I actually agree with that. I just think
The
that
the
they're.
the the,
I
the, the
think that.
white the
Go ahead.
go ahead. I was
Go
saying the
no. Go
white
ahead. Go ahead.
to Black Uru's point, the white boys have been very very clear about that shit. When they were trying to push like what was it, Ashley Graham, I mean they were on the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue, and the white boys was out there trolling hard,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I mean, Ashley Graham probably is popular with black dudes, but she ain't popular with no white dudes.
She's popular with women. She's popular with women.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying if we were talking about men, she'd be much more popular with black men than she would be with white men.
Let me run some interference on behalf of Anne Marie. Anne Marie, right? She loses 15 pounds. I'm not even gonna push it to 20. She loses 20 pounds. She comes with good intention. She cooks. She clean. She cleans the pipe very well. She got some good head game and a good head on her shoulder. And she speaks French. I don't know. I don't know if she's that not salvageable.
These
Know what I'm
white
saying?
tech boys would take her. These white tech boys up here in
Yeah,
Seattle would take her in a second.
easy.
Yeah,
In a
If she,
second.
if Amory, if
the way
Amory
that y'all are
lost.
discarding her, I'm looking at her face and like, she ain't that bad.
Wait.
You know what I mean?
No, no.
Especially she
Here's what I'm
has
saying.
pretty feet.
If
I mean,
if
she
Amory
ain't got
lost
no
20
jungle feet.
pounds,
Hey,
real
I'm
quick, real
saying
quick.
because
If Amory,
she's her face is like a good 5, which is pretty much the what you would call where most of married women comes from. Most married women are from 3s to 6. She's a 5 in the face. Okay,
Ain't no three, bro. Ain't no three, bro.
you've never seen
Honest
a
to say,
married
Wipe the
woman
threes.
who's a
We
yeah.
got
Hello?
you've never seen that in your life. A married
Oh,
woman
damn it.
who's a 3 in the face. and she has a whole husband at home.
I
You've never
seen
seen that.
my bad. My bad. I've seen a man with a three before, but that man was on the three before. He also was quote unquote right. He wasn't in poverty. He was homeless.
Okay, fine, no problem. But most the most married women are at threes and six. That's where they ranges for the most part. So yes, I've seen
Of
plenty
course, that.
of threes who are married. When I
There are
say
women who are
threes,
average. There are women who are average in the face, and if they have a brick shit house body and a good attitude, that really boosts them up. I've seen it, so
yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
Yeah, like I
So
said, so he technically would be like a iron body, so she would get boosted up to like.
she comes with that food. She comes with a nice attitude, and she's willing to lose 15 pounds. And she goes to the gym somewhat regularly. She's showing effort to improve herself. She speaks French. She might even go 50-50. She's not giving you no attitude, no lip, nothing. And she speaks French. Oh, come on, man. Man, we're going. I'm going. I know I'm going.
Let's be
I don't know what
real.
you're talking about.
A white
I'm
man
going straightforward
a white man
because
would
what I'm
require
seeing
her.
ain't nothing better going
Wait,
on.
wait, wait, wait,
Trust me.
wait. Bruce Wayne, let Black Rule go.
Especially
Go ahead, Black Rule.
she doesn't have any children.
Bruce Wayne,
You know
let
what I'm
Black
saying?
Rule go real quick.
He doesn't have any children.
A white
Maybe she went to the chop shop once or twice in her life,
can he hear?
and that's
Can
it.
he
So,
hear
Anne
anyone?
Marie, if she comes with good
Hey,
attitude,
bro, can you hear us?
yeah, I
Bruce
can hear
Wayne,
you.
can you not hear Black Rule?
Is
Let
that
Black Rule
Z?
go real quick and then you got it.
Black Rule has the floor.
Yeah, that's me.
A
I don't know if
white
you can hear me.
a white man would require her for her to have a shot. Oh, upper middle class, upper middle class white girl, at the very least, would require her to have liposuction and a facelift for her to have a chance. I mean, I'm talking about for real. You know, I don't know what you all are talking about, but a upper middle class white guy for a young woman at that, we're not even talking about a woman who is in her 40s, has been married, whatever, divorced or whatever. So you're kind of grading her on the curve. No, this is a 20-some-year-old woman. If she doesn't have get lipo and a facelift, she is out of the game that she want to get into. She has no chance of getting in that game. And that's why I said I almost felt like they were trolling America presenting her in that particular position.
Like I really believe that they are cholos. But like the group of elites that already got their stuff together, they already know this shit is fucked. You know, you can't make a 360-degree
Galloway
turn.
basically told her she didn't have no shot to get what she wanted. He basically told her that. He basically told her, be happy with what you got, be happy with your friends, whatever, it ain't coming. He basically told her that.
Yeah.
Reincarnated, basically, like Kevin Samuels told that lady, be reincarnated.
Can you guys hear me now?
Me, because I don't think nobody hears me. Hold on.
Yeah, we hear you, Z.
I hear you.
Okay, perfect. But yeah, keep going, Black Rule, because I agree with you. To a certain that they were kind of troll. I don't know if I agree with the trolling, but I definitely agree with Galloway saying, yeah, this is about as good as you get. You might have to get comfortable single.
No, he was trolling. My bad, because I don't know if y'all can hear me, but he was definitely trolling her because
I
he
can hear
already
you. Go
knew
ahead.
that the game, because you can't make a 360-degree turn necessarily when you already 70% there. Like if you really want to be honest, like if you're talking about their adult life and necessarily in a position they already in, a lot of these women like 30, 35 years old. Realistically, they can't make an about face turn necessarily because they already spent 20 years of their life being a hoe. You can't just about face and not be no hoe after 20 plus years of fucking. Like you just can't do this. So they basically already out there. They just don't know or want to admit to themselves that I fucked my life up.
Yeah, the upscale type of white, the upscale upper middle class type of white girl that that's that has a chance to really be elevated to be a wife looks something like an Erica Kirk, right? About 32, but you look at her at 22. That's about but I mean, Anne-Marie has that baby weight on her now, and she hasn't had a kid yet. So her only shot, and to my point earlier, is someone like some of these tech dudes who didn't have chicks before they had money, and once they got 28, look at a guy like Bill Gates, for example, right? His wife isn't very fetching, and neither is Mackenzie Bezos. But for the most part, most of those men who are in that upper tier, that upper top 5%, they were frat boys and they were dealing with pretty frat girls in college, and they're not going to take a dip backwards. Sorry, once they
That's
got money.
as
No,
a tech dude, that's an
not at
absolute
all.
negative. If you're talking about Anne Marie 27, the leprechaun, nah, that's no.
Oh, we're
That's
brothers. We're brothers. Okay, we're different. Okay, you know the type of dude I'm talking about, right? The white dude who sees you with a badass white chick and starts dirty macking on you, right?
oh yeah. But I mean, even the single white dudes ain't taking her either, because like I said before, she's on that show for a reason.
Yeah.
She's had access to all these white dudes, and you saw the picture she was sharing. Clearly, she's in like in a public figure settling. She must be some journalist or something, because in the pictures there was some cameras or whatever, and she was doing an interview. So she's been around white dudes, and they ain't picking up the tab. So
she's probably a PA. She's probably a production assistant of some sort.
yeah,
Yeah.
like given the picture she was sharing, nah, it's a no go, and that's most women. But the thing is, most women look like Anne Marie. Most average women look just like her. But that's why Claudia Jordan's message is viral, because you don't have enough women like Claudia Jordan to being honest and telling them that.
I thought I had time. And you know what I just realized that I said, and I didn't realize the weight of what I said earlier? I did say she knows the president on a first name basis. And so for me, my tinfoil, now that I put my tinfoil hat on, my tinfoil kufi and do-rag on, I wonder what's informing this. I thought I had time and I didn't. Is that just Claudia Jordan, or is there some breadcrumbs back to somewhere important?
Women in
It's
their own families are
always
telling them that shit too. Women in their own families, friends, is telling them that stuff. It's not even just media. It's spreading throughout. Even women who are older, it's the older women telling them that stuff. There was somewhere along Claudia Jordan's life, there was an older woman who told her that same stuff, and now here she is. Fast forward 30 years, 20 to 30 years later, give or take, when she first got that advice. And that's a lot of women today. A lot of them. This is
But
your dating
I
market.
looked up Claudia Jordan. She was briefly married about 15 years ago. She was married. And she was married, to a black dude. Some kind of actor or something.
Really?
Yeah. And interestingly, what was interesting
Black
thing that
World
came
with
up
the scoop.
was there was a TMZ thing that came up on that marriage, where apparently she claimed the guy had defrauded her because she tried to get the marriage annulled. They were married only a few months, but about 15 years ago, she apparently was married to a black actor, dude, good looking dude, and
The Terry
apparently
Turner or something
she
like
saw
that.
something, and apparently he wasn't what he presented himself to be, and she quickly got out of the marriage. So it would be, what was often troublesome to me when I observed social media, particularly when you have these high profile interviews, is most people who are getting these interviews, they're not very good interviewers. And frankly, part of the problem is that they're young and inexperienced, so they're just kind of listening to the person talk and not really asking some questions. Like, I mean, this woman is talking about failing at marriage or whatever, and somehow it doesn't come up in the interview that she had actually been married at some point. I mean, to me, that's an important bit of information to come up in a discussion about marriage, particularly at failure at marriage. But it's a
Yeah,
lot
yeah. I
of,
mean, they buried the lead.
I'm gonna do the
They buried the
ageism.
lead. Yeah.
I'm gonna do the
I
ageism thing here, but in reverse for a moment to accentuate a point, and that is, you young folks, y'all, a lot of times y'all lack the wisdom to ask some very important and relevant questions, man.
I don't think it's that. I
Wait, wait,
actually
wait,
believe that these
wait, wait,
people
wait,
know
Zula,
better.
wait, Zula, wait, before we go to that, because we're gonna spin the block back to you. So go into that black group because okay, now that we know that she's married, because I didn't realize that. And I've watched Claudia Jordan. Oh man, on and off for since she was on RMC, right? That's how I first heard of her. No, not RMC, sorry. When she was on Foxhole. Um, yeah. So now that we know that she's been married, how does that change maybe some of the ways we view her, or at least view her relationship status?
well, hold on before that, but we have to keep in mind that some of these interviews, like these high profile interviews with these interviewees, they probably like do briefs on questions that they're going to be
Exactly.
asked.
That's
So,
exactly what happens. That's exactly what happens.
so
You go to the place.
she probably elected to not even talk about that for the
Mm-hmm.
context of this particular person.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's
That's
probably why
exactly
the
what
question
happened.
wasn't asked.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean
that's it.
that's entirely possible. That's entirely
That's the
possible.
norm.
But
That's what happened.
it does make for some very dubious discussion. If we're actually talking about marriage, this woman is going in depth about her inability to secure a husband, and we're going to leave out the fact that dead smack in the middle of your 30s, you actually were married to a guy. You know, it just opens up a bunch of questions about, you know,
Yeah.
what's really going on here, what's being
And to your
Black
point,
presented.
Uru.
and to the point you brought up, Black Guru, apparently she mentioned that he didn't quote unquote represent himself the way he should have. And I'm looking at his IMDb, and being from California and knowing the movie industry, it's like not everybody's still. You don't have to be Steven Spielberg to make a lot of money in Hollywood. Like you can make a lot of money with a lot of direct-to-video stuff. He's been working, man. I'm looking at his stuff, man. He's been able to produce films and such. So the question is, what the hell was she looking for, right? Did he have to be Ryan Coogler?
When you look at
These
his
folk be lying. Like
repertoire,
y'all really
when you
believe
look
the
at his
lies. That be
repertoire,
killing me the most part. Because at the end of the day, y'all act like we don't live in the propaganda capital of the goddamn planet, bro. Like
Yeah.
everything is propaganda in here. Like I don't think because maybe because I leave here so often, I see the propaganda as actual propaganda. Like I know when I see these interviews, I know all these chicks are fucking lying, bro. Like I
A
know
lot of them
because I know
are.
for the simple fact, once we don't have hard questions being asked on a constant basis, I know you cherry pick this.
Women have been
I know you
allowed
did.
to lie. Women, you see it all the time. Women are literally allowed to lie. They're allowed to lie
Literally.
and lie. They're allowed to lie, especially these high profile women. That's why it's all BS. But you can tell. But it's only but her results tell the truth.
Exactly.
There's a reason. There's a reason why she was being.
what are
There's
the
a reason why she. Go ahead.
motivations? What are
Go
the
ahead, Black Room.
motivations of though? Because what I find interesting and different about Claudia is she does not blame men. She does not blame society necessarily for her mate's troubles. She appeared to be fair, relatively speaking, appear to be fairly accountable for the failings of her mating failings. I mean, she doesn't, black man did this to me and the guys in the industry, tricked me, and she doesn't do any of that stuff that her female peers typically do. She appeared to be a fairly accountable woman. She's an interesting woman to listen to. I heard this woman say, and this stood out to me, right? I mean, there are little things that really stand out to me. I heard this girl said that she had a paper route. I ain't never in my life known a pretty black girl to have a paper route. I know what I mean? So that to me, that says something about her. That says that
Well,
this girl was actually used to kind of working. That she had a certain kind of work ethic. And so I would want to really kind of interrogate her about some of her decision making because I think there's something interesting about her that may be different from other women because she's not mean spirited towards men. She does not appear to necessarily blame men. I think she's an interesting change of pace from her peers.
I mean,
I believe I got too much faith in the
hum,
lies. Like
humility will make you
personally.
do that. Mhm. Humility will make you do that. I mean, even if she did, what would it serve? Even
No,
if
I
she
mean
did go the
it's a
other way.
lot of women that have all the reason in the world to that to have some humility, and they still don't exhibit it. Uh, Vivica
Melissa
Fox
Ford.
still ain't exhibiting humility,
That's fine, but I
and
mean,
she
even
way
if she
past.
did, but it's the same result either way. W-
Yeah,
you can bring up
I
Melissa Ford, and then you bring up her. What is the result?
exactly because I'm gonna
I
be honest
mean,
with you. Like,
Melissa Ford has no humility at all. She has
Yeah, but
zero
what's the result?
humility.
Zilch.
True, but
yeah,
what's the
but she
I
thought
result?
she was
think
the
I think
prettiest thing walking at one point
I
in
think
time, right?
I think the Black Rule's point is I think what Claudia would do as opposed to Melissa Ford saying decent your man. I think Claudia might in if she's talking to a young lady not in a not where it's being broadcast but just in a moment of counsel off to the side, she's probably telling her, she's signaling to them, you can do a little bit better. The time is of the essence. Timing is everything, and it's not going to be perfect. Listen to what she said in the interview, right? So,
I can
so I
appreciate her
think,
saying that. I just
yeah,
don't think they're going to listen because the
that's
environment
I think
enforces
people
the
are being
yeah,
opposite.
that's
paid.
true. That's true. That's true as well.
The environment enforces the exact opposite. That's why if this is why there's a reason why this interview is viral because this preaches against the doctrine, the feminist doctrine. And the feminist doctrine is pretty much first language like English.
I actually got a different opinion. Like I know this woman is doing this interview and she getting paid to do this interview. Like, and I already know the government, quote unquote, the environment that I'm already in. You got Scott Galloway out here doing hit pieces necessarily on the internet and putting them, but they turn off the comments.
He's
Why do they
gonna
turn off the
fail
comments?
miserably.
They know necessarily on a lot of these things, quote unquote, to do this because they know the reality. Like how I personally look at it. They are a piece in a pond trying to do their job to keep you here. That's how I look at it. They
Yeah,
know
but
the
Scott,
reality of the game necessarily and how it's going down. It's just that I got a lie. I got a lie to keep you here though. If I can fake you out to make you believe that quote unquote I'm a better option or maybe things is gonna change necessarily, right? Well, I'll go ahead and feed you that lie. But baby, I promise you I will never cheat on you again. I promise you. I swear to you,
Scott,
baby. The next time I see another big booty woman, I promise you I won't fuck her. Like it's the same promise. Like
we're gonna stay
I
anyway.
just don't believe y'all actually be taking this shit serious. It's like it's the most baffling the part is like once you already tell me you on team white supremacy, right? It's just by your actions, right? It don't matter what you say or how kindly you try to put everything after that point, because I already know what the game is. All I know is necessarily you trying to quote unquote get me under this genjutsu, either one way or another, either forcefully or softly. But the object I know at the end of the day is still to put me in the genjutsu or in an illusion for the people who don't know what that is.
Yeah. Well, Scott
Well, there's
Galloway
a
is gonna
reason.
fit.
There's a reason why she went to the shade room, because you know who else went to the shade room when she had a high profile back and forth instead of talking to the brother himself, is Jasmine Crockett, right? And this is the shade
Surprise,
room is
surprise.
the shade room is the safe harbor for the Ratchet universe. That's what it is.
Surprise,
Not the
surprise.
multi Ratchet universe.
Right?
The Ratchet universe, the RU, not the MCU, the RU.
There it is, man. You're always going to
But
have a safe space to get your shit off in that universe, and
I
they know
miss
it. So
I missed what y'all were saying about Melissa Ford. Where were y'all going with that?
Well, we
No,
were
I was
saying
saying
that
we bring up.
Claudia Jordan has a little bit more humility than Melissa Ford does.
Yeah, Melissa Ford's doing the pretty much
Yeah.
the I hate men. She's on the I hate men
She's
and
coping.
everything in it.
Yeah. Well, she admitted that she watches gender warring stuff online when she was on Joe Budden, right? She admitted she watches that stuff, and because Melissa Ford, and once again, I'm gonna keep on saying this. I know y'all gonna get tired. Trust me, I'm gonna keep saying it. It's the cost of their economy. Melissa Ford, you were in
Yeah,
the music industry with them
you were
niggas. You were there with
you
Jay. You were there with Dame
yeah
Dash. You were there with
you
Jada
were
Kiss, with
you were the
Cameron, with all
yeah.
them niggas.
I don't hear no excuses from her. You were
And
All
literally
them
Summer
niggas.
one of the most beautiful women in the U.S., if not the planet, for at least 5 to 10 years straight. I don't want to hear shit from you. I don't want to hear it.
And you fumbled it. And go.
and some of her best friends landed those dudes, right? I
Yep.
mean, her best friend is Natasha Ely. She landed a venture capitalist dude. He's a white dude, but he's a venture capitalist. And
She dated white dudes. It don't matter. Like,
yeah,
the thing with Melissa Ford, once again, I'm gonna keep on stressing this. Ladies, you could do what you want to do, but we don't owe you being
We don't
there
owe you
when you
nothing.
decide, okay, you know what, I'm willing to settle down now. I'm 45, I'm 48, I'm 52. Okay, I'm gonna sit down now. I think I'm getting old enough, and we don't owe you not looking over
No.
you to
Nope.
your girl cousin who's fucking 29,
Got
28,
35
32.
plus.
We don't owe you not overlooking you. I think that's what the
Got
ladies keep
35
on running
plus
into.
women still being
yeah.
picky. Okay.
Yeah.
Lauren London, one of her contemporaries, who was also one of those it girls, she understood the fucking assignment. At some point, I'm gonna land one of these niggas, right? She landed 2 of them. Right? First
Little
was
Wayne.
Wayne. She got the bag for Wayne, and then she got and then she got wiped up by Nipsey, right? Nicole
didn't have
Rica,
any kids.
and Nicole Rica's the one. If you remember, you may not know the name of the face. She's the racially ambiguous Jamaican girl whose face is a little bit asymmetric. She was in Where the Party At, Uchi Wally Wally. She landed, I believe, Mario. They had 3 kids, right? I mean, so some of these women understood Gloria Velez, right? She got a bag out of it, right? At least hypergamously wise, right? So she got a kid by Aaron Hall and somebody else. So it's like, if you don't understand the assignment, that's your fault.
Hypergamous
Or
failure is still a
you
hypergamous
did what
failure.
Claudia Jordan did. At least she had the humility to say it. You just thought you had more time. And I think that's, this is let's just say I have women in my life I have this conversation with. And they really don't appreciate black women, don't appreciate time. I thought we were bad as black men. No, fuck that. Black women, because they age better, especially if they're fit, they stay fit, and so they just don't appreciate
One.
time. They don't, and we live in an era where nobody want to tell them, hey, that biological clock though. Like, like when that door closed, it's closed. There is like, do you appreciate what that means? So no one want to tell them the biological clock. No one want to tell them eventually. And this is the problem with older women, right? We have Black Uri here. We have BGS here. We have a number. We have you, Arena Rebus. We have older brothers that give us wisdom like, hey, bro, I'm telling you, I wouldn't do that if I was you. Hey, I'm telling you, I went this way. Did it work out for me? Right? Like, but women don't do that with other women outside of spiteful man shit. They're telling you, you stay away from them old niggas. They'll say shit like that. You better leave these young niggas alone. They'll say shit like that, but they won't tell them, hey, I'm telling you right now, when you get into your 30s, it's harder. When you get past 35, it's extremely hard. 40, it's nigh on impossible. And anything over 40 for your first kid, it's you just shooting in the dark. You get lucky. Women don't tell other women that shit. They don't put that sense of urgency on them.
That's why you got 35 plus.
Melissa Ford
My
told
own mother.
brothers
My own mother's
that she
one
don't
of
want to
them.
have no kids. So you tell her about this is a good looking woman, Melissa Ford, and she's telling guys, I don't want to have no kids. I'm not having no kids.
You won't.
So who's gonna marry her? If you want to have kids, how can you marry her if she doesn't want to have kids?
Well, she's 48, so the kid thing, the kid. Wait. She's 48, so the kid thing was already out the window anyway. But
when she was younger, she said that to the.
Yeah,
Oh,
true.
Well, I mean, she might be covering up now, but she was
saying
saying
that now.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think this is what women are doing, particularly black women. They're keeping their foot in both ends. You could see it when they record themselves like, I want a man, but I'm okay with being single, and if it doesn't work. And so what they're attempting, they're hedging their bets. What they're doing is, I'm okay if I'm single. I would like a man. Having a man wouldn't be that bad, but I'm okay with being single. My life is fulfilling enough. And that's coke talk. That's I don't want to give myself a barometer. I don't want to give myself a standard. I don't want to give myself a bar. And then if I fail, then I have to sit with that failure. So what I do is I tell
Exactly.
myself, and what I do is what
Yep.
I tell other people is, you know what? I mean, it wouldn't be bad if I was in a relationship. It would, I mean, like especially a loving, healthy relationship with a person that's understanding and that's seek therapy. They got yawn, and so right, like so, if exactly because they got to qualify this shit. They got to qualify this shit, and so qualifying it is putting all these different standards and metrics on your end as a man, and if you meet them, then they wouldn't mind being coupled up with you. But if it doesn't happen and time just doesn't permit, then it's okay if I'm single. I mean, I have a fulfilling life and I travel and I do things, and it's all trying to hedge their bet and it's all coping. So they're
I
hedging
don't
their bet and they're coping before the shit even fall apart or never happen.
let them cope.
Like
At this
I
point,
said,
let them cope.
man, bro.
Let
At
them
the end
cope.
of
Go
the
ahead,
day,
Zulu. Go.
everything they want you to do for them, it costs. Everything you want for them necessarily is free. Loyalty is free. You see what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Love and
No,
respect
no, no,
is
no, 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 no.
free,
Wait, wait,
bro.
wait, 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 wait. No, 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 no. I gotta check. I gotta check that a little bit, Zulu.
Nah,
No, loyalty costs. It costs
loyalty
discipline.
costs something.
Loyalty costs discipline. Loyalty costs a worldview.
Yes,
Loyalty is not just you cheating on me. Loyalty is how you dress when I'm not there.
exactly.
Loyalty is how you speak. Loyalty is how you speak to my parents when I'm not there. Loyalty
Yeah,
is how you speak
exactly.
when I'm not there, and to random people that you don't know if I know them. That's a
Nah.
loyalty, especially when we start speaking about discipline and loyalty. No, that does cost because these
Case in
hoes really
point.
want to talk to anybody however they want to. No,
Case in point.
loyalty
A
costs
cause.
you. Thank you. That's what
Case
loyalty
in point.
costs.
A
Not
cause.
embarrassing me.
You want
That's
that?
what I'm going. Yeah, that's what loyalty costs you not embarrassing me.
Yes.
Fuck me just
How much
being
that cost
your
though?
husband. What it costs them is what they want to do. See
Mm.
Yes.
what you see with a cost wife is she's doing the way she's speaking about them the red pill niggas and the minister niggas. That's how she want to talk.
Well,
Loyalty would have told her to shut the fuck up.
I'll answer the
That's what
question. I'll
loyalty
answer the
would have
question
told her. Go
directly.
ahead.
It costs your freedom. Freedom ain't free.
Yeah.
Yes, it costs your
Thank you.
freedom.
Gil Gabby says loyalty holds the line.
It costs you your freedom. Because if you're single, you can do what you want. If you're not single anymore, no, you can't do what you want.
But but
Hence, your
but
freedom
what did
is
FD tell me in that first conversation line? That these women want autonomy and security simultaneously, and that's when I
never
laughed
gonna
at his
happen.
ass. And he and no man worth a fucking damn is
It's
offering
gonna do
you
that,
your autonomy and security. First of all, how
and
the
he
fuck is that
knows
supposed
that.
to work?
That's the
Yeah,
thing about FD. I'm like,
It
man, you
don't.
know that. You are a
yeah.
man. You know that. You know that can't happen at the same time.
And that's what the women. And that's why. Let me play this for you, because I don't know if you saw this part line. Let me play this again.
So
The disrespect I see some of y'all women take in the name of being a girl's girl is insane. View discretion is advised.
tweet says, scared of getting in a relationship because what if it works out and I'll never be single again? I'm almost scared to get into a relationship for real because I don't not want to be single. I want my autonomy. I want to be able to do what I want to do. I want to be able to gaslight you niggas every now and then. I want to be able to do everything that I want to do. Yeah.
To have this kind of a take is so odd to me because being in a relationship is not mandatory. There's no law. There's no one that can force you. Nothing. It is literally a decision. That's like me coming on here complaining about having to move to Pakistan, knowing I don't have to do it. Literally, there's no law that is going to force me to move to Pakistan. It is simply a decision. Shorty really got on here and said she's scared to be in a relationship because she doesn't not want to be single. Ma'am, is your brain functioning properly? Like, is everything firing on all cylinders the way it should? Because you do know you can be single for as long as you want. As long as you want. There is literally no threat to your singlehood. You are in 100% control on being in a relationship or not being in a relationship. And to think she got on a platform and said this with her whole chest. What be wrong with some of y'all? And y'all want me to believe this generation of women is the most educated of all time? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
And sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, I look at you in your relationship and it feels limiting to me. And it might not feel limiting to you, but for where I am and on my journey and like where I am and being single, I couldn't imagine being like, oh, let me tell him.
And to think in the name of friendship.
And so once again, I gotta stress that the when she said she wants her autonomy and she don't want to give that up, she want to be able to have the ability to gaslight niggas. I look, the beauty of this, and this is why you gotta appreciate particularly black women in their absolute insane break the Richter scale over 9,000 ass arrogance. Oh my God, black women in this black girl swag arrogance These hoes ain't even moving in silence. They blasted into the whole world. We want to be insufferable, mean bitches, and you niggas still chase after us. And how's that working for them?
I mean, it worked for the last generation. Like for me, like I understand why they're doing what they're doing. It worked for grandmama. Grandmama came necessarily with 5 kids that ain't hers necessarily, and they got to do like quote unquote black Uru to goddamn wife them up. Last generation, the cats, a woman after that came with 3 kids, and another generation of cats wiped them up. So
Once
why would they
again,
not come to you?
wait, because it's not happening now. And the numbers show that. The numbers show that. Not only is
Exactly.
very important, our interracial marriage rate is increasing, but this is the thing. They can't find a replacement for us. The thing with black women is if black women could find, and I mean in aggregate, in large number, if black women could find a replacement for black men, they wouldn't even be fucking talking. As a matter of fact, if they did, it would only be braggadocious shit. Y'all niggas laughing. Look, we got white men anyway. It's okay. I got a black woman that's paying for my bills and eating me out right too. Anyway, they can't find a replacement for us. Black women don't earn enough plus DV, and not enough white men find black women that attractive and appealing, and they don't want to pay for that, and they don't want the mixed. White men don't want no fucking mixed kids.
It's not even white kids. It's men on a plane. I see. The thing is, when I tell you don't like y'all ain't never been to a whole nother goddamn. Some of y'all had never been to a whole nother land necessarily where a woman's goddamn raising her voice is seen as quote unquote the most evil thing she could have done. And like you see what I'm saying? So when I've been in them kind of environment that a woman even lifting her voice over a certain level is considered disrespectful. And then you come to this shit, and I be sitting here looking at y'all be like, bro, she ain't a virgin, bro, but I'm gonna wife her and take care of her family. And I be sitting here looking at y'all like I come from environments where the dude's talking about quote unquote, see what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I only my first 2 wives were virgins.
Well,
Did I come here?
well, here's the thing about that. Those women you're talking about were raised in that environment, but those men were raised in that same environment too. That's why it's law over there, what you're talking about. Men aren't raised in this environment that you're speaking about over here. That's why this space is so small as it is.
That's
or
why
if the women were kind of getting around, they kept it undercover.
Yes.
They didn't broadcast it.
It's
Right?
not encouraged.
This is Nicole Michelle's story. That's why he's with the other.
Yeah.
That's because Nicole wanted to speak about what she ain't gonna cook and clean, and she ain't gonna pick up for a man, and he got a billionaire who's cooking
for the team, baking for the whole damn team.
Exactly. So this is what black women mess up on. Because you might have the booty in the ass, but if you ain't going to cook and clean for me, if you ain't going to do the womanly things that I need to do, especially as I get older, and you're not going to take care of my kids well, so you're no good.
I mean,
if I'm waste
family. To what the chick was saying, though, the video you shared, to what the chick was saying, that's actually the very point that we're making. It's talking about she don't want to do this, she don't want to do that, because she knows it's going to cost her freedom.
That's what she was saying.
She's
that's
pretty
right.
But she's confirming what we said.
No. It gets worse. Line. She's chastising, low key chastising her homegirl who did take the trade, who said, fuck that. I'd rather be in the relationship. So that's why she's saying, you may not see it as limiting, but to me, for where I am in my life, you and your relationship is limiting in the fact that essentially what she was saying, the fact that you have to check in, like I could never, right? Okay. And like that's how women check other women. That's how they do, like Kevin Samuel said, rest in peace, women keeping other women single women keeping other women single. That's that black girl swag shit. Oh, not me, girl. I could never. That's good for you, I guess, right? And that's all that black girl swag. Imagine looking, because she's not saying that homegirl's in a toxic relationship. But she is saying that it's toxic because you took the compromise. You may not have your autonomy, but you'll have some security. There's a reason why she's checking in.
And that same friend will probably tell her, or she's probably already, if she doesn't say her verbally, she's already saying in her mind, it's like, that's why you buy your damn self.
Yeah, she probably
so
saying
you
that.
want to hold out
exactly.
on my guy?
Exactly, Indigo. I love that for you. Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. I was trying to say it. I couldn't get it out. But yeah. I love that for you. And that's the little slick, sly, fucking underhanded way of of checking each other and insulting each other. I love that for you. Well, you know what? We will see where you are in the next 10, 15, 20 years. One of you lame ass niggas,
Oh,
probably one of you lame Christian niggas, y'all gonna wife that, she gonna divorce your ass in 5 years anyway, nigga.
Oh man.
oh
See you
man,
in
why
divorce
y'all
court,
always
player.
gotta come for the Christians, man? But I mean,
Hey, them, hey, bro, them cats be the
Because half,
worst.
thank you, that's why, because half them brothers
yeah,
act like they would listen to me and they would see me as some sexist monster, just like they hope. And oops, sorry, said that and I meant it. They would see me as some sexist monster, and even after divorce, they would still tell me I'm a sexist monster. Well, nigga, who was right though?
yeah. Unfortunately,
Was it? Well, all we gotta say is Nakash. I forgot the dude name. Nakash Singer, whatever that dude name
Oh,
was, whatever. See, like,
Akash.
and the
Yep,
thing
yep.
is, I was a fan of bro. I was a fan of bro when he first started doing his quote unquote comedy, bro. What was that? 2000 and what was it? 2022, right? 2020. He first started doing his comedy. Bro, I was a fan of bro. He used to do family content. My wife is a good woman, so forth and so on. And the minute he told me his wife was a virgin, as I said, I kind of looked at that shit the sideways. Then on the stand up, when his wife got the ability to speak, I was like, yeah, bro, you exactly who I thought you was, bro.
I mean, yeah,
You
They
were
are who
simp
we
ready to
thought they
get
were.
you were simp ready to get picked off out here. And like most of the Christian dudes, I'm not saying all of them, but most of the Christian dudes is a simp ready to get picked off.
That's and you know what? In an ideal world, okay, but we don't live in that ideal world. I'm not gonna chastise the blue pill men for wanting this. The issue is that's not where you at. And so you think you hiding in church or you're hiding behind your faith, and that faith will make the women or encourage or coerce the women into behaving a certain way. What I'm saying is for the masses of you know, you niggas are virgins, they're not. You might have low key of one body under your belt. Yo, the chick you about to marry got fucking four, nigga.
mm-mm,
5,
Got
7,
40.
mm-mm.
12,
4 or
40,
right?
5,
bro.
Like
40.
probably a
so
threesome or
what ends
two.
right like so what ends up happening is that, and I understand it, right? Like you you adhere to something, you believe in something that greater than you, greater than her, and you think because she grew up in the church too that she's gonna adhere to that. Even okay,
Mm-mm.
let's say that you appreciate and you know she got 5 bodies on her, she lied, it's really 12. But okay, fine.
What?
But you marry her anyway, y'all grew up in the church, she grew up in the church, cool. Nigga, but why are y'all getting divorced within 5 years, 7, 8, 12 years? Because she never believed any of that shit in the first place.
Never did.
Z, you know what you need? You need the what is it? That Itachi Genjutsu necessary when he was like telling people to look over to the left or whatever Genjutsu. Because a lot of these fucking that's the only way I can really classify it. They in the Genjutsu. They in an illusion of their own making, bro, or an illusion that somebody put them under, quote unquote. Like I remember this shit even I was in like was it my granddaddy was a preacher, so I came from a religious background. Anytime we would go to any of those church conventions, the amount of women that would come up to me and try to sleep with me personally and my cousin because we was the quote unquote pastor's grandchildren was phenomenal. Phenomenal. The amount of women I'm talking about, you go to a church convention, it's like 400 churches there. You got 20, 30 women talking about, can you come to my hotel? And I was seeing this as a 14-year-old, 13-year-old boy. So by the time I got out here, started dealing with women actively, I was like, something is out here is wrong, bro. Something out here is awfully
Look,
wrong, bro.
talking about that. Look, Zulu, what my name is. My name says. He says a whole final form is a religious woman. I think for
Basically.
some of the older heads, I don't know if that's going to be our age group. I think our age group is more going to be like, let me see, a Vivica A. Fox, a Lisa Ray, just a seething freaking ball of fucking insufferability. I don't know if they're gonna hide out in the church like our mothers and some of our
They gonna
grandmothers
hide
did,
out in the
and
church.
definitely our great grands. Like that, you think so? In the next 20, 30
They gonna
years?
hide
I
out
don't
in the church. I promise you. They gonna
I
pull it because
don't know.
remember they gonna play the old playbook first. Because they can remember they are women. They don't actively change playbooks. They actively only pass the
Mm,
playbook that is passed to them. So they gonna play it. Just like what's that? Brittany Winter did. She said, "I'm a Muslim now." Bitch, you been a
yeah.
hoe.
Yeah.
You know what I
No,
think?
but that's the thing. But no one's gonna
I don't
believe that.
real quick because let me see what you think about this too line. I don't think they're gonna hide out in the church.
I
I
don't think so
think
either.
they're gonna experiment with different type of spirituality and practices and voodoo and hoodoo and ikomi and
They
all
gonna
this
do that
other
too.
shit, right? So I think that's
Mm,
gonna be the wave because I think when you're looking at women definitely under the age of maybe 50, 45 years old, they don't believe in this white baby Jesus shit and
No, they don't.
and growing number. So I think what they're gonna do is try to pick and choose different things that edify them. And what I mean by that is shit they could use to make them feel better and that don't have no real rules. They get to do whatever they want to do.
It's called
So
the
that's what is
blank
spirituality, not religion, because every religion has a
rules.
guidebook, right? Every religion has rules. Every religion has texts that you should and must abide by. The problem with Christianity is it has rules. The problem with Islam is it has rules. The problem with Judaism is it has rules. Hinduism has rules. Buddhism has rules. Now, some of them is a little more lax than not, but especially if you start getting into orthodoxy stuff, some of the Catholic stuff and whatever, some of the different deviations from Christianity, but that's still in the tin. Like all of them have rules. They don't want that shit. But
Well, I mean,
fundamentally, what women are looking for, black women in specific, is to have their autonomy subsidized, right?
yeah,
And so
but that's
that's where that
Pay
spirituality
for my
shit come in.
home.
Go ahead, go ahead.
but
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what but that's what I wanted. But that's what I wanted to speak to because I don't think either that's going to happen. It's going to be they're already emboldened to be hoes. They're encouraged to be in hoes. They don't have to hide it anymore because this is the whole point. Why do you think that female can get on the mic and say what she says? Because it's encouraged now. So
I
they don't
disagree.
have to hide it. You don't have to
Hey,
question it.
hey
You
Z,
don't. Yeah.
hey
They
Z,
don't.
I had a question.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
go ahead.
I wanted to say, speaking of your generation, I think the form it might take is this Earth Mother Goddess tarot card reading, crystal
Oh,
and
you seen that shit
chakra.
too?
That's a lot of stuff. I see that a lot from women in your generation on social media right now. So
Man,
Yeah.
I can read your spirits, girl. Just tell me that. Just give me $5, girl. I can tell what your
Look,
man gonna look like. I promise you.
even if we give that space, okay, we're black in this space. We appreciate how Christianity has been weaponized against us. How Islam has been weaponized against us, how Judaism has been weaponized against us. If you don't want to adhere to the Abrahamic faiths, okay, fine. I get it. I ain't gonna follow you, but I get it, right? I get it. But be honest with yourself on what you're doing and why you're doing it. You're looking for an escape, not just from the quote unquote white man's religion or Arab man's religion, right? Or you know the Abrahamic religion. You're not just looking for escape out of that. You're looking for something that you tell yourself is edifying. Really, what is it? It's the religion, or not even religion, the faith or spirituality that allows for you to do whatever the fuck you want to do. There's nothing wrong with that, but you got to eat that shit. And when you fail, or when the coin is tails instead of heads, funny, when the coin is tails instead of heads, then you got to eat what that means. They're just looking for an escape, bro. All of this shit is just escapism. And I actually want to do a stream on Tone Talks recent stream. I want to say from yesterday. I want to do a stream on that. I'm gonna tie the money shit. We're gonna do another Doomer stream. This look like this is the theme of Mr. Z's channel. The holes in the money, right? Right. So shout out to the Locks and DMX, but right, and Lil Kim, right? So money, power, respect type shit. But yeah, so like that they're struggling right now financially. They're struggling without money, and they're looking for somewhere or something that alleviates that pain without them having to do any type of work. And this is where voodoo and hoodoo shit come in, and different spiritualities and flipping coins and
Praying to the
seances and
Orishas.
Ouija boards and Orishas and all that other shit, bro. Because I don't want to adhere to no fucking white man religion or any religion that demands something of me. If what women mean by liberation is nothing demands anything from me, then they have to appreciate there's another side to that. When nothing
Delusion.
demands anything from you, you can't
Delusion.
demand
I'm
anything
sorry.
from anyone, and that's what they're running into. What the ladies are running into is that if nothing can demand anything from you, nothing can call on you for obligation, then you have to appreciate that on the other side of that, no one and nothing is obligated to you.
Well,
every action
delusion.
has an equal and opposite reaction.
Well, delusion is the new religion.
Exactly.
There is a new religion in town. It's called delusion.
You've been saying that, true.
Delusion. That is your new religion. And the blank slate. The blank slate theory is the doctrine. It can all be erased just like that. And the environment encourages it.
Yeah, the Dumper call it the whole reset.
Well, I think ultimately the economics and the way the social, political, the direction of the socio-political or the socio-political direction is going to dictate, at least over the mid or long term, the religion of the women. I mean, in the short term, they might try a lot of crackpot stuff, but as things tighten up, as men get more serious about uh, regaining control over things and in a much more hardline way, the women are going to rally behind whatever sort of religious functions exist that support those particular systems. So, they might try to witchcraft and a lot of the stuff in the short term, but as things tighten up, whatever the men, whatever you men or your sons or whatever determine uh, what religion should prevail, they're going to submit. They're going to have to submit to it to survive and thrive.
They're gonna worship an AI god, Black Widow. I'm calling it now. Y'all heard it here first. I'm not the first one to say it, but they're gonna be worshiping an AI god, Black Widow. That's what I see.
or commit to
I
going
see.
on the blade.
If that's where
Yeah.
the power, if that's where the power is, then that may indeed be true.
They're gonna worship a Siri or they're gonna worship I promise you they're gonna and Siri got a female voice too. They're gonna worship Siri. That's what they're gonna do.
You didn't see
It
the
gonna be
video.
00 dot Keisha, bro. 00 dot
You
Keisha, bro.
you didn't see the video of a Asian woman marrying her AI like marrying AI on the phone.
No, I did not. Send that to
Oh,
me, please, and thank
I
you.
gotta
I need
fuck.
that.
I gotta dig to find it. Damn it! I gotta dig to find it. I just saw it a
I'm
couple of
telling
days. Yes, holy
exactly.
matrimony and
Trell,
all.
Alexa. They're gonna worship Alexa. They're gonna worship Siri. That's what they're going with. They're gonna bow to Siri and yeah, they're gonna seek all their answers in the almighty Siri, the archive of Siri. Like
Algorithm.
Zulu was saying, the 010001s. That's where the answers are.
I also want to point out is it's funny you showed me that short video with this black one talking about she don't want to give her autonomy. That also sounds like Anne Marie, the 27-year-old. And while this woman's relatively attractive, then look at the other woman. This is your dating market.
I
This
agree.
is your dating market right here. You got attractive woman on blatant bullshit, and then you got the 27-year-old 4 or 5, and she on bullshit too. This is what men are supposed to deal with.
So pick from necessarily cocaine and crack.
Pretty much.
Oh, okay, yeah. There's some real options out there, boy.
I think you're right about this. A split gym says most women won't go the gypsy class, but there will be a notable few. I agree with that. I don't think most. I agree with you on that, and I think it will be notable though, because look, man, if and like this young lady said, I'm glad I played it. I'm glad I found it. And shout out to self checkout off of Instagram. And by the way, if anybody can find the original, please and thank you, send it to me. But she swore by her autonomy. And to be frank with you, if she earned enough to sustain herself and to maybe do a few things, I don't know how that's gonna look in the next couple years, but if she could earn enough, she could play that game. She could play that game. If she could find enough of you niggas to subsidize her, she got 2, 3, 4 niggas on rotation for a bill here or two to make up for her single life. Maybe her lifestyle is $100,000, 120 year, but she only earns 70. If she could get a few of you niggas to subsidize her, she could play that game. But most women, nah. And so I agree with us, Jim, where most women are going to have to get on the nigga program. But the ones of them that decide to couple up together or go move into some condo or some apartment together, they'll play the borderline, because they still not going to be really autonomous. But the borderline autonomy game and the like I said, the Brindog Coven type of game, they could, yeah, maybe.
I mean, I'm fine. I mean, the thing about it, that whole cycling and dudes stifling, like that only happens until she gets old. Until she gets old or something else, like
Exactly.
unfortunately happens to her, that takes her out the game, and then dudes move on to another chick. Because that happens too.
I mean, you can only cycle through dudes if you quote unquote, like I think I don't know who spoke earlier. If you got a quote unquote, you can bring them all to the yard. But the older you get, and the more dudes that kind of got peep the game that you just years old and you ain't married, they pretty much already understand you basically you out here
Not the
just selling
milkshake
pussy
bring
one
all
way
the
or
boys
another.
to the yard. Oh
Yeah,
boy, not the
and those
milkshake.
dudes coming to that yard are
Not
coming for
Khalees.
something, coming for
I
something
mean, for real,
tangible.
that's why I put it like I'm watching this. I'm right now watching this quote unquote African chick. Right now, I'm watching her Instagram. She went from a supermodel Instagram to being a regular village woman. Right, and the thing is, she's still getting 200, 300,000 views because at the end of the day, she at 8 and she can bring all the dudes to the yard. She got little dudes from quote unquote all over Africa coming to her village.
Yeah, I mean, I
But
think
those dudes.
look.
But my thing about it
Go
is
ahead.
that even simps want something.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
simps
That's
want
true.
something, and they want something tangible. If they're not getting their tangible, then they're out of there.
If I'm saying the whole game can only be maintained unless you got a forever sucker. That's how
Yeah.
this game is forever made, unless you got a forever sucker. And the forever sucker was black men necessarily because shit. But once black men collectively got a better understanding of quote unquote, I don't need to be here, it's OV. Because like I spoke to a chick on TikTok yesterday, some old woman, she's like 60 or something like that, 65, 68 or 70. And I told her, I was like, I'm red pill. She's like, I hate you niggas. I hate all of you. And I'm sitting here like, well, bitch, you
Whatever.
75 years old. Nobody don't give a damn. You old. Just go ahead and die right now and give us the air. Like at the end of the day, being mad at me ain't gonna stop the reality that's gonna happen to you. You just need to go ahead and accept it and move on.
No, exactly. But I push back. White dudes are bigger simps than black dudes. I know if this were a race, white dudes are ahead. I'm not saying black dudes are not behind them, but white dudes are ahead. I
I
know it's
disagree
hard.
because
I know it's hard to
I really
believe. I am not saying we don't have a freaking smorgasbord of simps that who also happen to be black men, but white dudes are still ahead. It's just not advertised like that. That's why. The only reason why it looks the way it looks is because it's not advertised on Front Street. White dudes are
I
doing
gotta
the
agree with
same
I gotta
shit.
agree with Lion on that. I gotta agree with Lion on that to a
White
certain
dudes are doing
extent.
the same shit. Trust.
ain't nobody don't nobody make bigger single simp than single moms, bro. 70% of the black community is single moms. That's all I'm gonna say.
That I will give you this. Yes, white women are more likely to terminate that pregnancy or whatever. Now here's the thing though. Here's the thing. But white women extract pride from white men in a different way than black women extract pride from black men. White women let well, black women are doing this shit too. So, but white women, this bitch done fucked your friend. Like I don't know how many black men are marrying go ahead.
Let fewer than what 28% or 27 or 25% of black women are even married. So I wouldn't
Exactly.
say, and functionally and certainly economically, the biggest simp will always be a married man because he will always have the greatest legal obligation over him. So I would say collectively, black men are not the biggest simps. We do a lot of little simpish shit, but the bigger simps are married men, and they're much more likely to be non-black.
To
Couple
back
that
up
with
what
the
Black Lulu
stat.
was saying, to
Couple
back
that
up
with
what
the
Black Lulu
stat.
was saying, remember, black men over the 50% line, black people over the 50% line, we have less children than the white folks in our same economic bracket. That's number one. Then remember, our birth rate is going down too. Remember, black women are sharing dudes. So I agree with Black Lulu where if you compile all the numbers, which is how many black men have children compared to black women, how many black men are married compared to black women, how many black men are married outside the black race compared to black women married outside the black race. Those of us who are stable and above, how much children do we have if we've had any? When you compile all the numbers, yeah, I don't think we simping like white dudes. I don't think so.
No, I would also like to couple that with OnlyFans. The majority of men who subscribe to OnlyFans are married, 89% to be exact. And since black men are the quote unquote garbage men of the dating pool, why would black men need to sign up from OnlyFans? So which one is it?
Well, that's mainly like dudes, and they get off on
Well,
that shit.
I think that black man being the garbage man, I just think that's a fallacious description of black men.
Me too. I
Because
think so too.
it presupposes that black men have a preference for garbage women. And I don't believe that's true. I think if you're born and raised in a fucking garbage field, you're gonna be trolling through garbage. That's not necessarily something you chose to be in. That's what you're in. If the average black woman weighs 185 pounds, guess what? You're gonna be dealing with fat women. Not necessarily because you want to deal with fat women. That's because all the bitches around you are fat.
Yeah,
I think you're
I
right. I
agree.
think, and
I
you
agree
know
with that too.
what's crazy?
I can agree with that.
I remember Tom Likas checking a black woman about that forever ago, right? He checked a black woman called in, and they got to started talking about relationships, and she should have known better than think that Tom Likas was gonna let that slide. And she said something like, "Well, black men like heavyset black women," and he was like, "No, black men don't have no money. Black men are poor. They don't have a choice but to end up with heavyset black women like you." And I was just like, "God damn!"
No, but even
Right?
even that is fallacious. The issue is the degree to which really whether black men are willing to date out. That's the real issue. Because if the majority of the women in your group are fat, you're going to be dealing with fat women. That does not say anything about your standard. That's the standard of the group.
Of the women.
Well, I
Yes,
mean, well, when
that's
you
who you're
when you
picking
factor
from.
in that, you do have to factor this in, Black Guru, of the men who say it's only a black queen for me. That's a choice.
Well,
Yeah.
That's
but
conditioning, bro. No, no, no.
that
I'm
has
gonna say
that,
that's
but
conditioning, bro.
no,
That's
no,
conditioning.
that's a product of a lot of things. That's a product of history. That's a product of the dangers inherent to dating out, particularly white women. It's a lot that goes into that decision making. I'm not punishing. I'm not going to punish brothers for having to wade through the dilemma of, okay, if I choose black women, I got this shit to deal with. If I choose non-black women, I got this other shit to deal with. I'm a black man. I'm catching shit regardless of who I pick. And it's fairly unique to black men. Other men don't have the same inherent dangers in their mate selection process that black American men have. No other men have all of the unique dangers. I go deal with these women, I got to deal with this shit. If I go deal with some Asian women, I got to deal with this shit. If I go deal with some Latina women, I got to deal with this shit. If I try to deal with some Indian women, I got to deal with this shit. It's unique to black men. So to just describe black men as being the garbage men of the mating world, I think it's a very unfair description of black men because no other men is dealing with the shit that we're dealing
I agree. I was just saying that is the saying. I'm not saying I agree with the saying, but I understand exactly what you mean by that, Black Guru, and I've thought the same.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
You know what? I may have to change my stance on that because I used to call them the garbage men of the quote unquote dating world. But okay, I don't know because when I'm overseas, the dudes I'm seeing them. I see some dudes pull some beautiful women, but they usually pull the woman that's on their level. I'm gonna say that much, or below, in my opinion, or
Well,
below usually.
once again, because of the Disney fairy tale and what was sold to the ladies with this hypergamy in their education or middle management status, if they can even get that far up, allowing for them to quote unquote elevate into top shelf men. What you have is I'm gonna say the simplest thing in the world that we all have heard a million times. The women on your level think they're above your level, and it's that simple.
I'm talking
That's
about when I
fine.
see
The
dudes
women beneath
overseas.
your level think they're above your level. Quite frankly.
That's fine until they find out they're not, and then
I don't know if they ever accept that they're not. They
no,
just never have children for those of them that don't, or they do oops babies, right? Or they never get married, or and to me, none of that shit matters. When for me, it's not about the individual situation. I almost always look at the macro when it comes to this. Because I quite frankly don't care what the individual woman is saying. I always use them as an avatar to have a larger conversation about what's going on and how do we remedy this for black men in specific. Whether it's SYSBN, whether it's passport bros, whether, like I said, you meet a good black woman and you grab her hand and run for your life. And that's another reason, by the way, Line, that I keep on playing that clip with the young lady talking about her autonomy, is because her friend is the one you got to keep away from her.
Yeah.
You got to grab her friend hand and run for
And
run.
run for
That's if
him.
she's a
Run
good
for the
woman,
hills.
assuming. Yeah, run for the hills because you got to keep her away from women like that.
Yeah.
Listen to what that lady said. She told
But
her own supposed friend, it looks so limiting. What you're
but
doing, and then you got to check it, and you got to check in, and like that's
but
insane talk,
but here's the same
right?
thing with that. But another thing about women like that you got to call bullshit on. Those be the same women who say shit like that, and then God forbid that couple breaks up, and look who's and get next to she's trying to get at old boy because they're not together no more, and that happens too.
We about to make a
That
hard
is
left
literally
turn
happened to me
in a
though.
minute,
But
y'all.
the
That
Yeah,
is
damage,
so
literally
the
happened to me.
damage
let's do this.
of
Let's
her
do this real quick,
propaganda.
Black. Real quick, Black. We're gonna keep on going for another 5 or so 10 minutes, but we're gonna make a hard left turn in a minute because Arena Revise came up and he put something in the comments. It looked like our girl Bree got swiped. She got hit. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead, Black.
Well, well, I was just saying you're right, but the damage is done. Though the damage of the propaganda is done. So even though you're right, the women are dirty macking each other, but the effect of the propaganda is still tearing relationships apart.
Didn't I say that
I agree.
earlier? Like you gotta separate, like genuinely separate, and like almost like I'm a separate group kind of thing. Like when I said that earlier, people thought I was lying.
No. You're right. No,
Well,
I don't
look,
know if we thought you were lying. Go ahead.
historically, married women you mostly only associated with married women. I mean, it's only really until like recent generations where you have a lot more of a commingling of married, and it's because so few black women are married relative to those who are not married. They're kind of surrounded, I guess, in a way, by hoes. Sort of like
I
once you
exactly
get past a
no.
certain
That's exactly
percentage.
what it is. They
Wait,
are
wait, wait.
surrounded by
Let Black Girl
hoes.
land with them. Let Black Girl land with them. You got to have to do it.
Well, I mean, if only 3 out of 10 women are married, then they're much more likely, unfortunately, to have close female friends and female relatives who are not married. So, and if you, like I said, if you got 10 of them and only 3 of them are married, then what's going to be the prevailing conversation of prevailing rhetoric within that group? It's going to likely be anti-marriage and maybe even quite misandry.
That's what I was telling you, Z. I was at a party, Christmas party, and we got 30 women there, and 27 of them are hooked up. 20
I
married.
remember. I
Yeah,
remember you telling
there's
me.
only 3 single
Damn.
women out there. So that's how and that's how you could feel. I mean, and the family atmosphere was strong.
Oof. Go ahead, Zulu. Go ahead. Man, Zulu. Okay, I guess
Oh
he
my
can't talk
bad.
right now. But
I'm sorry.
no, you good.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
was just saying I was agreeing with basically what quote unquote Black Uwu was saying. Like if you got a whole bunch of women surrounded by hoes, you can't get no you can't proximity matters. Right. So
I agree.
every time I do the math more and more, like, I keep looking at what countries I think I'm gonna go to, like live in. I think it has to be Africa at this point.
Case in point,
Realistically. Like
Let me do this
realistically,
before we switch up because I want to emphasize. Go ahead.
because I was saying, because bro, like at this point, if you try to quote unquote maintain a marriage in any of these countries necessarily that's quote unquote new founded countries, bro, that shit it's pretty much over. As I pretty much look at it, because I looked at Brazil, I did South America. Them numbers ain't they okay, but they ain't doing good enough for me personally. But what I would say, I will bet my life on it. So if you try to raise a family outside of Africa, I don't know, bro. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
No, I think you're right. I think this is a function of modernism, modernity, and modernism. I don't know. Sorry, excuse me. postmodernism and modernity. Yeah, I think this is what comes with it. That's number one. Number two, I want to stress this. There's another thing that I think we should factor into or add into the equation also is the tax that single women put on married and coupled up women. And that's why I played the clip. That's why I keep on playing the clip. Is the tone, the attitude, the kind of condescending talk towards the young lady that's in a relationship. That's very important. And I'm glad that we all get to see it. Some of you young brothers that might be listening to me, y'all don't really appreciate like this is a thing and like this is what the average black woman who's in a relationship or who's married, this is what they have to confront often, right? I'm not saying that you should care, but I am saying that this is something to maybe consider, is that this is what they get taxed with, that attitude, that condescending, right? And so you get to see it. You actually got to see it. Like this is a thing. We're not making it up, right? I'm very glad that we're not making it up. We're not making it up. That this is how black women speak to other black women who they think aren't paying fealty to the gynocracy good enough. You're not supposed to be happy in your relationship and either are quiet about your man or definitely have nothing but glowing and positive things to say about your man. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be reluctantly with him, or at least pretend you are.
Yeah.
And that, and you could see that like that's something that black women can't stand. They can't stand to see a happy black woman with a black man in bliss. Maybe with a white man, clearly, but with a black man, oh, they can't stand that shit. And they tax your ass for being happy in bliss with a black, and especially if this nigga ain't rich. What's the draw? And really, what they're saying is, what's the draw? Why would you trade your autonomy? And that's what this young lady is pretty much saying to her. Why would you trade your autonomy for that? Like your situation looks so limiting. He's not rich. He's not famous. So why would you trade your autonomy for whatever the hell you got going on right now?
Z, it's so bad to piggyback on that. We've hit a critical mass. We probably been hit a critical mass like in the fucking 90s or something, of basically a culture of, autonomy and single womanhood, that like we now in the era where married women don't wear their wedding rings. My fiance, one of her, an associate of hers, is married, but people started to notice she don't wear a wedding ring, and it's starting to become a thing, like just widely, especially between millennials, the ones that are in relationships. Like we saw that article they had like a couple months ago that women are embarrassed to be in relationships.
I made reference to that earlier.
Yeah.
I made reference. Did you see the clip that I'm talking about, Compassionate?
Which one?
This one. Here we go.
So
The disrespect I see some of y'all women take in the name of being a girl's girl is insane. Viewer discretion is advised.
tweet says, scared of getting in a relationship because what if it works out and I'll never be single again? I'm almost scared to get into a relationship for real because I don't not want to be single. I want my autonomy. I want to be able to do what I want to do. I want to be able to gaslight you niggas every now and then. I want to be able to do everything that I want to do. Yeah.
To have this kind of a take is so odd to me because being in a relationship is not mandatory. There's no law. There's no one that can force you. Nothing. It is literally a decision. That's like me coming on here complaining about having to move to Pakistan, knowing I don't have to do it. Literally, there's no law that is going to force me to move to Pakistan. It is simply a decision. Shorty really got on here and said she's scared to be in a relationship because she doesn't not want to be single. Ma'am, is your brain functioning properly? Like, is everything firing on all cylinders the way it should? Because you do know you can be single for as long as you want. As long as you want. There is literally no threat to your singlehood. You are in 100% control on being in a relationship or not being in a relationship. And to think she got on a platform and said this with her whole chest. What'd be wrong with some of y'all? And y'all want me to believe this generation of women is the most educated of all time? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
And sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, I look at you in your relationship and it feels limiting to me. And it might not feel limiting to you, but for where I am and on my journey and like where I am in being single, I couldn't imagine being like, oh, let me tell him.
And to think in the name of friendship.
Yeah, it's that bad. It's like you said, it's that bad that she would even be bold enough to tell Shorty that because they understand that the culture is overwhelming. To y'all point, it's not a culture for, definitely not a culture for wives. Like Raj had a show, Black Gurus, there of a lady in the supermarket that a group of ladies asked her husband to do something for her. And it started a whole viral discussion around, what should married women's wives offer as far as assistance or help to single women. And when you saw it all go through viral on TikTok, it was just a culture of single women really believe that everybody's husband is a community husband. So it revealed just the culture you have, the overwhelming culture at this point that if you're in a relationship, your girl is like out group to that culture, and it comes out in a lot of different phenomena as we see. So I mean, yeah, it just ain't looking good.
I just love it. She said it so blatantly, so outright. I mean, once again, let them talk. Once again, the internet will expose us all. What I love about it is you really can't misinterpret what the hell she said. There is no other interpretation. There is no other way to take this. There is no more gracious way to interpret this. She said what she meant, and she said it the first time. Or she said what she meant the first time, better yet. So that's why I love when they're so blatant. When they're so blatant, you trying to check your fucking, I guess, podcast mate about being in a relationship, and you told her it's limiting to you. God damn, I love it. I love it.
Like straight to her face.
Damn. Go ahead. Somebody was trying to talk you broke a little bit.
It's a hot.
Oh, go ahead, Blackwood. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's a kind of a hostile thing to do to somebody you consider to be a friend, don't you think? I mean,
women have no
beyond.
Well, that's what the brother said afterward.
Beyond,
he said, "Go ahead, I'm sorry."
Yeah, I mean, beyond however she feels about her husband or feels about the concept of marriage, it is really just a blatant hostile shot against her friend herself. And if her friend would really think sort of objectively about what is happening, she would have to conclude that that really ain't her friend. And she has some very negative and hostile views towards her in general that probably might even precede her even getting married. A lot of times they cloak intentions, they cloak their real feelings about each other behind other things. And this could be one of those kind of things where I don't really like you anyway, and I'm just going to use, this particular thing as sort of a way to kind of take a jab at you.
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like to me.
To me, she's the more physically attractive. So if you're the friend that's not in a relationship or that doesn't have a man, and you're the one who's more physically attractive, that's a you problem. Shut the hell up. Your character speaks volume. We know what the issue is.
Yeah, she's really. But one can say these women really. I mean, Zul was gonna say it, but yeah, these women really don't have no friends. Bro. They really don't have any friends. If that was a friend, you wouldn't say that. You wouldn't say that to her. That's really not her friend at the end of the day. And she is the most attractive, the more attractive women, which is pretty much the story for a lot of these women.
You might be.
That's her bait, bro.
You may be touching on what the issue is. The fact that
that's her bait.
Is the more attractive, and hold on, she is the more attractive of them. Well, how dare you have a husband and I don't have a husband? So that's where a lot of times these things they do, they're hiding other things behind that. And it could be some resentment she's had for her going back to high school or grade school or some shit. And she's just hiding that behind this whole thing of her being married. Because if she does view herself as being more attractive, if she does view herself as being the head turner in the group, then she is going to feel a certain type of way about one of her lessers having a husband.
But you was probably but at the same time, you was probably.
But But by the way, the other homegirl is still cute. So that means she's still cute enough. She's still cute enough for me to choose her over you for marriage. Yeah. That's for sure.
I mean, you ain't. I mean, as far as looks concerned, you're not mad with either one. I mean, but at the end of the day, you probably could. She probably was a hoe at the same time now.
We know that.
What I observed in female social groups is they, like I said in the chat earlier, like women because we've all had women and we've all maybe advised them or heard their dynamics between their friends, and it's from my point of view, it's always been different from friendship dynamics that I was used to. And what I realized is that women, in terms of when they socialize with other women, they're like a deep cover double agent. So they and it's like through their whole life. So they're the friendships they make, the associations they make, even their best friends, who they call their best friend or their friend, or how close that is really always kind of up for debate and kind of obfuscated, and it's hard to tell why y'all became friends in the first place, or do y'all really like each other, or what motive it is that you're her friend. And
it's a calculated friendship.
Yeah, it is, but they do it for so long, they start to lose. Like they can't tell. They can't
exactly.
They can't tell Dirty Mackin. They can't tell like Kim Foster is sending them off because she can't get the man she wants. They can't really.
Because I think y'all using the wrong word, Compassionate. Y'all using it's frenemies. There's a reason why we use that term. They're not friends. They're not fully enemies. They're frenemies.
They're frenemies.
And when you in the
that's why we use that word. Go ahead.
It's hard to adjudicate any relationship or validity of any relationship or what those people tell you. And if you're just in a constant perpetual state of frenemies, who knows who'll stab you in the back? Who knows who's genuine? Who like they're loyal? Like the girl we're talking about that got insulted by the so-called prettier girl. She's probably a snake in terms of friendship. The way they both make friends or made friends together, they probably became friends hating on another bitch.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Weird dynamics that don't allow them to see clearly through shit.
Mm-hmm. No one's probably snake. I was probably snake too. She's just more blatant with it. Or I think she's probably more of a hoe. I think the other one's probably more of a hoe. And it's probably a different thing too. They're probably friends for a while. Let's just say for the sake of argument, they've been friends since high school. She was probably the one that always had a man in high school, and the other one was probably a little bit more docile. Or they could be very well both been hoes. And then the one who's married probably decided to chill out. And now she's in a relationship and the other one's hating. It could be either one of those dynamics when women's involved. It could be either one.
Well, usually it's the first dynamic.
That part about one of them, turning away from being a hoe. That would make the hoe very upset. Because one thing when we both been out here on these streets real hard. Well, what happened when one of us gets off on the streets and gets married to a reputable man, and they buy a home and they have kids, and she's going to school council meetings, and that'd be a hard thing for that other hoe to take. That'd be a real hard thing for that hoe to take. Yeah.
Because she's looking at the old person that like, well, I know who you used to be, and I see you all being docile and checking in with your man.
No, she said, I know the real you.
And why are you worthy? Why are you worthy of getting cleaned up? And I'm still out here on these streets holding.
Yeah, it's like
that's pretty much it.
But that reinforces what I've been saying before. Hypergamy doesn't care about women either.
Let me say this to Black real quick, Sebastian, and you got it. I'm out here still hoeing and trying to make it seem empowering.
Yep. Yeah. You gonna let me hold this pillow by myself?
I'm still trying to make it seem like fun. I'm still covering up these STDs and all this shit. Meanwhile, you got kids, and y'all having play dates with your children, and
it's like
y'all
power.
at
like
homeowners association, and that shit hurts, man. That hurts.
Yeah.
That hurts.
Am I back wet every week?
Can go.
It's like
in that direction.
It's like the first season of Power, where James was trying to go straight. James tried to go straight. Ghost was trying to go straight, and Tommy like, the hell is wrong with you?
No, I got one.
And everybody close to him tried to stop him from going straight.
Mm-hmm.
Tasha, now you stay to the game. Stay to the game.
Yeah, it's like was it Creed 3 with Michael B. Jordan and was it Jonathan Majors? it's like we was both on the street and now you going straight, and it's resentment there. But I can't really say that. I gotta cover it up with some other shit.
Yeah. That's a resentment.
Ah, damn, yeah.
It could be both. They could have very well both been not been nothing and been going crazy in the streets, and then one decided to chill out.
Birds of a feather flock together. The other girl was definitely used to be a hoe. She just caught her one and got up out the streets first. And this one's been subtly hating probably the whole time. Yeah.
Let's do this real quick. Arena Revives. What happened to Bree? They chipped our girl Bree and smacked her. Oh man.
Who was the girl you talking about?
Breonna Joy Gray from Bad Faith Podcast. Bernie Sanders' old press secretary.
Okay.
Okay.
They got her from Instagram. What she do?
Yeah, you know, our little Ivy League who Kim Foster thinks she is. Goddamn, I said that.
Who she look up to be then? Okay.
What happened?
Kim Foster's avatar was suspended for what?
That's it. Kim Foster thinks she's Breonna Joy Gray to the rest of the world, but she's not. I said it and I meant it.
And she's
there are levels to this. There are levels.
But yeah, no, she apparently got hit. Go ahead, Arena. Go ahead.
I think it's if you watch the link from Savvy Sabs, it was something having to do with something from Palestinian stuff that she retweeted or reposted on her Instagram story or reel.
No, they got her out of here for that.
Them J's got her then, bro.
Yeah, Zuckerberg, man.
Hey, bro.
No.
Y'all see Chappelle new stand up? He didn't give a fuck.
No, he didn't.
Oh man, like
I saw that. I saw the
that.
ending. Yeah, he said. He said, "What's the code word?" But no, you know, man. Oh, by the way, so Arena, I guess I can't review. I can't review the Brian Grimm's interview. I guess that's what that means now. Damn.
They knocking folk off, boy. They like, wait, where you think you going, bro?
But I just want to say this. We're gonna be real ambiguous here. Nobody use no real words. Y'all follow my lead, and we're gonna keep it real vague and ambiguous. Look, man, you could only put it so many times. As a matter of fact, you're already dealing with the new gens. The new gens said we don't care nothing about that type of punishment. You're not going to stop us from saying what we want to say, and all you're doing is proving what we think of you correct. We're not afraid. We're not our parents. You. Every time we get fired, every time we get laid off, every time we get thrown off the internet and social media, all you do is stoke a larger and larger fire. And it's going to be a wildfire. You're not going to be able to contain this shit. We don't give a fuck if you put Barry Weiss in front of whatever the fuck y'all put her in front of. We don't give a fuck that she made Ellison own TikTok. We don't give a fuck. Watch this. Anyway, I'll pause right there. I'm done.
Nah, it makes perfect sense, man. Because it's tiring to every moment of the day I gotta say the J people. Like you can't even talk to people name as if like that's bad. I can talk to and say Mexicans and no one gets upset. You know, I can say the Latins do this, or you know, Asians do this or whatever, but the Chinese do this. But like you that special? Oh, okay, all right then, bro. I hope your what was it? Your force field stays as strong as you think it is, my friend.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Yeah, that force field gonna eventually fall, bro. And then when it does, boy, it's gonna be a cold day, boy. It's gonna be a cold day.
It's all a game of whack-a-mole at this point, fellas. It's all a game of whack-a-mole, and you can only play that game for so long before you don't have enough hammers for all the heads that are popping up.
They already lost the narrative, though. Arena. They lost it. It's
True.
done, and they lost the narrative on both sides. So it's a done deal. It's a done deal. And then now it's a matter of kind of damage control and seeing if you could build from this point on. But the earth has already been seeded. It's already scorched earth. It's already ashes and charred. So they're trying to build from this point on. But they lost the millennials and Gen Z. They're done. We're not even on that type of time. So I guess they're going to try to build with the alphas or knock enough of us off where the alphas will get the message. But the millennials and the Gen Z, yeah, they're not scaring us. They're just enraging us. They're not scaring us, though.
Nah, it's lost forever because they had certainly going back, to what happened in the 30s and the 40s, they rolled this moral high ground, and that's gone now. That moral high ground they use to handicap any sort of criticism or fair evaluation of everything that they've done the last 80 years, they have forfeited with what they've done. So you're not going to ever be able, I don't think you'll ever be able to get succeeding generations, because now you got to somehow surmount what they've done. What are you basing any sort of goodwill towards them? If I'm a kid, 5, 6, 7-year-old kid coming into the world, why do I have any particular goodwill towards you just by virtue of this,
It got to be
whatever you
supernatural.
refer to yourself?
Well, that's what it got to be.
So
now we have to speak about something bigger.
That's them trying to do too.
That's over with. That's over
Well, the
with.
problem, right?
And now all they left with is trying to pull a gangster program, and the gangster program is over with when there's just enough people who just say fuck it, because it's not enough of you to surmount even a scintilla of human beings that just are willing to say enough is enough. Now the only question really is, the only real question really is, who got their fingers on those launch codes? That's really the question. And that's the question I would recommend you younger people start really asking about. Who got those fingers on those launch codes? Because that's the only real trump card that's left.
Well,
If you lose the ideological battle, you can always let me real quick, because and then you got Arena. Let me make this reference for all of us that ever saw the movie In Time with Justin Timberlake. Y'all remember when he had to go back to his hometown and whatnot, and he had to gamble, do the arm wrestling thing, gamble with the local gangster. What happened when Justin won that? Do anybody remember?
I ain't see that one, so
I don't remember.
I know the movie you're talking about,
but when he won the arm battle, he instantly flicked up the table and grabbed the gun and shot the dude. Why?
No,
Damn.
I knew that was about to happen to him anyway.
Thank you, because he knew that there was no win for me. Even if I won, I lost. So let me go ahead and shoot you before you shoot me, because I know that was your plan in the first place. Right? So go into what Black Rule said. Like that's these people get. I said this to my dad, to Papa Z, years ago. I gotta be at maybe approaching a decade, if not a decade. I said, Dad, the way these folks work is they don't lose. For them, there is no second place. There is no, and I'm not just talking about the Jays. I'm talking about all the Moon Glump. They don't believe there's no second place. For them, it's an existential crisis for them. It's either we run the planet or there is no planet. And
no.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There is no planet with that quote unquote we believe that we can live on, right? So that's what I always come to that point.
Yeah,
where,
but no, what I'm saying is how far. But here's the thing, Zoom. How far are you willing to go?
If you can't live on it, there is no planet.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. That's why. How far are you willing to go? If you're saying, "Hey, I'm not doing second place." We came on the scene a few thousand years ago. We had the Greeks. We had the beginning of Western civilization started with Alexander the Great. I want to say, Alexander the Great. So we had that. We've had this for a couple thousand years. We've been quote unquote number one for at least a good 500, 400 years, and that's it. That's the it. We're gonna freeze this right here. And you want to know how we know?
I got the answer, Z. How far are they willing to go? I got 4 words: bunker mansions and private islands.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Y'all must have not seen Zuckerberg bunker.
No, I mean, shit. I know about the one in Hawaii. I know they building some in New Zealand. I know.
Yeah, I see. But only 2% of them can afford to do that. And the rest of them,
accelerationism say that's all we need.
Yeah.
What they did after Kennedy, and after the Kennedys put the fire laws through, you know what happened to them, right? So over the course of the last 5 or 6 decades, they seized the political class, but now what they're doing, to Black Aruru's point, is they're seizing all the levers of narrative power with all these mergers. And to the
Yes,
point that some of these
that's what
guys
Barry
to
Weiss
the point,
and Larry Ellison is
yeah.
about. Go ahead. Yep.
So now it's a gangster move, but there's going to be a tipping point where the political class is not going to be scared anymore, and there's only so many of those folks. They don't have a critical mass of people in terms of volume, right? So they have to do this move right now, and they're putting all the chips in. And like you said, it's going to stoke a larger fire, because at some point there's going to be an administration or political class. There's a tipping point. There's going to be folks who say, you better start enforcing these fair laws, because we have the laws on the books. We just made an exception for a certain group.
I agree with that. I think the goal here is global chables, like the South Korea model, or for all of us that ever watched Gundam Wing Iron Blooded Orphans. If y'all remember, in the background of the series, the world was chopped up into like corporate families, pretty much just like what I'm saying with North Korea. I mean, so not North Korea, sorry, South Korea. I think that's the goal here. I think that, because you know how we know that, what they're trying to do off of that island in Honduras, what they're trying to pull over there with that like that corporate, pretty much Atlas Shrugged type of town, right? Like that's what they're trying to build. That's what to me, that's the goal for Earth for these Curtis Yarvins of the world, is that whether they're J people or not. For the Moon Blum, right? I think that's the end goal. Jays and not Jays.
So you basically mean Hawaii, basically just everywhere is Hawaii, basically.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you talking about what happened to Hawaii? What the Moon Blum did to Hawaii?
No, I'm talking about when they burnt out majority of the population, then bought all the fucking land.
Yeah. Well, they've been doing versions of that to Hawaii since the beginning. Remember, Hawaii was annexed on some corporate shit. If anybody ever studied the history of Hawaii, Hawaii was gangstered away from the queen. When the king died, right? Kamehameha, right? And it was gangstered away from the queen on some corporate takeover shit. I'm not joking.
No, I'm taking this shit. It's transfer.
Yeah,
I'm exactly. We annexing your shit.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it wasn't necessarily the American military. It was the corporate class backed by the military on some G shit, on some nigga. Y'all too dumb to rule over this shit. We gonna grow some whatever the fuck pineapples. Whatever, I forgot what they were growing. Yeah, we gonna grow some pineapples on this shit. And y'all too dumb to do it. So we're gonna do it, and then we're gonna slowly encroach, and we're gonna slowly take this shit over. And by the time you wake up to what's going on, it's already too late. There's too many moon blow on this island, and we got the U.S. military backing us. G shit. And to me,
like I said,
that's what they want.
They own the island now, bro.
That version global. They want to take this South Korean chables model global, right? So yeah. Well, you essentially you have Shinra going on all over the place on planet Earth, right? So yeah, and yeah, that's we can't let that happen. I look, being under the thumb of some corrupt politician is bad enough. Being under the but they at least have to feign like they give a fuck about you. They at least have to pretend. Corporate niggas don't gotta pretend shit.
My numbers, bro. My shareholders. Oh man, but you know it's going, man. You know what? Ah man, I'm scared, bro. I'm tired of getting, cause like, boy, how I'm looking at the world next, like, 100 years out, man. If you ain't got like a British, Dutch, Indian company kind of setup going, bro, you out here fucked, bro.
Not the East Indian company, nigga. Not the East Indian.
Bro, like, no, you think I'm playing? I've been because you know I'm weird. Like I do the math on shit, like. I keep doing the math, and every time I keep looking at it, I'm like, unless you got like a British, you know what I'm saying? Unless you got that kind of setup
company,
going,
I know what you're saying.
You really gonna be effed out here, bro. Or unless you Africa.
No. There is a way, but this is the thing. Like I noticed, I talk about black women's fuckery and their bad behavior and women's fuckery, but I don't want to get too steep in the culture war conversation because I know that's the easy, lightweight shit. They're hiding all the antics and all the shit they want to do behind us beefing with each other on some culture war shit. And I continue to stress that, and I realize that I realized that from the jump, but I really, really had it confirmed when Sagar was talking to Crystal, and he pretty much said, "Well, this is what they voted for, y'all." And he said it like y'all. And you remember he knows JD Vance through Usha Vance, right? So essentially, what Sagar and Jenny was saying was like, okay, look, y'all voted to, like I say, y'all voted to culture worship. You voted to spite your purple hair feminist girl cousin, right? But nigga, we voted for a different reason. We voted for lowering taxes on the uber wealthy, for privatizing schools, for extended tax cuts on the wealthy, for raising the estate tax to $30 fucking million. Insane, right? So that's what we voted for. So I mean, I guess it's a win-win, even though it's not really a win on your side because those tax cuts on the everyday people is going to expire in 2028. But the ones on the uber wealthy, it doesn't expire like ever. So like, I know what you voted for culture worship. I voted for bigger pockets, less government, and for me to do whatever the fuck I want to do as an uber wealthy person or connected person at least. And so when soccer pretty much gave up the ghost on, like, I already had said this right on my channel, but when he said it, and I have it saved, when he said it, I was like, I fucking knew it. Right? So yeah. Go ahead, Zulu. Go ahead, and then we'll have Leon.
No, I'm good. Y'all can go. Yeah, I can definitely go. But like, well, basically, as I kind of do my, mental quote unquote, like, all right, places that you want to live at and so forth and whatever. I kind of look at the economy and how you gonna sustain yourself. Like, I really be gaming this thing out like a Sims almost. And every time I keep going, at least in my math. Now, granted, maybe if the world keeps progressing as it keeps going, maintain what I'm saying, progressing as it keeps going. Unless you got like on some neo colonization stuff, you got your British what's it British what again?
East India Company.
East India Company, yeah. Like,
yeah.
If you ain't got one of them deals kind of set up, bro, you pretty much you gonna be out stuck, bro.
The UK started they started colonizing everybody on some corporate shit, really.
Yeah.
That's the type of time they were on with just about everyone they colonized, right? So yeah. So I mean, hey, it could get real ugly. It could get real ugly. But go ahead, Leon.
I've told people multiple times to read Christopher Columbus. The first chapter, the second chapter, his notes. They've been said this was paradise.
Basically, yeah.
They've been said that the Caribbean was paradise. Wow, look at these Native Americans. They have similar words and other things. And wait, how did these gold tip spears? I said that to Maggie too. She didn't even know about it. I said, you don't know about the gold tip spears when they first came here, and they said, well, there were some dark skins that came from the south. How did they come from the south? Because Africa doesn't have hurricanes, but if you understand, you can't get to America from Europe because the water goes the opposite way. But when you go to South Africa, it literally pulls you to the Caribbean islands. So my stepdad is from St. Vincent. If you know about St. Vincent, that's where all the Moors were shipped at first, out of Spain. Then it still pulls you towards Puerto Rico, the Jamaica, Dominican Republic. Then it pulls you straight to Florida. You know what I'm saying? So there are parts that y'all got to read from Christopher Columbus, because I think they're starting to snitch on them to the white people because they're trying to push them in a particular direction. But it's all old shit. They said it. Hawaii is another form of paradise. So
it is a paradise country, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I understand when people say like Uganda is a paradise country. I understand
no, I'm saying something
now.
totally different. I'm saying something totally different. I'm trying not to get Z kicked offline. When I say paradise, I'm talking about the Garden of Eden. I'm talking about, they got their spot in, they got their state, but when they looked at North America and what he said, I mean, I'm just telling y'all to read it because it hasn't changed. And my thing is, the idea of, they don't care that millennials and Zs don't give a fuck. The fact is, if you don't own any property, they really don't give a fuck. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the thing. I'm noticing they making sure to make what is it? Even the smallest piece of land necessarily like stupid high. Like I'm noticing that, especially like even in my state now, I'm starting to notice. I'm like land that was relatively, let's say, what's been $10,000 would have been 5 years ago. It's now was it like $90,000, $100,000, bare, nothing on it. I'm like, oh yeah, it's about to get real nasty out here.
Yeah, and if you take a loan out on that, who owns that property until you paid off?
Oh,
While they're
they
making
do.
money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a group of Anglo-Saxons, Visigoth, Goth, those ruling families, Iran, and a small state, and some Anglo-Saxons in America. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, now you're talking about the other part of the game, but yeah, that's yeah. You got to put your
Yeah,
tip or a Kufi hat on it for that one, but
yeah. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I know they still fear, Anglo-Saxon whites and people that want to align with the idea of white just because of sheer number. And if they say fuck them, then they're gonna have to side with the South, which they don't really want to do yet.
yeah.
Yeah, the white folks still got all the nukes, so
Yeah, nuke is cool, but the thing is, they don't really want to use it unless white people decide to have to side with them anymore. Because white people are attached to them regardless. So, because they're white.
I'll tell that to the Z white boys online. They're constantly can't shut up about them. They don't think they white.
They can sit down and think they're not white, but one thing that we understand about if they're okay, I'll put it like this: if they're not Italian, they don't know what the fuck they are anyway. So.
Wait a minute, you said they Italian?
I said if they're not Italian, they don't know what the fuck they are anyway. They're just fucking much.
Yeah, I mean, what about the Greeks though? Greek is kind of like they up there though, right?
The Greeks are
Europeans.
like 1% and less than 1% of Greeks are in America. Italians are a higher percent. Irish is a higher percent. Then you have Anglo-Saxon and everything in between. English is the majority.
They're all Europeans. They're all technically white, but they're not WASP. The gold standard for white is WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. They look at every other white person as some type of swarmy, some type of different type of white, and then we don't know for those of you from the Iberian Peninsula, that's Portugal and Spain, you might have some Moorish blood in you, some Arab or black blood in you. But the same thing with the Sicilians, maybe the Italians, depending on what type of Italians, especially the Southern Italians, right? Like so you got to remember like what Hannibal and that trip and who him and his people were piping, right? So and just the Arab world connection to Italy and well, Italy through Rome and to Greece, right? So and then when you get to the Baltics, you're dealing with some type of Mongolian or fucking Asian mixture, right? So like so that's when you get Genghis Khan and Kublai Khan in them who ran through, and so you might look white, but if I shake your family tree, 1,500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, is a motherfucking Mongol gonna fall out that bitch, right? So like for them, the whitest of good.
But from my knowledge, like ain't most of them people claim their history comes from the Romans and shit. So ain't they all basically like Roman little babies thing by default?
No. See,
No. But how? Hold on, let's be honest. How they claim? How they jack off Rome? Hold on, let's be free. How they go and jack off Rome, bro? Rome for them was the start of everything. But basically, they quote unquote have they see it civilizational model. So if they base everything off of Rome, then
they don't base everything off of Rome. Look, just Google 410 Visigoth take over the kingdom of Rome. You'll learn that Rome was sacked and taken over by
Eventually, yeah.
Anglo-Saxons that came like in 410, very
Pretty
very
much.
long ass time ago. And
Leon, tell him what happened. Essentially, what happened to Rome is a lot of what's happening now. Their birth rate went to the shitter, right? They tried to entice the women to have kids. They weren't having no kids, and so slowly but
Basically.
surely, the Roman legion wasn't led by fucking Romans. It was led by all the outside quote unquote oppressed groups, right? And so by the time the Mongols and shit start coming through, and the Visigoths and everybody, the Roman legion is 50,000 soldiers, which is a fucking joke for what it used to be.
Yeah, especially with a lot of people.
So-
Yeah. Considering, yeah.
Well,
yeah,
to
it's pretty much
remember
like it is right now. You know, they on their last little leg, then, bro.
That's how Spain was created, and that's how Italy was created, because they moved out of the kingdom of Rome, and they tried to incentivize them to stay, but they wanted to be some passport bros when they saw those little, tanned women in Spain. You know what I'm saying? They started shooting up the club. But anyway, their history doesn't start. Their history starts when the Ice Age ends, and if you look at the sea level of Germany, Sweden, that area where the Neanderthal people came out of, they were basically in an ice prison until the Ice Age ended. That's where their history starts. The rest of them don't have the same genetic makeup, and they just they did what they did with any other group. Kill the man, R-word the women, whatever. Yeah, but white people,
So in other words, what Leon is saying is like, yeah, they're all technically Europeans and all air quotes white, but there's different pedigrees to this. The Southern whites were not subject to the Southern whites weren't subject to what the British, the French, the Germans. Definitely, once you start getting to Norway, Sweden, Finland, so the Southern European whites were not subject to the same thing, and that's why their culture is different. So when white people have to be white people, that's really, and they started quote unquote rediscovering the Southern Europeans, especially once you really during and after the Crusades. But if you really want to kick it off with the Enlightenment, you can. That's when they started reclaiming that shit slowly but surely. But definitely during the Enlightenment, like duh, right? So yeah, but before that, no, it was just a completely different. The Romans would never, ever, old Romans would never want you to connect them to the motherfucking Britannias. Not Britannia, nigga.
For real, like when you find out that okay, Irish became white for political reasons in what 1940, 1950. Italians became white like 19. They let certain rich Italians in, but the rest of them, y'all some niggas, pretty much. And they're white now, but this is a caste and hierarchy that operates at the same time. There's a
first
group
world
of white Americans that will not mix with fucking Irish people or Italians.
Let's put it this way: the entire world first iteration is dark. Everybody from the origin of Aboriginals of Australia to the goddamn Ainu in Japan, all these motherfuckers were dark. Everybody was dark.
Bro, you know the funniest thing is, when I actually did a little bit of research on the Ainu, bro, I was like, oh, so they run around the world just basically, if you was dark on the island, you was dark in some places, they were just chopping you up, basically. You was just, if you was a darker complexion, these light-skinned folks were basically going in for the kill, look like, man.
Yeah, everywhere. Every fucking where, bro. Everywhere. Right? Like yeah, bro. It's everywhere the light motherfuckers went, they were like, we're number one now, and we're gonna kill you now. This is what we do. And right? And so, but when you're speaking about white in particular, and very, very clearly Caucasians, because Asians seem to be white, and technically they were seen as white, but they're not Caucasian. So so like when we talk about Caucasians in particular, I think their time is done, but I don't think that means they fall into obscurity. I do think it means that they don't get to be the hegemonic rulers on planet Earth, and them motherfuckers they not gonna go out with a. Let me say this. I don't think they're gonna go out without a fight, but it's possible that they go out without a whimper, which means they're not number one anymore, and there's not much fight in it. So we'll see.
Look, check it out. Check it out. Europe can literally freeze. Okay, they can
That's
literally
true.
freeze. Okay, and you're talking about the average age in Europe is higher than it is in the United States. British women ain't having no babies. English women ain't having no babies. The only ones that having babies is what I spoke about last time when Putin went out on the stage and he said, "Hey, women, keep your money in the banks, and I'm gonna give y'all 8% interest. I know we're dealing with some tough times with America taking our money." Then he said, "We need you to have some babies." And what are those bitches doing? Having some motherfucking babies.
Mm, mm.
Yeah, bro. It's just once you start to understand this, once you understand that their population is less than 10% globally,
Yeah.
that like the last great white empire is the US. That's why the motherfuckers throwing a fit. That's why they trying to tell the Europeans, get off your ass. We about to not be
hmm
number one no more, bitch, and we will leave your ass. Like that's what Trump and JD Vance is telling Europe. Like, bitch, we
Yeah.
nigga, we ain't gonna fall with y'all. We gonna let
Well,
y'all fall if y'all gotta fall. Go ahead.
Now,
look at the
my question is,
UK. The UK is pushing all this propaganda, and it's like I'm in a gaming group, and I showed them the stats. I'm like, your biggest pedophile pusher P issue is your own people. It's not these 1 million Muslims. It's actually your population. Like you're borderline more likely to have a neighbor that's a super P than running into a Muslim hijacking you or trying to take one of your women. It's just not likely. There's 70 million of y'all. Y'all got 3 million arrests this year. Y'all the majority. Same stuff when you look at the numbers in the United States, but and they pull the same.
Trill,
They
that's
say
funny.
per capita, per capita. But I
Real
gotta
quick,
I gotta get out of here though.
basically.
Okay. Well, Leon, well, before you go, oh damn, he left. Trell killed me. Trell said, "Do not go gentle into that good night," and that that is exactly what JD Vance is going. He's traveling across Europe, telling them that nigga, don't go gentle in that. Yeah, y'all better fight.
All right, I got one last question before I get up out of here, man.
Go ahead.
What do you think? So when they fall from position number one to like, let's say a position like 4 or some shit like that, right? What do you think is gonna happen to them?
I think they just fall into obscurity. I don't think we play on them. I don't think the rest of the world gives a fuck, especially black people. I don't think like, bro. The only reason they went they flew real close to the sun, Icarus ass motherfuckers, and
Mm-hmm.
like I don't think we're gonna try to kill them or we're gonna go around raping them motherfuckers. I don't think we're not gonna give up on whoever gonna end up with a mixed white kid gonna end up with them. But outside of like it, nobody will, and we will no longer be jockeying for position to be close to them, right? Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
I think they just become normal human beings like the rest of us. The systems don't work in their favor automatically anymore. We don't people don't defer to them just because they're the white person that just walked in the room anymore. White men don't get to pull the white skin card and I'm some fucking nerdy weird white dude, but I'm going to Thailand and fucking all the hoes because I'm white, right? And them hoes revere whiteness. Like all that shit's done, and that's what they don't want. Fuck the respect. White people's problem is not that people respect them. White people's problem is that they want people to fear them.
Yeah. But you in
They
Haiti,
want
bro?
the. No, I'm here. I'm in the U.S. My background's just loud because reckless stream. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Don't put in the
I
comments.
heard, I heard moped. I was like, but he back home or
Yeah.
something already.
So no. So South Florida, I don't know what happened over the past few years, but nigga, when I say like, I'm not gonna say it felt like I woke up and everybody had a moped and like a e-bike and all this other shit, but like almost over the past over the past maybe since COVID, so maybe over the past 5 years, increasingly you see more mopeds, more e-bikes, more all of
Bro,
that
that's a
shit.
little Caribbean already,
And
bro.
like, bro, but we didn't have that shit when I was younger. Niggas wasn't driving. Well, clearly e-bikes are a bit new, but mopeds, people wasn't driving around here in mopeds when I was in the 90s and the early 2000s and shit. Even in the 2010s and the early 2010s. But like, it's like I woke up like 5-6 years ago, and like slowly but surely right? Definitely over the past 4 or 5 years, and definitely
Oh
over the
yeah,
past
definitely
3
in the last
years.
4 years. I've been seeing them out here in Georgia too. Now I'm starting to see more of them, and it's cheaper than getting a car though. It's more reliable and cheaper getting a car.
Yeah,
And you know, if something
yeah, it's
go
just
brown, I mean, go wrong with it, you can fix it.
but the fear of getting hit by one of these crazy ass, not paying attention to the road ass on their cell phone ass drivers. That's the problem, nigga. We all didn't see it. These
That
bitches is
Nissan, that Nissan Altima out there, but that Nissan Altima
You see
hunting
what
you,
I'm
bro.
saying? Niggas are sitting niggas are sitting stationary objects, bro. I can't do it. If you hit a stationary object, I don't trust you with me on this damn e-bike, nigga. Like,
What you
oh,
say?
man.
They stationary objects.
Niggas just
Oh my
sitting
God.
stationary. Niggas are seeing poles, dude. Like, if niggas are sober and hitting poles, though. I can't do it, bro. I can't do
Hey, bro,
it.
I
can't.
understand that. That's the reason why I got me a 4-wheeler, bro. I couldn't do it, bro. I got me a car and a 4-wheeler, bro. I couldn't do it, bro.
You see what I'm saying? Let me read this from Leon. Leon says, 50 years, they will look like Indians in Paris. And you know that's the fear. They're throwing a fit, especially in the UK. They're throwing a. It's like okay, we want them out, but nigga, okay, this is always my thing with all the white folks across the planet. It's not gonna make your bitch fuck though. If she gonna have your kids though, she gonna have two. If she gonna have at least 3 kids, because you need at least 2.1 for to maintain your population, and you need more than that to actually increase your population. You can keep all these people out, right? You can keep all these people out. Let's say even if you started kicking out legal immigrants, first generation naturalized citizens, is that gonna make them white folks fuck? Are you gonna finally coerce enough white women to have your kids when she no longer is looking at Lee because Lee looked like her favorite K-pop singer, or she's not looking at Tyrone because Tyrone looked like LeBron, right? Or she not looking at Hector because Hector looked like Antonio Banderas or whatever the fuck, right? Is that are white folks gonna fuck now? Are they gonna have your fully white kids? I think a few of them
I
will,
think it's gonna
but
be
no.
opposite.
Yeah,
I think it's the opposite, like in the sense that, like, even if you do kick the people out necessarily, right? You had them in there for a reason. So that means whatever job that you wasn't quote unquote doing as a white man, you got to start doing. So whatever low paid job that you was doing, that means shit, that ain't getting her pussy no more wetter than it was earlier. I can assure you that. So like
Bro,
you also said, bro, it ain't you still in that same hole, bro.
Bro, there's an Australian chick. I don't know if she ever even been to the U.S. I played a video from her. I got 2 videos from her in my phone somewhere. There's Australian. I don't even know if she ever been to the U.S. This bitch is like, oh my god, black men. Oh my god, they're so sexy. They're so fine, black men. Oh, she damn near jizzing her panties. I'm like, bro, if the chick all the way in Australia is drooling over us, like, what the fuck do you think is going on with these women that live here amongst us? Look how often
the thing is, bro. I don't think the average dude in America really know like his global status is like number 2 on the planet. Like, I mean, I'm gonna say maybe like 2, like other than like the prince of like, you know, the Arab nation, like, other than that guy. But like, you kind of you kind of doing all right out here in the game, bro. So it's just kind of funny to me. People like, what I'm gonna do? What about the women? I'm like, you a black man in America, bro. Like,
so that's where I was going. Look at what Dr. Dizzle said. Even Lily Gaddis gave birth to a brown baby. So that's my point. Like, look. I was about to say it. What's her name? Sarah Sutherland or Sarah, whatever the fuck her name is. Like, how often are these white racist dudes finding out the white racist woman that's standing right next to them that had black dick before, and they be throwing a fit because these white racist women be all buddy with them, and then they find out, oh, now she done fucked black dudes all through high school, all through college, and now she coming back over here in her late 20s or mid 20s or early 30s, and God forbid she got a mixed kid.
So white dudes basically hate black. They basically hate white girls that do the things that white dudes do.
I don't. Let me be very clear. I'm gonna say this. I don't care what white men are saying. I think the masses of white men don't like women. Whenever women say men don't like women, shut the fuck up and stop being a coward. Black men don't have a problem with women. We have a problem with women trying to run over us and trying to get us to be paymasters for the nothing. Right? I was gonna say for the cheap, for the nothing. But no, I really think the masses of white men actually they don't like women, bro. They don't. I think when you say white supremacy, it's mainly a white male sport. Even though white women, they participate and they get trinkets and goodies too, right? That's why Bill Burr said you didn't like your cut. With that, no, white women. I would argue the masses of white men just see white women as their baby incubators and a bitch that's supposed to give them head and give them pussy whenever they want. But they don't really. I don't think they like white women, bro. I don't think they like women. To be frank with you,
I mean, they don't like them,
But basically,
I'm not
what
saying
I'm
they hate
saying
them, but
right
they don't
now,
like them hoes. They don't like them.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you know white dudes like personally enough, they don't like them hoes. Because at the end of the day, like because like how they look at it. Repeat how you look at it. She is my incubator, bro, and my incubator is not incubating the way I told it to. Because at the end, but you gotta understand, they come from a
You
hard
know what it is?
patriarchy, though.
It's like your TV screen kind of not acting the way you need it to, and you start hitting that shit. Like, turn off, work the way I want you to work. Like,
That's it. That's it.
Banging the
That's
TV, and
it. That's
that's how they
it.
look at it. Like, bitch, how you not working? You're supposed to work like this, bitch. And then they just
Like, why this motherfucker
exactly
not
work,
working?
bitch. Thank you.
I know I paid what I was supposed to pay for. I mean, like, what the fuck? But I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, you
That's
know
how
what
they
it
kind of
is?
look at it, though.
And thank you for trust. And white men and white women are partners in crime at odds, dividing up their cuts. It's Elysium. It's the main story of Elysium. That was a primary. Look at the internal beef between the husband and the wife. All that shit that they all because they were beefing. They damn near fucked up their whole family over a beef. So going to what you're saying, that's white people right now.
Yeah, and you know, the funniest thing is I see it now. Now that you say it just like that, I see it a little bit more even clear because I'm like, basically their whole quote unquote problem with the world is basically they have their own internal beef that they quote unquote have it on the entire planetary scale. If you really look at it. If you really look at it, it's just the beef that they had amongst themselves, just on a planetary scale.
It's like we all say, it's white supremacy isn't fighting itself to see if there's going to be a white supremacy. They're fighting themselves to see who's going to rule the roost, who's going to lead this shit for the next however long.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what they debating. And white women are saying we're good enough patriarchs. We can lead this shit. Why does patriarchy have to be led? White patriarchy have to be led by white men. Right, so that's what it is. Let me read Joe's. I see the other two super chats. I'm gonna come to them. And Joe says white men have a fear that soft white women wearing knitted sweaters might have been knee deep in knee deep by black men. Some white men even try to watch it from the closet. Hey Joe, let me make you throw up real quick. So you might want to hold your lunch, nigga. And the white man like, damn, I wish I was her. While he looks through the closet. He might try to participate.
I don't know what's up with them folks. They just that's a weird. I don't know. You know the thing is that when I was watching. Nah. You know the funniest thing is like over this last like 4 or 5 years since I've been in so many different places, right, and like so many different like countries, I was able to see the personality of the people, right. And then I came back here and I saw the movie. Was it the Avatar? Like, was it Fire and Ash? I don't know if you got the chance to see that. Did you see that yet?
The new one, the new Avatar.
Yeah, new Avatar. Yeah.
You talking about the show or the movie?
The movie. The Fire.
Yeah.
And Ash.
I saw it with the. Damn, I don't want to spoil it for anybody else, but yeah. I saw the movie.
Nah,
you mean the recent one that came out last year or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, and the one she basically said, it was like this small, it was like one little quote in the scene, and she was like, "I guess she said, I'm annoyed how crazy you people think," or something like that. She basically said it like in that line. She said, basically, I can't understand how crazy you people think. It was basically like the little Avatar lady when she was talking to like Jake Sully, with everybody. She was like, "I can't stand you little pink people, and I can't stand the way you think. It's crazy." And the more I sat there looking at it, I was like, especially when you come from other parts of the world and see how they think and come back and look at the Western society, you'd be like, these people are insane. And I'm like, And it reminded me of like these two quotes. One of the quotes my dad said, I remember this thing, even when I was a kid, he told me this, and I remember, he said, if you was raised in an insane asylum, right? How would you know what was normal and what was sane? And the moment I kind of thought about that, even as a kid, and the more I kind of thought about that as a kid, I looked around the world, I was like, oh yeah, wow, we in a fucked up place, bro. I knew that as a kid.
You wouldn't. And going to that line that Zoe Williams used all the time from Krishnamurti, it is no sign of good health to be well adjusted to a sick society. You don't know if you live in a sick society, but you're the one straight person. well, you do got to question whether you're the sick person. But after you get over that, yeah, you don't know you're in a sick society more than likely, and you're sick, by the way. If you don't know that you're in a sick society, as a matter of fact, you know you're in a sick society when you're the well one. But then you got to question your own sanity, right? Are you the one crazy person who sees sane people? But yeah, no, you don't know. Most people don't know. This is just the way it is, right? And you just go along with the stream. You just go along with what's going on. I don't know how many people question it, and definitely how many people got the balls to challenge shit, even talk about that shit. Look at where we went today on this channel. Like how many people we went political. We talked about the J people and their social political power. We just went all around the world with fucking European history for a few minutes. Like the Gauls, the Visigoths, you know what I'm saying?
The
Like all of
Romans.
that shit. Yeah, the Romans, like the difference in phenotype and culture, even though they're all white, the difference in let's say Swedish culture and Italian culture, which is like a zillion miles apart, right? Like yeah, so how many Americans can do that? Let alone even white Americans, right? So yeah.
Bro,
No,
the
you live in
funniest
a
thing.
nation, but you live in a
Go ahead,
nation
my
where
bad. I'm sorry.
you live in a nation where freedom, where you haven't been reminded that how particular the freedom we have. We take it for granted here. That's why you have to go somewhere else to find out to see what real, I guess, you would say patriarchy, or what real structure looks like, or
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you know what I'm saying. There's no structure here. Everyone's free to be in the blank slate theory, and no one's really held to anything. We would like to think that, but no one really wants to be held to anything. And that's that. So when you have a society like
No
that,
one
then
wants to have a demand put on them.
no, no one wants
Yeah,
to have demand.
I agree.
Everybody wants something, but don't nobody want to pay for it.
I agree. And when you say pay for it, it's not just the
And I'm
financial
not
payment,
just
the
money,
money. Yeah, I agree.
not
I
even
agree.
just money,
Yep.
not even just money.
The
Let me read
social
this. This is
debt.
a
Yeah,
good
the
time.
whole thing of it.
Real quick, Zulu. Let me read this. But the perfect time to read this. And Detroit says, "I got financially great." Did you get financially great by who? A chick? You out here being a
They
simp.
got them, bro.
Detroit,
You out
they
here
got
being
you.
financially reckless, weren't you?
Hey,
But I told you, gotta be celibate, bro. He
Out
gotta
here
he
being
gotta be
financially
celibate, man.
reckless, weren't you?
I got financially great before in my early mid 20s. I got financially great before. Look, it didn't happen to Z before. It didn't happen to Z, y'all. I already told y'all
Oh
about my
boy,
$407 escapade that I ain't even get the buns that done like yep
Mm-mm.
yeah
ooh, bro.
yeah yeah
Mm.
yeah yep
I
Mm-mm.
don't think I
yep.
ever spent that much, but I think I may have spent like $150 and then get the money.
I,
And that may
I
be
say it
very
all the
upsetting.
time with pride, not because I'm actually proud of what I did, but to emphasize for the young dudes, we all get got. I just got for damn almost $500, right? We all get got.
Yeah,
It's gonna
everybody
happen.
get got.
Every,
Everybody got to take their
everybody get got.
dating.
Right?
Everybody takes their L's in the dating game. Everybody takes their L's. The thing is, I know it likes to seem like women don't take L's in dating, but actually they are telling you it's real. It's sub communication when women take L's. Claudia Jordan's interview is not, it is a communication, her openly admitting it, but that woman you played before, Z, she's admitting it too.
Oh yeah,
She,
they always telling themselves at the
Mm-hmm.
end of the day.
she's admitting it.
Yeah.
She's admitting to taking L's
Mm-hmm.
too. Because I'm like, if you had a man that adored you and allowed you to do what you want, you'd have him already. Why don't you?
You could tell from her stank ass attitude. You
You
can
can
tell
tell.
from her
You see
stank
the
ass.
smugness.
If you talking to your homegirl like that, bitch, I don't even want to know how you talk to men. And you said it too. I like gaslighting you niggas. I
Okay.
love that she said this. Hey, all you niggas that fuck with her wherever she lives, just know that that's her. Just know that that's her. Just put her in the proper box and leave her there
She
for
is in the
eternity.
proper box, Z. She's
True.
already there.
She
Yeah,
already
yeah.
there
She
though.
trying
She
to do
has to
she trying to
go
do
and
her
make
black
that.
girl swag shit. Yeah, so it can
Yes.
look empowering. I get you. I
She
get you.
already there. That's why she can't do nothing but cope. Because even the men she do mess with and do have a thing for, they not putting up with that, and she knows that. So she has no choice but to cope and take it out. And unfortunately, take it out on her
Yeah, yeah.
friend who
With the
who
fake
who,
ass
who
empowerment
wised
talk.
up. The friend who was probably on the same stuff too, but eventually wised up. She ain't ready. This other chick ain't ready to wise up yet. That's fine. Leave her there. So any dude
I don't know.
who's dealing
Depending
with
on
her
her
like,
age, she pretty much may have kind of, just aged out of the game because, like, any man who got me, like, for me, like, I don't give a damn if I go to any chick and she say I'm past 25. I'm like, all right, then, you for me personally,
it's a
you
discount.
just on the
Honestly,
you on
it
the hit
needs to be
list.
said. It needs to start saying, hey, listen, a lot of you shit's going to have to consider, a lot of you older shit's going to have to consider 50-50. Like the 100% talks is for women under 25.
But no, they're doing 25, like or 25, 75. I provide 25, the resources. They can do the other 75, and I
Yep,
go break my shit in
pretty
between
much.
four women, and we'll make a full cool dollar out of it.
Pretty much. Since they got so much money out here, find out. They always talk about how much
Shit,
money
cause
they
that's what
got.
I'm going to. That's the only thing I would do, bro. Like, ain't no way in hell you think I would really be out here trying to do no 50-50 with no woman past 25.
I'm not paying them.
I adapt to the Chinese model.
Savage Kingdom, I need to know what your name is in the chat. There's somebody named Savage Kingdom is trying to pop up in the back
It
chat.
says under 25 and virgin, exactly, bro.
Yeah.
Yep. Those are the ones who even get. That's just for consideration.
I think who was I talking to? I think I was talking to somebody. I was like, bro, you out here, depends on what you doing, bro. You getting a chick that's like out here, but she passed 25 and she ain't a virgin, bro. I'm saying, like, bro, you out here risking your soul, bro. Like in this environment, bro. In this environment.
Yeah. But dudes are gonna take the risk because dudes are not risk averse. I think dudes are becoming more risk averse. Yeah. I think we just take the progress as it is. The fact that men are being risk averse is a sign of progress to me. Men have come a long way. Still got a bit to go, but men have come a long way. So let's
And even with the how far we've come, the ladies are streaking. That they are.
Yeah. They're realizing it too. Why? Because hence you see all these videos of women coming up and sharing their first date fails. They're sharing all their date fails. Something's happening. Something's happening. Some things are changing. They can't brag like that no more.
Well, I mean, true. But how I'm looking at it personally, I'm looking at it like this, right? We're looking at it as the thumb was on this scale, and it were kind of returning to what's somewhat normal, which I wouldn't consider like somewhat normal. Like it's just like it adjusted a little bit, and they screaming now, but because the thumb is off of the scale. So I don't even think this thing is even equal. In my personal opinion, I don't see this as an equal playing field, personally, right? Currently, so. If they crying necessarily, and the thumb just came off the quote unquote scale, and they crying now, then what you think they're gonna be actually crying if the thumb has become equal and God forbid necessarily in my favor?
Well, they got money. Well, I mean, let them cry. They claim they got all this money. Now go to the store and buy some tissue.
And well, I guess we gonna see, since her business skills is as good as she said she was.
Okay, well, let's find out. Let's find out. We gonna find out. Yeah, this whole women are the new men. Okay, all right. Let's find out. We gonna put that.
Have you seen what happened to my boy Deontay Wilder? Have y'all seen what happened to him?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I saw that post. Yeah. I've heard that stuff, but I'm like, that's the story. There's you don't have to be a Deontay Wilder. There's plenty of men who will never earn what Deontay Wilder earns in doing that shit.
My question is, if you got that kind of money, though, like why? Like I don't know, bro. Well, it gotta be you smart thing because I'm an average looking dude, bro. I'm like 5'9", so I'm like an average height. So like if I can see it this clearly, and Deontay Wilder got all the money and got the height, how come he can't see it?
Because that's the cost. That is because he's paying the cost. Him not knowing is what is the cost. Him having this money is the cost of him not knowing. Because he became a heavyweight champion like 3 or 4 or 5 times. He earned the money. He grinded his way. Plus, he was a late bloomer in boxing. He didn't get into boxing until he was in his 20s. So he had to hit the ground running in order to become a heavyweight champion. So he did not have time for that like regular men do to be out here dating and take L's. He probably took a few L's, but nothing substantial. This is probably the biggest L he's ever taken. But that's the cost. He gets the billions of dollars. He gets the access. But the cost of that is, get caught slipping like this. It's not an excuse. It's just an explanation. That's what happened to a lot of these rich men getting caught up. They put in the work. They got the
I don't
access.
know what happened to him. What happened to him?
Pretty much he just came out like he was with this woman. He was with this woman not too long ago. Turned out she was a single mother. He was
Biracial chick.
yes, also a biracial chick. Turned out she was a single mother, but he was taking them in. He took them in, and he said he put her and the kid on his will. Yeah, he put them on his will. Yeah, put them on his will. Only for them to turn around. And the kid blatantly said, "You're not my daddy."
Oh yeah,
and for the divorce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, we once again, this space exists for a reason.
Mhm.
I know to all the folks that might be listening in, this is your first time listening in, and you don't appreciate why we sound the way we do. Well, there go the example right there. And by
Nah,
the way,
but
you
that's
don't have like Lion was saying, you don't have to be Deontay. You don't have to be Wilder. You don't have to be. You don't have to be him. You don't have to be some world champion boxer. Right? Regular dudes. Y'all think we sound like sexist monsters, or I'm not going after the super IG models. Only the IG models act like that. All right, have
okay.
fun. Right?
Please.
Exactly. And I think that's what
Right.
I look. Throughout my entire life, this is not like a adult Z thing. This is a Z since I was a kid thing. I've not had like these like places where I go and hide out in my mind. But like, nah, I'm gonna be safe over here if I just don't do this, or if I just hide out over here, or if I just
I know
rationalize
what you
this over
mean,
there.
bro.
Right, I'll be all right, and I can hide out from what all you other niggas y'all going after IG models. I'm not gonna go after the IG models. I'm gonna go after the church girls and the nerds, and I'm gonna be all right. No, I don't have those that worldview, and like I kind of feel sad for it. I understand not everybody's gonna be red pill. I understand that blue pill is actually the way for the masses, right? It's just when you see these things, or when you doubt us, and when we sound like sexist monsters to you, and then you get sideswiped like by a fucking 18-wheeler called "This is how these women really act. This is what they really think." And by the way, once again, like Lion was saying, you don't have to be Wilder to end up in this situation. You could pick the most basic ass chick in the world and end up in these situations. Half them hoes y'all think are square as fuck. Them church women, those very, very, very nerdy women, those square
Yeah.
ass women.
Yeah. Plenty of
Them
women.
bitches used to be wiping up at some dude's sink and vice versa 10 years ago, 5 years ago, yesterday. So like I don't know, like I feel sad for these niggas sometimes. The only issue with me is when they start being on podcasts and calling us all type of red pill niggas and else incels and fucking loser niggas. All right, bitch. See you in divorce
Okay.
court, player.
Yeah.
That's all I
That's
think
the
to
only thing
myself.
I
See you in
got.
divorce
That's
court.
all I got. All right. Stay up on that. Stay up on that horse. Your lesson's coming.
Wow, Black Uru said Wilder's woman was giving money to baby daddy.
Yeah, but no,
Wow.
that's what I'm saying. It
I
was
didn't
the
hear
whole
that.
game
That's
of it, bro.
new. I'm
Like
not surprised
she
by
was
it.
cheating on this dude with the baby daddy and other dudes while he out there fighting
Wow.
championship fights and trying to bring the money, quote unquote, back to
And
them.
you see once again,
Yeah.
we have to emphasize this. I don't have to demonize women to prove the point. Women are human beings.
Yes.
What we've done with feminism is we've unshackled women to be whoever they want to be, but that's not just in their career. My apologies for the background. Wait a minute, though. Somebody want to do a dick pic. My apologies. But yeah, what we've done over the past few decades with second wave feminism and beyond, we've allowed for women to be who they want to be. Women are human beings. They're capable of virtue and vice, as Dr. Green Gorilla would say, and as Vince would say. So what that means is you're going to have women who do some of the most sneaky, underhanded, most sexist shit humanly possible, just like what y'all claim and accuse men of doing. You're gonna have nice women, you're gonna have kind women, you're gonna have giving and charitable women. And on the other side of that, are you going to have women that play both sides of the fence? On the other side of that, you're gonna have some of these vile ass women that have kids from 2 and 3 different dudes that have we have fraternity court We have a Maury, right? We have the baby is not yours. The kid is not yours.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And this is her second, third, fourth time up there.
Yep.
How many
Up
different
there,
men
and
were
I
you
be
having
like,
sex with
Right.
at
y'all don't
one
say
time?
nothing about
Yep.
that shit, bro.
Right?
Nope. But
So
this is
so
why I
so I
don't
just
feel
want to
bad.
emphasize that. Go ahead.
Hmm. But this is why you don't feel. This is why there's no reason to feel that apathy or sympathy for women is out. I don't feel no sympathy for none of them.
Me either,
Not at,
bro.
But see,
not,
and I just want to emphasize that to anyone listening, anyone who's listening for the first time, what Mr. Z is saying in specific is that women are no more moral or better than men. They're physically weaker than men by 20%, and y'all hold everything on that. Y'all let
yeah.
women get away with murder because of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all let
You think
y'all
it's
and
Yes.
y'all
deception?
y'all have convinced yourselves with this Judeo-Christian bullshit that women are more moral than men, they're kinder, more humane, more communitarian
Mm-mm.
than men, and these hoes are showing you day by day with that freedom that they're no better than us, and y'all don't really know how to deal with it, so you continue to double and triple down on the bullshit. They're
Then
not
they'll
more moral than
justify
us.
it.
They're not better than us. They're
Then they'll
human
try and
beings like
justify it
us.
because of what.
Exactly.
Then they'll try and justify what they're doing because of what happened in the past. I'm like, what? You mean the 5% of men that was holding all the wealth then too?
Bro, same thing now. Bro, they're so, bro. Patriarchy is a both gender game. What's going
Exactly.
on right now is white men and white women at the very top are staying married. They're getting married. They're staying married more than likely, and they're having their kids. They're sending their kids to private school, and then they're selling all of you lame hoes all that
Exactly.
liberation and freedom shit, while you try to make your entire life work with that
Yeah.
$48,000 you earn a year. Have
Yeah. I
fun with
said
that,
it
bitch.
before.
Have fun with that.
Both sides of their kids go to the
Mhm.
same damn school.
Say that. Hey, I'm just
They
saying.
both part of the same golf club.
I-
They both in the same
Ivanka
golf
Trump
club.
is with Jared Kushner. Everybody know his dad was a fucking slimeball and went to prison for fucking trying to blackmail his brother-in-law and his sister on some fucking gangster shit because pretty much because they were telling the feds what the fuck he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fine. And he tried to blackmail the brother-in-law with some prostitute type shit or whatever the hell. Okay, so that's Jared Kushner's side, right? So we know Ivanka ain't shit. But here's the thing: Chelsea Clinton married a nigga who fucking dad went to prison on some fraud shit too.
Yeah.
This is what the fuck they do. Going back to a line saying, them motherfuckers will marry each other anyways, and then
They
they gonna
marry each
sell
other.
you on
Yes.
don't do that shit.
Exactly. It's the same. It's the same thing. No. But back to the point I was saying. I'm like, but that's the cost when it comes to. That's why the saying is quote unquote alpha simps. They spent their time grinding to the money to get to the access, and the men who do become successful, but they're completely and utterly goofy when it comes to women, and that's the cost. They get the access. They don't
I
get.
think
They
you're
don't
right.
get the wisdom. They don't get the wisdom. They don't get that second guessing, that second thought. They don't that hint of mistrust. They don't get
Mm-hmm.
that. They in there just blind, but they got millions of dollars, and that's
Mm-hmm.
why. And that's the real reason why the women you see want those guys. That's the real reason.
Mm-hmm. Well, Brittany Renner kind of exposed that shit, didn't she?
Yes, she
When
did.
Brittany Renner told you these niggas be hitting raw. Brittany Renner told you so. Yeah, she was being braggadocious. Yeah, she was being spiteful, but she was telling
She
you the
wasn't
truth.
wrong.
That doesn't just apply to the athlete.
Nope.
That's not applying just to these tech dudes, these motherfucking weirdos. You could see this with Elon,
Oh
oops,
yeah, of
and Jeff
course.
Bezos. Yikes, right? You can see
Yep.
this with these weirdo motherfuckers. These fuckers are moving weird too. And you can see this
Hmm.
with the Epstein list. Yikes, I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. You can see this. These motherfuckers out here moving weird too, bro.
But this is
All,
but the
all
same.
these little
Yep,
square
them
dudes
dudes
is out
moving
here.
weird. But
Go
that's
ahead, go
why I
ahead.
don't feel bad for the women either, because when they get in that, they get in with those weird dudes and get caught up in weird shit. Like, no, I don't feel bad for you. You know exactly what you wanted. You just got more than what you bargained for.
Yeah. Well,
I don't
well,
feel
you didn't
Yeah,
read the
that's why I
fine
don't be
print of
feeling
what
bad
come with
either,
that.
bro.
I don't feel
You,
bad for
you
the
didn't.
women. You get caught. You want to access. You want to optimize your hypergamy. There's the cost.
Hey, like we already know when them conservative women were ripping each other apart over wedding rings and shit like that and rock
Yeah, I
sizes and
remember
shit
that.
like that. Yeah, like that's what you get. That's what you
Yep,
signed.
that's
You
what you
signed
get.
up for that stuff, and so they gonna be trying to fuck out of y'all. Officer, oh, he got you that. That looks like a speck. Like that. What's
Exactly.
that?
That's what you got
I
to
need a
deal with.
magnifying glass. I need to tell. I need a magnifying glass for that shit. Yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
right. Yeah. And
I
so
mean,
there
that's
you
the
go.
thing. They don't get
Spectacles.
the experience.
Yeah.
They weren't out here dating in this. They weren't out here dating in their spare time and had to go through rejection and
Mhm.
had to learn female nature the hard way. They out here
No, no,
they learn
they
the
they
hard way
buy
now,
their
but
they
now it's just
buy
like, yeah. They
they
learn the
buy their
hard
way
way.
out. They try to
Yeah.
buy their way out through status and through
Yep.
money. They try to buy their way out, and that's why they be so. They really think they won something. See you in divorce. You're rich. They'll see you in divorce court in like maybe 12 years,
You don't even
15
gotta
years.
be married. Don't gotta
Yeah.
be married. Shannon, ain't
Yeah.
that right, Shannon Sharp?
I mean, yeah. Well, Shannon Sharp, that's a fucking yeah. That.
That's a
But
little stupid on his part, though, bro. Like
yeah.
he know better, though.
I
Like,
mean, so you can say the same about what you could say the same, but no, that's the cause. I'm telling you,
Hmm.
dude, we're saying it as people, as regular people who have been out here dating, took some licks, took some L's. We're not millionaires. We're just men doing all right for themselves, just regular men. These
Hmm.
guys have been driven and driving for status their entire lives and did not
Hmm.
have time to mate and date with women, pay for a first date for $500 and ain't nothing happen. Or if it did happen, these
what?
guys don't care. That's the cost though. That's the trade. That's the trade-off. They get the access and the money,
Mm.
but then they get caught up in goofy shit. And they just look
Yep.
complete and then they just look like
Yep.
idiots. But that's the
Yep.
cost though.
Yep.
That's the
I agree.
cost.
Now you out here looking sick and stupid.
Now you
but
out
yeah,
here looking sick. Yeah. For the whole
man, cause
world
I
to
ain't gonna lie,
see.
cause I be feeling bad for that boy Kakash, bro. Cause like you don't understand. I was rooting for bro for a
Akash,
long
yeah.
time. Boy, cause I was rooting for my boy for a long time. Boy. And then when he said that shit, he said that what is the little stuff that I saw his wife.
Hmm.
Then I kind of heard the story that what he said. Then I kind of looked back at his wife, and I was like, oh fuck. I hope she don't. I
And
hope that they don't never come. Then, then two
whatever.
years later, bro.
It could be arranged like everybody's saying. It could be a number, but look, she. Let's be very clear. She's an Indian chick that like white dudes and swaggy ass Indian dudes, and her man ain't that.
Yep.
She like her white dudes, and she like urbanized swaggy ass Indian dudes, and her Akash is kind of swaggy, but not really
Kind
though.
of.
Not
Yeah,
really.
Well, no,
not really though.
his swag comes from the people he hang out with. Like his
Yeah,
swag
yeah, but
comes from
my
that I
point
hang out
exactly.
with them.
Like you had to
Yeah.
compare that swagginess compared to who?
Yeah, look, well, once again, your swag come from that fucking Benetton ad of friends you have, and them niggas really ain't really on that type of time anyway. So
Not
so
really.
really, your swag come from Schultz and them motherfuckers like nigga and like Schultz
Basically, it's
swag.
Schultz,
And
basically,
that
yeah.
shit, that
Yawn.
interview was so damn cringe too. Like, oh
Yeah,
my
bro.
god.
First of all, I probably anyway. If I don't have kids, I probably just divorce her. I ain't gonna lie. I
Yeah,
probably
for real.
but I mean, if it's
Yeah.
arranged or whatever, and y'all
No,
married,
no, no,
but
no, 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 no. He ain't got no. What's his name, bro?
a prenup.
Yeah, he ain't got no prenup, bro.
Yeah, and let
Like
me
she
tell
was
you
laughing.
what
At,
happened
she was
with
like,
her.
you like, yeah, I got you without a prenup, and she was like laughing
Yeah,
at that shit.
what would happen is she would divorce she would divorce that motherfucker, and them white boys would have a field day with her ass.
Well, he can
They
take
would
the
put
L
she
now
would be
though.
on the carousel. They would put her on the carousel like a motherfucker, and they would be
Yeah.
getting money out her lame ass.
Yeah, but I mean, but even more the reason you ain't got no kid, but to take the L now and cut it loose.
Yeah.
Take it now.
I mean,
As
yeah,
opposed to
that would be
kids.
the best thing. I mean, spend all your money and to get broke as fuck and just be
Yeah.
like, hey,
Look at
baby.
Tyreek Hill. Look at Tyreek. Tyreek Hill wasn't even married to that chick for 2 years, and look at how much money he got to pay up and child support.
Duh,
Child
hey,
support.
I just want y'all to appreciate this well is drying in front of our eyes. I know we see these young dudes still getting caught up, but this well is drying in front of our eyes. Y'all gonna wake up one day, and
Yeah.
and and that marriage rate is really gonna be in the shitter. We really gonna be getting kids from bio bags. Women are gonna
Mm-hmm.
be out here fucked, and they're gonna really they said they want equality. They're gonna get every bit of it, bitch. And, especially now that the men have found an alternative way of extending their line and having progeny. Yeah, it's a wrap. And the
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
technology is
what's
gonna
up?
make
I'm
sure
not
it's
gonna
a
lie
wrap.
to you, bro.
You need
My
examples like
bio
Wilder
bag
though.
ain't gonna never tell me no. My bio bag, I never got to worry about goddamn
Yep.
fraternity, bro.
But
Fraternity
my,
on my bio bag.
But unfortunately, you need examples like Shannon Sharp and Deontay Wilder. They have to be examples for themselves and for the men around, with around those men who are in those spaces with that kind of access to know, like, hey, you, especially you as a man, millions, man, you can't move out here like that. Which is why we got the hypergamous failure. I mean, Melissa Ford exists for a reason.
Yeah, yeah.
A
Well,
lot of these
once
women are
again, but
failing.
Melissa Ford now. This is something to consider too. These people we're marrying them less and less. We're having less and less children with them. So the lesson is happening. It's happening in geological time. It's happening slow as fuck. True indeed. But it's happening. It's happening in our face. That marriage rate is plummeting. It is really only functioning now as essentially
Mm-hmm.
a class distinction, a class signifier. Better yet, and a place to hoard, to kind of keep your wealth within the family. That's why you have the children. That's why you have them in wedlock. That's why you give them the father's last name, so that this wealth and this and whatever else comes with that, the status, the name, etc.,
Yeah.
the connections align with that. But all the rest of us, until we get there, if we get there, yeah, and
But it's
that
gonna be
doesn't
more of
mean
the
that you
same.
won't. Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. And that doesn't mean that there won't be those of us in working class backgrounds and lower middle class and that get married and that have these somewhat similar situations, minus the money and the status. That's
Hmm.
gonna happen. It's just gonna be far and few between, and all the other folks are just gonna be out here freestyling.
I mean, that's
And the
fine
ladies
because
just
I'm
gonna
like
feel that.
I said before. I'm
Mhm.
like these women still these women doing everything except be celibate. They ain't celibate though.
Mm.
Y'all doing
Yeah.
everything except be celibate. Y'all still out here. Y'all talk
Hmm.
all this crap. Y'all still out here fucking though, so it don't matter. So all
Yes.
this talk it don't matter. And the beauty thing is, I'm like, you saving men the trouble because we don't have to sleep with y'all to marry y'all now. We don't
Bro,
have to do none of that.
And
We don't
and
gotta do
and y'all
none of that.
y'all 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 spoiling the niggas that already got pussy anyway.
Yeah,
Y'all spoiling the niggas that.
y'all
Hey,
for real.
you imagine if Anthony Joshua was out here right now? This dude
Yeah,
be slaying these fools.
so slay him and you know what? Go ahead and slay
Num-
him,
like
and you
he
won't
ain't.
be a
number se-
dime.
number 783, your ticket.
Yes, more men should start
Number
working. Honestly,
1642.
you know there's a difference. You see how mad women got when they like unveiled like Leonardo DiCaprio's dating history.
Yeah,
You saw
yeah.
how mad they got.
Well, because you're not supposed to exercise your options as a man, especially after a certain age. Especially, you're not supposed to bypass all the. Listen to this: 40 somethings, 30 somethings, 20, and then you're all in the 20 somethings, and you staying all in the 20 somethings. Pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not that. First of all, that's not fair. Secondly, like, what am I supposed to do? Well, the same thing. Buy it,
Nothing.
just like
Same
he
thing you was
does.
doing. I thought you was single by choice. Yes,
I
it
know.
is. Yes, it
I know.
is. I thought you was single by choice.
Hey,
I
say
thought you
that.
was single by choice. I thought you didn't want to be tied to nobody. Okay, cool. You don't got
I
to be
thought you
tied to
ain't need no
nobody.
man.
Hey.
Cool. We ain't got to be tied to you. Cool.
Okay, the worst thing the worst and best thing that ever happened is that we found out the numbers, and now we know without a shadow of a doubt that at least for sisters, black women, they lying through their teeth about how secure they are and how well they're doing financially.
Mhm.
And yeah, there's
No,
nope. You out here,
got it.
super struggle bust
Most of you don't. Most of you don't
at
got
all.
it. But you know,
Bro,
I'm
I don't know
fine
if
with
y'all talking
brothers
about,
because
man.
ain't no parachute, ain't no parachutes, ain't no life preservers. You just gonna have to learn to swim.
Yeah.
Bro, it's so bad now. The street hoes in Atlanta now are quote unquote they fucking for what's it, $60 and they cleaning houses for 120.
Say that.
Hey,
Yeah, Spain Man said it exactly. Remember who they wanted to pair Michael B. Jordan with a few years ago?
a
Yeah,
bunch of old women and single
Lala
mothers.
Anthony, what's her name? Jodie Turner Smith,
Mm-hmm.
Tia Mowry, and I always forget the last one. I always forget who was the last one. Who
I
was the
think
last one? It was one more. It
They
was a
want
single
you
mom
marrying
again.
hoes.
I forgot who the last one was.
Exactly.
Damn.
Exactly what they want. That's all
Yeah,
you
yeah.
got for well, that's all y'all got to offer. That's why it's hilarious. I'm like, he ain't going for that. He
Well,
ain't
but
his
even
actions alone
I would
telling you
say
he ain't going for that.
Tia Mowry might be getting mileage now, but I would argue she was in a hole for the longest, right? So it's not even about they don't think you're deserving of a woman.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe she had a couple of sex partners, she's not a virgin, but they don't think you're deserving of an attractive, no children having, fit on your program black woman. That's what
Actually,
they're saying.
it's actually in
No,
reverse.
no.
It's
They just
actually in
they
reverse.
know they
Women
believe you
fought
deserve
hard to
hoes.
no. This here it is, and
Mhm.
you're gonna love this. Women fought hard for you to not have a choice, even though they want
Yes.
all the choice.
Yes. Well, for them, that's the natural order of things. That's what the
Hmm.
world should be. Though for them, they have convinced themselves that men have always limited their choices, and the proper and right get back is to limit all of men's sexual choices and women get to do the choosing. Women get to be eeny, meeny, miny, mo, first come, first serve. He's mine, and this is I like that one. right? Like
Until you get
that's
cheated.
what women should be able to do that, and men on the other hand are just supposed to be here, appreciate the choosing signals, make her feel good, let her ride your face, pay her exorbitantly, and be what she needs you and wants you to be at any and every given moment.
For her
That's
benefit.
what their ideal world would look like. Their ideal world would look like exactly what you said. We completely shut down men's sexual mating strategy, particularly black men, and women
Mhm.
are just out there to do whatever the fuck they want to do, whatever who they want to do it with, for well eternity,
Well,
indefinitely is the word I would like to use.
well,
So,
well, I'm
like
looking
I
around.
said,
That seems to be going well.
I mean,
Adam
so like I
says,
said, they want you to marry hoes, bro. Like, I don't think people really
"Oh, it was
understand.
wait. The last chick that was who it was. The last chick was Quinta B. The last chick was Quinta B. Thank you, Adam.
Oh
The
yeah.
chick on that elementary school comedy that was recently divorced from the white guy. Yeah, Quinta B. How insulting is that?
I don't
How
even know who that is,
insult
but
you?
ain't she that
Quinta B
ugly
is a.
looking chick though? Is she ugly?
I ain't gonna
In
say
my
all
opinion,
that. I ain't gonna say. I'm just gonna
They all
say
a bunch
was
Quinta
of
she
B.
nose at the
cute?
end of the day. They all a bunch of
I'm
nose
just
at the end of the day.
Hey, I'm just gonna say Quinta B is the sister from Abbott Elementary. She was married to the everyday extra average white dude. They met, I guess,
And
when
yeah,
she was
she
working
ugly. Yeah, I
for.
know you're talking about. Yeah.
I'm not even gonna say all that. I'm just gonna say they met when she was, I think, when she was working for BuzzFeed, and I've said this before. All them sisters that was working at BuzzFeed at that time were all with white dudes. It was her. It was a chocolatey sister, African sister, white dude.
Oh,
I think they're
Chechi.
married. I think she married. No, not Chechi. No, stop, stop. That's Grapevine, by the way. That's not BuzzFeed.
Oh yeah, my
But
bad, my bad, my bad, my bad.
yeah. But yeah, so yeah, no, yeah. So and it was another sister I think that was with a white dude too that was on BuzzFeed around that same time. Like we're talking about like 2013, 14, 15 era BuzzFeed, right? So yeah, Quinta B, and Quinta B doing her thing. She winning awards and stuff like that, and her and the white dude, and they think that she should be with Michael B. How
Well,
insulting
she
is
ain't
that?
got no. Well, she ain't got no choice
They
but to work because ain't no man saving her.
Nah, man. Like at the end of the day, when I really fully understood it, they just wanted you to they hold. Like, I think it was the View when they said, yeah, every girl should have like whole face, and then I
Yeah,
heard an
well,
entire audience of women clap, and I was like, oh, okay,
look,
so
there is nothing wrong with women having their whole face.
It's
Have
fine.
fun with the men who say, yeah, about that. See
Yeah.
the way my wallet and my dick work? Yeah, no. Oh, no, you know what?
I mean,
There
there's
is
no
no whole
coming. Like,
phase. Once you
you know,
start hoeing, bitch, we gonna leave you on that forever.
exactly.
Ain't no phase,
yeah.
bitch. That's where we gonna keep you.
You can be there. You just there's no
There's
exit.
no exit, man.
There's no
Ain't no
exit
There's
though.
no
exit.
exit. There's no exit.
Ain't no phase, bitch. That's where you
Ain't
gonna
no
be indefinitely.
ain't no phase that there no.
and
It's
and
it's
and
an
that's
it's
all
an
it is.
exit.
And I am okay. Like I have to always word it because I realize that sometimes I'm saying things that some of the brothers who might be new here might not really appreciate what I'm saying. Women have the right to be and do what they want within legal bounds. But
Mm-hmm.
you, as a man, has a right to say, I'm not going to pay for that. I'm not going to subsidize that. I'm not going to entertain that with my energy, with my time, with my resources, with my presence. And so if enough of us do that, and if
Yep.
enough of us move like that, then guess what that means for the women? They have a choice to make. Either they change their
Yes.
behavior, or they stay single, or they end up with each other, or they stay on the fucking carousel to being the sexual plaything for all of us, white men,
I
black
am.
men, Latino men, Asian men, and
Yep.
we'll just be tennis balling them back and forth.
I'm absolutely
That's all.
fine. I'm absolutely fine with the look. All I got is $40.
Like, bro, I
$40.
keep
All
telling you,
I
I
got is
got $40
$40.
for
All I got
this
is
$40
$40.
gonna go a long way, boy.
All I got is $40.
Shout out to
So
Corey Holcomb.
I ain't got nothing else.
$40.
I ain't got nothing. I ain't got much, but I
Oh,
got these
I
220s.
swear he play. I don't know. I don't know if there's another. Maybe some of the older heads, but I don't know if there's a better drunk uncle. I don't know if there's a better drunk
Oh
uncle.
yeah,
That
nobody's a
You
better drug up than him,
you know the beauty of it
bruh.
though. You know the beauty of the whole thing is like even though some of these women do get bailed out, they always end up right back where they started. So they already they lock
We love you,
themselves
black
in.
men.
Yeah, they lock themselves in. Even when they do find a quote unquote exit, they do
I
find a
don't
quote
like
unquote
men's
exit, and
no
they end
more. I
up
don't like white men's no more. Okay,
yeah,
all right, we heard you.
they
Oh,
end up
I've been
right
seeing
back.
that all over TikTok. I'm like, what you bitches talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I don't like white men. I'm like, how many babies you got again?
And it's like little cute, this little cute sister, little big head cute sister that got two mixed babies from the white dude. Now she telling brothers they better come back. I'm like, bitch,
Nah,
you little cute, you little petite, little watermelon head. I'm making fun of her, but I do think she's
yeah.
kind of cute. But she got two mixed kids, bitch. We can't do
Like
nothing
you
with
left.
you.
Actually,
Be
you
gone,
didn't come back.
be
You
gone.
left.
Thank
You
you.
left. You
Thank
came
you.
back.
And now she said, I believe that black men should be with black women and black women should be with black men. And like, it's too late, bitch. You got two mixed kids. What can we do with you now? You got two,
Yeah.
bitch, two.
Now I believe $40 goes a long way, but life's not
Gil
fair.
Gavin said, I'm delivered. I don't like men's
You
no
can
more.
believe what you want. You can believe.
I don't like white men's no more.
You can believe what you want. It's $40. That's something else.
I forgot this shit remind me of this. What is it? It was so funny to death. I think it used to be this good lady named like I think like Ebony or Yvonne or some shit that used to be on YouTube, right? But she had the nice big old titties, right? And dude, when folks started figuring out she had a white man baby and shit, folks was like, bro, I think I can change her. I'm sitting here like, you Negroes this shit.
Girl, let them deal with what they gonna deal with. Let me tell you what's gonna happen. She gonna fuck with you for a year or two a season. She gonna drop a baby from you, and she gonna fuck your life up. And there you go. You're not listening to us. We're telling you what's gonna happen. We telling you what's gonna happen. Wait a minute. Rewind. Zulu, say that again. Say that again. What did you just say?
Actually,
Zulu.
Well,
anyways,
I was out there getting some food, bro.
No, you good.
But
say what you just said again. Say that last part. What did you say?
Was it basically you out there?
That's all she can do. That's all she can do. That's all she could do is drop a fucking baby for you. So now your fucking kids look like they don't even know each other, because especially if she a darker skinned or brown skinned woman and you a darker skinned male. Now you got a fully black kid and then she and a fucking mixed kid in the anyway.
That shit look weird as hell, bro. Like, could you imagine walking through the street with that goddamn combination, bro?
I mean, it happens, right? We know siblings.
No, it doesn't.
Some of us come out a little bit lighter than others we see this, right? Like with that, we ain't supposed to look a million miles apart. We ain't supposed. We're not supposed to look a million miles apart. Go ahead, bro.
Even with the kid thing, like when it comes to kids with passive income, that only works.
I'm gonna say this, man. I've never seen that combination walking around ever. Now, granted, necessarily, maybe I've just never seen that combination work. I've never seen my this is a fully black child and a half. I've never seen that.
I mean,
I've never seen that walking around. I've seen it in TV shows. I've seen it on Instagram, but that's about it.
Ain't no hiding them kids, like, ma'am. Ain't no hiding them kids. And at the end of the day, you already know the law. Single mothers know. The single mothers is not getting. No one's wifing up single. No one's saving single mothers no more.
I mean, they figure that out slowly, but it's like,
not childless men. And the whole single mother thing has always been about childless men. Another man with a child, you do whatever the hell he wants. But if he don't want to do it, then you just asked out here. The only man out here that makes sense taking up a single mother is a man with a child. And if he don't want to do it, oh well.
And that's the crazy part, because I don't know why folks taking care. You know what? I got to say, maybe I am part of that 3%. I don't, like, you don't want to tell yourself that you kind of smart. I know that sounds kind of fucked up to say, but I do have to kind of always admit to something. Maybe I am smarter than the average bear.
Let me read Spain Man's comments real quick. Real quick. And Spain Man says, "What? The white man got tired of making goofy TikTok dance videos with you. Hysterical." Yep. Exactly. That one. And let me read, where did the other one go? Because he says that was funny. He says, "I got $20, a chicken sandwich, and a Black and Mild Wesley Pipes."
That's all I got. That's all I got. But you have to. But the thing is, you have to see now. Z got me using the damn word appreciate. You have to,
bro. I'm telling you, you have to appreciate. You know why I say appreciate instead of understand? Because some people take understand as a challenge to their knowledge and their intelligence. So when I say appreciate, I'm putting that to you to say, look, you might know this, but do you appreciate it? So it's really me not challenging your ego, right? So that's why I use appreciate instead of understand. right?
see
Just
that.
in case, because you never,
But
and then half my subscribers is older than me. What I look like telling them niggas, do you understand? So I say
yeah,
appreciate to say like you may know it, but did you really sit down with that, right? So
but
go
I
ahead.
think we have to. But the thing is, you
Did
can't.
you
The
truly
thing about it
absorb
is,
what
when
you're
you see
saying
this, when
in
you see
full
this,
context?
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly, Zulu, exactly. Go ahead, go ahead.
But I bet you have to. But the thing is, we have to appreciate. The thing we have to appreciate with these high, when you see these high status men getting took and getting brought up out and getting like taken to the cleaners, it's more than likely because he did not grow up with the experiences you had with men, and he probably didn't learn. He probably didn't get as much experience to even learn anything. Or not to mention, some of those men were good, but like some of these men were probably like, especially if they're an athlete, they were probably thrown pussy just for the sake of just being an athlete. So they never really had to work for anything. What first date? They
Well,
probably
that's
didn't
the
have to.
women's
They probably
goal
never been on a
anyway.
first date.
Well, that's the women's goal anyway. They want
But
them
that's the
a
goal.
well-paid, good-looking, blue pill nigga.
Yeah,
That's the goal. And when I
that's
say
the
Yeah.
blue
goal.
pill, I want to
But that's
stress
the
this to the
cost, though.
ladies, to the men. But what I want to stress is like the women try to make it seem like, no, you just have a problem with a man.
Z, you cut out.
What happened?
Z cut out. He ain't
They
leave, boy.
got his ass. They was like, but you can't tell too much truth on this goddamn channel, bro. You know, you pushing your luck.
No, we see the game. The guys who are coming up, all they did was grind their way. That's why everyone wants to talk about this whole build. You should be talking with me. You should be out there building. Why? So I can grow them. So I can build. So I can build and just be a whole goofy when it comes to female nature. You can come and take it with no problem. That's what they really mean.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about it, that's the real ultimate goal
That's
necessarily.
the
You
goal.
spend the next you spend the next 15 years of your life goddamn grinding, bro. Right?
Yes, I want
I'm
you to
a hope
build so I can
I'm a
steal it.
hold the last 15 years of my life. I meet
Yeah.
up with you. I take your money. I go into the next 15 30 years of my life necessarily with your money, and
Zulu,
then you
read the
get
comment.
and I walk away.
Zulu, read the comment. Read the comment.
Okay, just now understand. Just now seeing usual business avatar hysterical. Yeah.
Yeah.
I consent. I don't.
But that's what they are when all the, that's what they mean. All these women on social media talking about, oh, I'm getting tired of you sassy men. You should be out there building. Build it. But the fine print is you should be out there building so I can steal it.
Yeah, well,
Basically.
look. I'm saying this, and I say this, and like I'm not advocating for sassy niggas. I am saying that sassy niggas are a byproduct of a more quote unquote equalized environment. If the ladies appreciate that there's no longer any rules on them of behavior and comportment, they don't have to be quote unquote women. They don't have to act like they don't have to quote unquote act like women. They can be whoever they want to be on the entire spectrum of gender performance. They can entertain all of it. They have to appreciate on the other side of that are men who no longer have to play stoic, who no longer have to bite their tongue, who no longer have to be men of few words. You're gonna deal with sassy men. That is a byproduct of a society that y'all fought for. That means the men don't have to play quote unquote
Exactly.
a man role or quote unquote masculine role, or he can have one foot in and one foot out, just like the ladies can have one foot in and one foot out. That is not me advocating for sassy niggas. That is saying that sassy niggas are a byproduct of a more equal, equitable world where the
I hate
women
that
get to
term
do whatever the
sassy. And
fuck they
I
want to
don't
do.
even like that term sassy because all that means is a nigga who won't do but who won't protect and provide and shut up.
No. I know they use.
Because I'm like,
Look, when they say
means too
sassy,
intelligent.
yeah, no, sassy means anything and everything they want them it to mean as a pejorative. Sassy, really, they want to say you gay, but they can no longer say you gay. They were saying gay 2
I
and
know
5
why.
years ago. They can't say that shit no more.
They
So
can't say
now
that no
they
more.
say
Now they use the word sassy. I'm like,
exactly.
the real
Sassy mean
meaning
you
about the
low
real
key
meaning
you an
behind the word.
opinionated nigga.
Yeah,
Exactly. You got an opinion, nigga. You didn't do what what I thought you should do.
Exactly.
You
That's what it
sassy.
really means at the end of the day. That's what they really mean by sassy. That's why I don't mean nothing.
Wait a minute. You know what type of woman call you sassy? Uh-oh.
As a man, if you don't have house court job, don't look for a woman with house court job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has
She's calling y'all sassy.
We don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because
Don't that mean she only got one thing to offer?
You're a fucking servant.
Yep.
You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard, and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
House car job, as
You know the
Telescope
thing
says.
about that.
You know, I
the thing
ran
about
into
that
her
one
on
thing she
TikTok one
mentioned?
day.
You talking about that one? Like you say, y'all want one thing from us, yes, and it can be bought directly, thanks to y'all.
I mean, she only got one thing she can really sell. I mean, she can really get to you because she ain't giving you femininity.
Exactly. I mean, so so you said y'all want one thing from us. I was like, so why don't you just sell it and call it a day?
Hey, bro.
Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. She said that. Oh man, that's got to be one of the best clips ever on YouTube. You can't battle that. You can't debate that. She just so blatant. It's beautiful. It's
What tells me you
beautiful.
can't, but that also tells me about her. I mean, you can't get the man you want to do it because if you could,
She
you
can't
wouldn't.
get
Of
no man.
course not. Of course, no.
If you
She could get a
do it,
man.
you wouldn't
She could
even
get a
make that
man. No, she could
video.
get a man.
No,
But she
no.
can't get the man she wants.
I've been in chat room with that woman. She can't get no man.
Oh, you know
you
her.
been in
Like
chat
not know
room
her,
with
but you
someone?
know her.
When you on this TikTok shit well enough, you get big enough, you start running into people like how you running into people on YouTube. When your name got big enough, you start running into people. I'm like, oh, bitch, you can't get no man.
Oh, so she got a sob story.
I mean, all these bitches got a sob story.
So true. So I knew this was informed by spite and anger, but now you telling me it's not even informed by spite and anger of like the type of man she getting. It's informed by spite and anger that she ain't getting any man. Oh man.
But like she went from like I want men to quote unquote now I'm gay now to I want men to now I'm gay again. Y'all niggas.
Oh, I definitely could see her
I believe it.
I could definitely see her being one foot in, one foot out. I believe
it.
I definitely believe. Yeah.
She looked like the type. She looked like the type to be back and forth on it.
Yeah, she is the type. Because when I ran into her battle, I was like, wait a minute, because you got to remember, like that, her voice is so evil and imprinted in my head. When I heard it immediately, I was like, I know that bitch. And then I turned over, I looked at my phone, and I looked at her, I was like, oh, I know you. And she was like, no, you don't. I was like, yeah, I know you. And then I played your video, and she was like, that ain't me. I'm like, I went to her account, click, bitch, this ain't you.
No, this you? Hit her with the this you?
And then as the conversation started going worse and worse, I'm saying here, I'm looking through her profile, I used to be straight, quote unquote, now I got the gay flag, that's it, but now I'm gay, you niggas ain't shit. I'm sitting here reading this shit going on.
Wait. Isn't that what I predict on this channel all the time too? These hoes come out here, they get hooked on by black dudes, they claim they don't do with black dudes no more, they go do this swirler divestor thing, or the same-sex loving thing, or both, or all three. They still fuck with black men and white men or non-black men and other women. So like, yeah, so once again, they just out here freestyling. They're just out here freestyling. That's why you see she go back and forth. Yeah, I'm just out here freestyling. Yeah,
I've never seen some of the most ugliest swirlers on TikTok. It's so funny. It be the most ugliest swirlers on TikTok. Fuck you, man. I'm getting me a white man. I be sitting there like, shit, that white man can have off two of you bitches, bro.
For real. But I'm like, chicks like, chicks like that though.
Think about this,
chicks like that need to
if she's dating white dude, okay, let's say we're not even going to deny her. I'm not even going to deny that she could pull her white dude or any woman that look like her. Let's say she's not the one saying it. What type of white dude you dealing with? It's not no dude worth a damn at all. Whatever.
Most likely
what you pulling with this look and attitude? What you pulling? It's not. You might as well not even tell us nothing. Don't talk. Don't even mention that she goes to a white dude.
You ain't pulling nothing.
That's like a white girl telling me every time I talk to her, she was like, you know what, the white man necessarily, I was like, bitch, like she stuck in my dick. She said, this white man, I'm sitting here like, bitch, you might want to get off my dick, go back to that nigga dick at this point, because it can't be every time I crack an egg, the white man. I'm like, bitch, I think you're in the wrong place then, man.
It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. Brad said no thanks, but no thanks.
Hey,
I just wanted to hop on right quick because I didn't know if anybody mentioned it. During that interview with the host asked Claudia Jordan, "Oh, you look, I thought you were 25 something because you look. I mean, she looks what, in her 50s." And the guy thought she looked.
Yeah, she
Wait,
in her
you thought?
early 50s.
And you know what she said? It's because I never let anybody's sassy son stress me out. And for the
You
gay
said anybody
code,
what?
I never let
sassy
anybody
son,
else's son.
Sassy
That's
son
another.
sassy
stress
son
me out.
stress me out. And the
Oh,
host is gay. She
thank you.
advocated before the
Mhm.
conversation. She advocated for black women being in front of being there for everybody, being there for LGBT, being there for And then you turn around and say something like that. I don't know if anybody caught that.
Look, but hey, just like what Lion was just saying. But this is what it costs you. This is
That's
what
the
it costs.
cause.
Hey, gay black men love putting their thumb in our eye. Gay black men love siding with these sexist ass sisters. And I'm not saying Claudia, because I think Claudia Jordan do really vibe with them. But she do say every black woman say some homophobic shit. Even though I think they really do give a fuck about gay black men, but they really just use them as a weapon against us, and that's what
Of
them niggas
course.
get.
I
That's what
ain't
the
go.
fuck y'all get.
I mean,
Y'all get
they
the
look at
My
verbal
them
thing
like they
abuse
about that
trash.
though,
occasionally.
but
Go
my
ahead.
thing about with the gay dudes, I'm like the gay dudes really just be coming off with they're just angry straight dudes. Like, yo, it's not my fault your man crush couldn't fly you out. That's really what that means.
No.
Like, it's
No,
not
no.
my
Make
fault.
one worse, because it's not that he didn't fly you out. He's not gay. Your man crush is not
Yeah,
gay. It's not my
Yeah,
fault.
you
Your man
right.
it's
crush
not
is
my
not gay.
fault. It's not my fault. You find out that he ain't into tossing salad. Like, what am I catching strays for?
Or it's not my fault that your man crush got you as a secret. That ain't my fault.
Exactly.
You
Even if
Oh
he
yeah,
he don't
claimed
want to
you
come
that's
out the
already
definitely
closet.
do,
true.
he'll never claim you. Ain't
Thank
my
you.
fault. You ain't my fault. All you good for is 2 a.m. demon time. That's not my fault.
Not the brothers in the way who's putting all of them on
Oh,
2 a.m. demon time. This is
Word.
the
Why don't you make
heavyweight
it just
the
pancakes?
heavyweight women on demon time, and the gay niggas, the openly gay niggas on demon time. Goddamn.
Why don't you make a nigga some pancakes or something? I don't know.
By the way,
I don't know. Make
in the
him a,
sim
make him
interview,
make him a sandwich or something.
So
in
let
the
me get
sim
this right. So
interview,
wait, Ben, I gotta ask you because you're more serious. I gotta make this joke. So who house does Chisel Chin Brad go to first? Does he go to LGBTQ Tyrone, or does he go to Keisha house first? Who else do he go to at 3 o'clock, and then who else he go to at 5
Man, listen,
damn.
he probably got him slotted.
I don't even
Not
know.
knowing him, he probably got him on the schedule. He probably got him on the schedule. He probably got him on the schedule. Like, all right,
He probably got them on 2 different days.
yeah, he probably like,
Yeah,
oh,
you
right,
gotta
it's
have them on two
Friday.
different
He's
days, man.
probably like,
That's
okay, Friday. This.
This whole conversation is sus, but go ahead, Ben.
yeah,
He's like, he probably looking at his calendar, like, all right, Friday the 13th, 2 o'clock.
yeah, I'm gonna put a pause on that. But yeah, but in the same interview though, she mentioned she's still fertile. By the way,
Whatever.
She might be, but bro, nobody wanted. My boy said the realest, funniest shit in the world. He said ain't nobody care about them brittle eggs, and I thought that shit. Oh, bro. When the
Word.
first time he said that, I promise you, I was laughing. I can't remember who we were talking about. It was some celebrity, and one of my boys said, "Ain't nobody care about that bitch." Brittle eggs, bro. I was
For
laughing for 10
real.
minutes. I was laughing. That's not even his speed usually, but when he said that, he not even part of no Black Minister or nothing. I thought it was the funniest shit in the world.
Because that's male
Brittle
nature.
eggs? Oh,
We
that
just saying
shit
it out
was
loud.
hysterical. Go ahead.
But that's male language. We just saying that the difference in this space is that we're saying the male language out loud. That's all. All men are thinking the same. You don't got to be a part of this space to be thinking the same thing. That's the one thing that needs to get emphasized. We're just actually putting language to men's social and sexual strategy. That we're just putting language to it. You being out here 50 years old is already it's incredibly obvious no one's taking you up on that now. It's incredibly obvious because
but
Shrell,
most
Shrell,
men,
Shrell gave us an answer, by the way, but sorry, lad. Shrell gave us an answer. He said, whoever call you back first.
whoever hit back first,
he not lying. The funny part is he not lying, bro.
For real.
yeah, whoever hit back first.
Go ahead, line. Finish with that.
Nah,
Hysterical.
but yeah.
Disgusting and hysterical simultaneously. Go ahead.
Hey, but yeah, that's the thing. I'm like, yeah, that's the male language. Like the fact that you out here, you gotta have your come to Jesus interview. Like It's way too late, man. It's way too late. Them eggs is overcooked, burnt, expired, done.
See,
But you
it
know
goes
how I
to
feel bad for the worst though, bro.
Who?
Like I feel a little
Go ahead.
bad for like the quote unquote like for me since I'm in Atlanta, right? I'm running into like the Nigerian chicks or the African chicks that kind of bit into the like the white supremacy, like the feminism shit, basically real heavy. Now they like 28, now they 30, now they looking at the world like now they African dad like what you expect me to do now, girl?
I don't feel bad for none of them. It's called
But
autonomy means choice.
I feel bad. I don't feel bad, but it's like ironic because she came from like how I look at it, right? She came from quote unquote African society necessarily, knowing whatever that she was supposed to know, right? She moved to here at age 10, got hooked on this bullshit and figured out this was the wrong way to go. I'll be sitting there looking at them like,
But think
You
about
made
it. It goes to something that Mr. Z said. Most men, by the time they're like in their 40s, 50s, they're like, okay, if I'm not gonna have a kid by a certain age, that's it, I'm done. But women tend to like still deny their biology. Do you in like late 40s, early 50s, and still thinking, oh yeah, I'm still fertile, which is strange. Think about it. Even what the lawyer, what's her name? The bus driver lady,
Ebony K. Williams.
She had the consciousness to be like, okay, I'm getting up there in age. At least let me have a kid back. Even though she had to go through fertility rounds and all that stuff, she still had he still was conscious enough to be like, all right, I'm getting up there in age. If I'm not gonna have a kid now, I'm never gonna have it. And she had to, however you feel about that, she had to, about 40 something.
Somebody do me a favor. I'm gonna answer this for you, Ben, and explain why this is. Somebody do me a favor. Look up the definition for a negative liberty for me and read it. You only got to read like the first 2 sentences. Somebody look it up for me, please, and thank you. And read it. Okay. Because that's going to explain why they have a problem admitting what their biology is. Because there's a very clear constraint on them that they can't ignore it. They can't ignore this one biological fact no matter what they do. Not yet, at least. But go ahead, Ben. You can go.
Oh yeah, I figured it would be something something else to point out because yeah, like you said earlier, most men by the time you're in your mid 40s, you're like, all right, if I don't have kids by a certain age, you're like, okay, that's it. But they still can't recognize biology is catching them. Even with all the advances and fertility, we're still having issues with women having kids by a certain age, and they still won't give up on that. So to me, that was just strange.
Yeah, well, like I was saying, the issue that the ladies have is we're talking about women that came of age over the past 30 and 40 years, 50 years, give or take, right? But really 40 years. They came of age at least over the past 40 years. And so the message to them was the world is your oyster. And I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that.
Oh,
what
yeah,
they
it
don't
was.
appreciate is the biological wall. To be fair, the wall. I didn't want to say the wall, but there's no other word to use for it. There's no better word, better yet, to use for it. The biological wall says something. And
before I
what the
forget,
ladies.
I mean, the male wall says something. Like if you're really looking at it, it's like they're fighting genetics on both ends. They fight their own genetics and the man genetics. Because I keep telling you, folks, I'm not wifing none of these chicks over here. Y'all already know my policy.
Before I
So
forget, there was I think there was some article making some round like a few weeks ago, a couple months ago, because even Pastor G covered it, where it's saying that it's old male that's damaging the kids at birth. It's because of old men that kids are being born with birth defect. It's not because
they
of women.
lying.
They're running away with that narrative, but now, I mean,
But even if that's true, we still have a child. You have nothing. So that increased likeliness as we get older that the child might have some type of some type of birth defect or some type of issue health wise. But this is a child. This is a living, breathing person more than likely that's still here with us. Y'all don't get. There's nothing. There's y'all, and I don't even want to do this tit for tat. But what it really is spiteful language. See, y'all been making fun of us for ages for trying to have kids at an early age. But look at you, and it's just, bro.
They literally made that shit up.
But
it was the
even if they
funniest
did it,
thing.
No,
I can.
there's
I
truth to it. There's truth to it. As
no no
men as
yeah.
get older,
Go
the
ahead.
quality of our
No.
sperm is not the same. No, it's not the same. But if you get with a younger woman, it's less, it's less of a hassle than if you get with somebody your own age. Let's say if you're in the late 40s, I mean mid 40s, and you're trying to have a kid with a woman in her mid 40s. Yes, it's gonna be difficult.
My
But if you're in the
grand
mid 40s, you're trying to have a kid with somebody in the late 20s. Yeah, it's not the same. But they started to blame totally on men during the article a couple months ago when they were running with that
Yeah.
idea. They saw it was
No. I remember Passport OG covering that. But this is what I was trying to say to Zulu. Zulu, I will give them that. I know they're lying. That's not the point. The point is, I'll give you that in the argument. It still don't mean shit. What you're trying to do is enact some type of get back, some type of vengeance, because you feel inadequate, because you know that that clock is definitely done by 50, but damn, they're shut down by the time 40. By 40, you trickling. By the time
I'm
48, 50, it's done. The factory closed. It's been done. It's been over. And
30.
look,
Y'all see, it's to me like maybe it's to me because I go out of the country so much, but I really know biologically. But bitch,
no,
at
okay,
30,
Zulu, you
it's a
missing
wrap.
what I'm saying, Zulu. This is what I'm
I
saying.
feel what you're saying.
I
Yeah.
purposely give them all the grace in the world to still say it still don't work. That's
Still don't.
I agree with you. I agree with you that we know that the women lose 90% of their eggs by 30, by 30, 31. It's a done deal. We know this. I agree with you. What I'm saying is, even if I grant you another fucking decade, even if I grant you, okay, fine. The men do have weird swimmers after a certain age. Okay, let's say 40, 45. What does that mean when I have a kid that has asthma or some type of birth defect or some type of issue that came from the fact that I waited until 42 or 43 to have a child, and you can have no kids? Who's
You got
winning?
nothing.
And there's a
Yeah,
Damn,
who
question.
that's
is
my
winning
point.
ultimately?
Here's
Yeah.
the question to that.
Yeah.
And here's the question. You think women, like, I don't care what these women say. Women will never. Most women, the majority of women, will never be okay to being regulated to just pussy. They will never be okay with that. So them not having kids, not being married, no matter how much they talk about being single by choice, they could be single, but being regulated to just pussy, it's entirely different. The difference between being single and being regulated to just pussy. A lot of women are not ready and will not be able to stand that reality.
I mean, but
on that point,
that's the reality that they put themselves in. They literally be like, "You need to pay for me. I'm relegating to myself to pussy."
this kind of circles back to the one of the prior one of the shorts that Mr. Z played in the beginning of the live. The guy that said he can never, like, he would swing at his homeboy if his homeboy told him, "Oh, you know what? You married, man. I can't imagine never being." I would never, in any day, tell any of my homeboys or cousins or friends I know are married. I'm like, man, I feel sorry for you because you're married. I'm like, that's like the upper level of selfishness to me. I'm like, why would I could never fix my mouth to say that to
But
any of my friends.
you're not checking, because you're not checking a brother for not being true to the brotherhood by staying single with you.
Yeah.
But there's because what you have to appreciate, and this is what the ladies are doing. What they're saying to other women is you not staying true to the sisterhood because you ain't staying single. You giving these men stuff. You're giving him everything by your presence and what this nigga did for you. That's what the women really want to say. What did he do? If he's not uber rich and wealthy, if he's not exceedingly stupid, dumb, tall and good looking, so that we could be like, ooh, look, I see you got a shiny toy, right? Like, if he's not any of that, then what exactly are you doing? Why would you sacrifice your freedom and your autonomy and your liberation and your liberty for this thing? And so, of course, you're not going to talk like that because, first of all, you engage. Secondly, you're not checking other men for not paying fealty to the brotherhood. The women do this. Somebody got me in the background. The women pay fealty to the well, they demand that other women pay fealty to the sisterhood by speaking like this, by sassing other women, by being to be frank with you, by being mad sexist to other women,
See,
right? So
I just had
it always go to that. Go ahead.
I just had a conversation with my
Go ahead.
homeboys. I like because I went to somebody I went to I knew since high school. I just had a conversation with him the other day. He was like, "Oh man," he was just checking up on me because we haven't talked in a minute, and he's telling me how much he's like spending close to $20K a month, like for child always expenses, insurance, all that stuff. I'm like, I never rub it in his face, To me, I'm like, we had the just casual conversation talking about it. It's like, yeah, you single. I'm like, yeah, I can't even imagine spending that much money, but I understand. if you're gonna have a family, that's a sacrifice we make. I would never discourage him from like seeing his little kids running around and saying, "Oh my God, I feel sorry for you." That's a joy. That's a beauty. Come on, man.
Well, you believe that they, like, first off, you're friends, bro. Like women aren't actually friends. I know, don't you know I stand by it. I stand by this. Women don't really know to understand the concept of real friendship. If you're actually friending me, you don't understand the concept of true friends. You can't.
Yeah, women really don't have really don't have friends like that. They have. That's why they're always talking about how men have little friends. It's harder for men to make friends, but when they do make friends, they're actually real friends as opposed to women. Most of the women you
Because
see,
much of our friends are friends who share mutual interests outside of just being like, these bitches ain't shit. Women do these niggas ain't shit, and we're sisters only to fight the patriarchy. We actually bond over fishing, over cars, over sports, over politics, or intelligence, or what I like, what you like. We right. So that's what we bond over video games, and I play Gran Turismo, you play Gran Turismo. Then we eventually expand and start talking about our lives, our family, our friends. But the ladies, they're not really friends because they're both competing for the elite fucking men. Number one. Number two, they're both dirty macking each other. Number two. Number three, they don't, and I agree with Ryan, they don't really appreciate what friendship is because neither one of them bitches most of the time are willing to put it on the line for another chick.
Nope.
And there you go.
Men actually form genuine bonds. Men actually are more prone to forming genuine bonds. It's hard. It may be quote unquote more difficult for men, but once it happens, and it's a solid bond as opposed to women. Like men's bonds is like metal, adamantium. Women's bonds is more like string. You tie a knot and it'll hold for a little bit. Boy, it takes some fire or some scissors, and it don't take much, and then it's done.
But you said string, bro. You going a little too high.
Right? They form friendships quicker, but their shit breaks apart quicker.
Yeah. Friend always throwing friends like you've talked to women you've dated. How often they talk about their friends and how bad they're doing or how some dumb shit she did or said. How often do you hear this? Like even in the chat room, how often do you hear this? You hear it all the time.
Hey, can I get 2 words in real quick if my connection decent?
Hell no.
Go ahead.
All right. So people read that article, but they didn't put the two signs together. So that one social media lady, she cooks food. I talked to basically I'll break it down. Okay, Mother Nature purposely made women have to be able to use the mitochondria in their eggs, so their eggs don't rot. So that's what they tried to do. They try to compare, since the fact that your sperm live for 72 hours and their energy is expelled really quick, basically going to the egg, then they die. The egg, they already have their eggs from birth, but Mother Nature made it to where you can't tap into the mitochondria, because if women did, they would look young forever. They would sacrifice their eggs for energy. So they're in a frozen state in her body. So women's issue is when they get older, it's not the eggs, it's their estrogen that prepares them, the mucus in their membrane to maintain a pregnancy, and their progesterone that prepares their body to get pregnant. It goes down, so they can't maintain a pregnancy. So you hear about 40, and 50-year-old women getting pregnant, but they always have miscarriages because they don't have enough estrogen and progesterone. The eggs are good. That's why they're always trying to find some woman to have their baby. And when I say they can't use the energy, it's not activated at all. It's in a frozen state. This is some real science shit. They cannot tap into any other eggs, because if they did, like I said, they would look 19 forever, and they would outwork your ass just because they have a little bit more energy.
You're breaking up, Leon. You're breaking up.
I heard most of it, though.
I heard most of it. He dropped out, but yeah, I heard.
Let me read this from Gilgami. And Gilgami says, to shake men's friendship a serious matter, to shatter women's friendship a trivial one. These women are scientifically illiterate. Hysterical. No, but and thank you for the super chat. No, look, we have to, and I think we're going to end up leaning back to that way. In a modern world where facts in science and history matter, I appreciate and I understand why postmodernism was pushed for those of us who were the social, political, and economic losers, so essentially mainly white straight elite men. Um, and I appreciate giving our story and our interpretation of the world. But we've leaned so far into like nothing is real and interpretation matters more than facts, and I can reinterpret this, and there is no real truth. There's my truth. There, what numbers are racist and all this other shit. We've leaned so far into that we just sound comical and stupid. And when I say we, I mean all the folks that lean into that, and more people than you would like to imagine do. And what I'm appreciating about this kind of back and forth on the political right now is you get to see the hypocrisy in them. Shout out to you, Ben Shapiro. Facts don't care about your feelings until we start talking about that little slice of Europe and the Middle East. I'm just saying, right? So I just want to emphasize that, like we need to stop allowing for these weirdos to get their ish off, their shit off on some. I can reinterpret biological fact. I can reinterpret statistical I can make statistical anomalies into something that happens more often than not, and then I can base my argument on this statistical anomaly. Right? Like that's where we are in conversation about everything from gender roles to childbearing and rearing to shit, everything, quite frankly. Even where we are politically, even where we are economically in the society, we're just stretching some of this shit way too far, no pun. Right? So yeah, I think that this, but it will end, to be frank with you, because that level of delusion and postmodern thinking and worldview, you can float that with money. You can't float that with when shit get tight financially, when shit get tight, and when no pun in everyone, but I know, but when things get financially strenuous, we'll say, yeah, no, you can't have that anymore.
Say
Yeah.
it with me, Z. What money?
What money? Yeah, don't worry. There's a part two
What
coming
money?
or part three, but
What
yeah,
money?
no, it really is. What money? You have to have money, and you have to have money and lots of resources, and you have to be able to throw it around easily for you to entertain some of these weirdo delusions that folks are entertaining, right? And so when we start talking about 50-year-olds and 55-year-olds giving birth, are you going to have the anomaly? Yes. But how many 50 and their first child's on top of that? How many 50, 55-year-olds are having their first child at 51, 50? Y'all ain't Janet Jackson. Janet Jackson was a world-renowned freaking pop star, and she was married to a goddamn billionaire. Y'all ain't
With
Janet.
it,
I mean, y'all
how
not
many
reading. My thing about that
With the
though,
best of food,
it's like my thing
best
about
of
how
money.
many
my thing
how many
about the
of us
kid
forgot?
talk is my thing about the kid talk is you're not even they seem like they're just using that like it's a PlayStation trophy. Like, hey, I got my kid. Like, okay, you still have to raise that kid, and we already see what's going on with kids today. Most of your, I mean, a lot of your kids can't read. But so a
Women
lot,
don't raise like I keep
yeah,
saying this. Women maintain children. They do not raise children.
yeah,
Men raise children. Women maintain children.
exactly. Y'all
But
not raising, y'all not really raising kids anyway. So
it's like we all forgot the story of the grandpa who had the kid that in his late 60s, early 70s. We all heard that one story that one guy said, "Oh man, my dad was like 60 something, 70 something when he had me." I mean, come on now. What's the name
Mm.
of the
You
two
just you
actors?
just saw it with De Niro and De Niro and
yeah, it's good. Damn, three kids.
Jesus
Damn,
Christ.
3 kids.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
he's
yeah.
83
But
years
there's a
old.
Al
yeah,
Pacino.
yeah, yeah. Al Pacino, yeah. And they're like
Yeah.
70s, 80s. Like this is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So
he
like,
almost 80 something, bro.
yeah.
No, he's
No, I'm
83.
not saying
I
it's
was just
ideal.
looking
I'm
at
not
it.
saying that's the way it should go. But we know that if you have a young enough woman, it doesn't matter how old you are.
But we
Don't
also
don't
have to
tell
be
women that they don't
honest
get
about
upset.
why that is, though. It's because he's Al Pacino. If Al Pacino, aka Scarface, aka Tony Montana, if he was just if Al Pacino never became Tony Montana, you
So
think
you saying Al Pacino said, you trying to say he said, say hello to my little friend?
yeah, pretty much.
Laughing.
God damn it, G. That was a good. That was a good one. You got me. But I'm like, but keep in mind,
This nigga 70, 80 something talking about say hello to my little friend. And he actually has one.
yeah, she got one. I think they have 2 kids, 2 or 3. That same woman. There's more than 1 kid, but my thing is,
Didn't what's his name have a kid late too? What's his name from the talk show? God damn, y'all know who I'm talking about. Larry, God damn,
Larry
from the
King.
CNN talk show. Larry King. Didn't Larry King have a kid mad late too? Am I
I don't know.
mistaken?
I don't know.
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think Larry King ended up having a kid real old too. If I might be wrong. I might be wrong about that. Right. Yeah.
Mr.
Mhm.
In the comments, Mr. said Kelsey Grammer too.
Yeah. See what I'm saying? But by the way, Kelsey
And
Grammer wrote Girlfriends, which is hysterical.
oh yeah, that's hysterical. Yeah, it is hysterical. The joke's right
I'm just
hysterical.
saying. Hey.
But yeah, but
To me,
because
it's
they
just
reached
funny
their
though.
status, because they reached their status and they reached their money. If none of those men reached the status, that would never happen. I mean, shout out to them, but it's just pointing out the why that is. You think they would have had kids in their 70s if they never made it?
No, absolutely not. But even with that, but once again, show me the women that are able to do that. Look, ladies, you don't got to get on the nigga program. You don't got to get on the man's program. Ladies, you can do whatever you want to do. There will be consequences, and you can sass your way. You can try to whatever you think you can do to alleviate that it's not fair that men get to have children and well into the fucking 70s and 80s. And it's not fair because women we have a hard line at whatever age it is, and it all varies for the woman, right? Like, I get it, ladies. Okay, this is what the universe and God set forth for you. That's what it
Hey,
is, at least for now. At
you got
least
to take that up
until the
with God.
science catch up, if it ever does.
Yeah, you got
So
to
you
take that
got
up with
women
God.
who mad at being women though.
Yeah, you take that up with
No.
God.
Women are mad that they can flex male power and male biology while also being able to flex women power and women biology. They want patriarchy by feminist specifications.
So
They
no.
want
So
all the gender. Go ahead.
Mr. G, no,
Go
so
ahead.
you have women who are upset at being women like that, like
Yeah.
that's
No.
like
Yes.
me as a
Yes.
man saying, "Damn, bro, you know what, bro? I wish I
No.
can whine and cry and then
It's
somebody takes me."
they're not bad at being women. They like the gendered pleasures of being women. They just want the gendered pleasures of being men also. They want both, and they don't. Because if we tell women, you know what, we'll turn you politically, socially, economically into men, but you don't get to enjoy none of the gendered pleasures of women. Most women wouldn't sign up because that means the second just like with men, when you shoulder bump a nigga and he look at you the wrong way, now it's a tense moment. Now there's about to be a fight. Women don't want that trade. They don't fucking want that. Women don't want to be laid out in the middle of the street and niggas be like, well, bitch, you do the first punch, so I don't really know what to tell you. I ain't gonna jump in. I mean, it is what it is.
In other words,
Women
they
don't
really
want
don't
that
want
shit.
equality. They
They
really don't
don't.
want equality.
They want both hands. They want both hands. And the second you tell them, hey, you know what's not, and that's what I always say to FD and what I always say to them, y'all just trying to rip apart the gendered pleasures of being men without telling the women that, and you don't, and y'all don't tell the women, hey, by the way, if you want the end of patriarchy, you have to appreciate there's a lot of shit that you enjoy now that you take for granted that you're not gonna be able to enjoy. So once again, everybody's
It's
keeping.
funny that
To be fair with T, real quick, Ben, and you got it. To be fair to you, people are keeping women in the dark. We're not keeping men in the dark about nigga. We taking all that shit away. We're not keeping men in the dark, but we are keeping women in the dark. And when I say we, I don't mean us in this space, but I do mean overall society. Go ahead, Ben.
it's funny. I just watched a video with Jazz. You know what Jazz is? Jazz Noel. She like frequents various panels. She's like dark skinned sister.
Jazz. I
She's
want to
like
say
she'd be on
yes.
panels. She'd be on Anton's panels, on different panels.
I know who you're talking
Oh,
about.
not
Yeah.
that chick. Oh God, not her.
I just watched a video of her from that YouTuber, that boy Shaq. He just did on her. He just reviewed it. It was unsufferable because she could not reconcile that what comes with patriarchy. Because she was saying that remember the bus incident that happened in was it New York? With that black guy stabbed that white woman. I forgot what city it happened in.
Yeah. But
when
yeah,
she was bringing that as an example of why men are not defending women. And one of the guys in the panel asked her, "What can any man have done in that situation?" Because nobody had time to react. She didn't have time to react, right? And she said, "Well, they could have took the knife away. They could have tackled her leg." I'm like, yeah, but after the effect, but not before, because somebody could have predicted it. Because somebody just any second to react to it, because it was instant. And they brought different examples of why, if you want patriarchy, certain things gonna happen, and she could not reconcile it. I wasted basically 10 minutes of my life trying to watch the
Of
video.
course
It
she
was
can't
ridiculous.
recognize. It makes no sense why she can't reconcile. It makes sense why she can't reconcile that.
Yeah, I mean, I say even woman, bro.
Because they don't have to. Because the reason why she can't reconcile that because she doesn't think it's her job to reconcile that because she doesn't want to think. She wants men to do all the thinking.
I won't even say that. No.
Because notice that the situation you described is all she was talking about was that she was asking men to do something. I'm like, y'all women, why don't y'all do nothing? Why don't you do something?
I just don't ever understand that part, bro. They never do nothing when they sister is in trouble. She's like, what is it? She got hit with a brick. I'm like, ain't you supposed to go down there and go handle that, my lady?
Yeah. Go handle that. You Black Widow out here, go find out.
I mean, if you tough, right, baby? You tough, right? You get shot, you be all right.
You be good. Y'all keep talking about how y'all never had this, and we've always been on the front lines. All right, well, get on this front line. Go ahead.
Hey, for anyone who wants to go to the torture I went to, I'll put the link in the back chat.
No, I'm not sitting through. I've already sat through enough. I've sat through enough conversations with her.
Hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be all right, nigga. You tough, right?
I'm not listening to her. She tries to be purposely obtuse for the reason, but it's only good to have her from a content creator standpoint. But if you're somebody that's actually trying to make a difference, ain't nobody entertaining her. Ain't no point. Ain't no point in entertaining her at all. Clicks is from a content creation standpoint. Clicks, views, yeah, sure, put her on. But beyond that, no.
I think at this point that's why they bring her in because just for the views. Not I don't think anybody trying to solve any issues with her.
No. Those are the women you leave to the wayside and let her quote unquote man deal with that.
The sad thing is she's quite beautiful. I mean, that's the sad part.
She's not ugly.
Mentality's off.
She's
Bro,
not ugly, but
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like the most beautiful women you have the most problem. Like I'm starting to think BGS is right on this shit. When like if she like a 7 or a 6, bro, that's like the danger part for women, bro. Because you a 7 or a 6, you cute enough to think you better than the 5 bitches necessarily, but you ain't better than the actual good looking women. So you stay in that perpetual. I think I can. And so you basically
now you know why Kevin. Now you know why Kevin said no 7s.
No 7.
Rate yourself and no 7 because it's
No
the safe
7.
number.
Yeah, because that's a safe number.
That's 6 or 7, and they'd be like, I think I can. Well, no, bro, you can't.
I would honestly.
How women say.
Now that I think about it, though, I wish Kevin would even give him 5. He shouldn't even give him 6. He just said rate yourself 1 through 4 or 4 to 10.
You know how women say, "Oh yeah, they thought some guy was good looking, blah blah blah," and they were about to get it or whatever, and then he had to open his mouth. I think the reverse is actually happening on the men's side.
Wait, what do you mean by that, Ben?
What do you mean unraveling? What are you talking about?
I mean, meaning like when you see not a dime, well, no dime, but when you see like beautiful chocolate sister, you be like, "Oh my gosh!" And then she starts talking, and you're like, "Yeah, I don't know."
Yeah, I have a saying for that. She's pretty until she starts talking.
Yes. What that means is pretty much exactly what Lion just said. It's that, but I've said this before. We usually turn women down way softer than they turn us down. So it gives them wiggle room to interpret it in a number of different ways. Because we don't just be like, yeah, not next, nope, not interested. No, your friend's cuter. Like we don't do shit like that in general as Black men. So they get to interpret it however they want.
No, women's real fear of rejection is you sleeping with her and never call again, or sleeping with her and then cheating on her, or sleeping with her friend or her cousin. That's rejection in women's world. That's real rejection.
I feel kind of bad then because I know I slept with one girl's sister. Then I felt real bad about that. Well, I don't feel bad no more.
That's one.
I don't like. If you would have known her like I know her, you won't feel bad for her.
No, that's fine. Women, I mean, that's the one thing. That's the one thing you always say about women. Always find a way to make you take your shit, make you take it back, good or bad. They always find a way to make you take it back. Like, you know what? I don't feel so bad anymore. Thank you. they do it all the time. They have a beautiful gift of doing that.
Hey, you're 100% on that. I've had that happen many times.
Yeah, but pretty at this point, it means nothing if she's pretty. I don't think her being pretty don't mean nothing anymore.
Well, it still means something to me, but it's like it ain't had the same effect because like it's another pretty woman that's gonna be born. So what you got?
Yeah, well, you getting paid for it. Like honestly, it
Oh,
don't.
you pay
It's
for
not
it,
getting
yeah.
paid for it. It doesn't matter. The real pretty
Honestly, I
women.
think I just pay for it. It's way easier, bro.
Huh?
Like I got a cousin who no, I got a cousin like he paying for his marriage. I'm gonna say it like that. He actually paying for his marriage, and I be sitting there looking at him like, and I be like, "You paying for this?"
Yeah, that's the one thing I be saying. That's the one thing I be saying too. I'm like, I mean, y'all be, hey.
Wait, who was it? Who was it in the panel that says the price is whatever you go? Was it you lying or was it somebody else?
Probably with me, but it's a saying that like I think that's a well documented saying. The price is the price.
No, somebody saying when you go to the restaurant, the 350 meals to the 350 meals.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. Oh yeah, I said that. Yeah, I said that.
The
Like
price is the price.
Like that venue, like that's the one thing that start considering. I'm like, you taking these chicks out, it don't matter if she's a 4, if she's a 4 or an 8. Them prices are still the prices at these venues.
Say that. Let me read this. And Gil Gabby says the biological clock equals nature spitting on feminism. Say that. You can't debate it. You can't debate it. There is no conversation. There is no. I mean, it. Look, it to me, it's an interesting conversation to make sure, like, look, ladies, it's not about spitting on you or making fun of you or mocking you. We might do a bit of that, but that's not really what this is about. This is about you overextending yourself to give us the middle finger. And it's not necessarily men, not black men in particular, that's kind of doing the whole get back. No, it's white men. It's your biology. It's the economic environment currently, and it's not even about get back because outside of the white men, it's nobody trying to get you back per se. But it is a changing of the environment that you took for granted, and well, now you're gonna have to see if you can maintain what you were on before Donald Trump was president, right?
Yeah.
Like, and let's see, and what I think, and this is the goal, right? The goal is to hold out, keep your head down, and wait for the change in the environment. I just don't know if there's going to be a big enough change in the environment and a big enough swing the opposite direction to make up for what's going on now. Because China going China, right? And the bricks are gonna brick. And like let's see if we can change this back in a way that's more favorable for you. I don't see it, but I
Yeah.
mean anything's possible. I don't see it happening. But that, and that's all it is. The ladies took status quoism, as I said, for granted. Go ahead.
See how I look at it, bro. In the next, you will live long enough to see the United States crumble into dust. You will live long enough to see Rome crumble, bro.
I don't want to live through that because
I can't hear you.
You're borging.
Borging Z.
You damn, he borging real bad. What's going on?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got.
Yeah, now we got you. Yeah.
What were you saying?
Okay. No, I was saying I don't know if I want to live through that. We're here. I don't want to live through that. Right?
I said 25 years, so you got a minute. So
yeah.
Well, the sad part
assuming
is,
it's 25 years, then I'm essentially mid-60s. I'm essentially mid-60s.
Yeah, I've
yeah,
been here.
we
I've
gonna
been
be the
60,
BGS, bro. We
65.
gonna be the BGS of the next generation, bro.
but the sad part is, I don't see anything better replacing the fall of America. That's a sad.
Oh yeah,
That's
no.
the thing you don't want to imagine.
Well, oh no. I look at it differently. When America fall, it has to fall and stay falling. Because realistically, right? When Rome fell, it fell and it stayed falling, right? Like the U.S. is quote unquote like one of those like disease kind of like mutts that like once it get put down, it's gonna stay put down. Like it ain't gonna ever get back up type of thing. So the question is, God forbid,
what's
you
going to
still gonna
emerge
be here
though?
the next 25 years.
But what is going to emerge, and is it going to be better?
Well, shit, anything can convert to that. It's the thing is, the possibilities are endless.
I mean, I'm
Compared
not
to
saying
what you
that
got
won't
right now.
happen. I just don't think everyone else is going to prosper. I think that. Well, I think America.
I think you get corporate states. I think to be fair to you,
Yeah.
I think you get corporate states. I think if America falls, and it takes down how much of the global GDP, and people got to think about this different. People got to chart out protect their own sea lanes, and if people still want to do some type of global trade, right? So other nations gonna have to step up, and I think what's gonna end up happening is you're gonna go back to a world where shit get corporatized real quick. That's if you're living in the right nation at the right time. It may not be the U.S. or it may be something that replaces the U.S. in America or whatever America will be at the time. Maybe California and Washington State and all that break off in one way, and the Northeast break off another way, and the South and the Midwest break off another way. It's very possible, and you have different, essentially corporate one fucking regions of what we now know as the U.S. Right? It's very possible. Go ahead.
The repeal of the 19th crowd would love that.
Nah, everybody say that shit because everybody think they're gonna be able to quote unquote what is it, District 9 He-Man their way out of this shit. Like reality is, if you were China, bro, let's be real. You China and you Russia, right? And the opportunity finally come when you need to really quote unquote put knife in the United States, right, and really put that bad boy down. You gonna let that thing stay one whole country, or you gonna carve that thing into pieces like how they carved you into pieces?
I mean, Grant, you ain't gonna let.
But I mean, like, but you gotta remember the U.S. still got nukes. The U.S. still has submarines.
For now.
So if California has a couple of aircraft carriers off of its coast and it commandeers that, or now this is the province of California, Washington, Colorado, or Oregon, or whatever the hell, Arizona, whoever the hell is connected to Nevada, and they commandeer 2-3 aircraft carriers or submarines or whatever the hell, like. So I mean, a number of things. We're kind of spitballing and a little fantastical with it, but I don't know how this would look, and I'm telling you, it ain't gonna be no little smooth transition in my mind.
Oh no.
But can you imagine? So. Can you imagine China in charge? Can you imagine Russia in charge? Can you imagine India in charge?
They already are.
It's not gonna be any better. No, but I'm saying though, when it comes to the dynamic interracial dynamic is completely going to change. A lot of the stuff that we take.
Well, I wouldn't want to imagine any of them in charge, particularly China and India. Particularly India, because I don't know if y'all appreciate how anti-black Indians are. Chinese are pretty bad, but Indians take that anti-blackness and that colorism shit. They damn break the goddamn Richter scale with that shit, bro.
Colombia too. I mean South America too. South America, that color.
If you think about it, bro, they're gonna probably try to keep the exact same system, just put themselves at the top of the hierarchy. If you really like if you look at the states that you really run, like was it Brazil? Was it color hierarchy? What is it? India color hierarchy necessarily, right? What is it? China necessarily white expiring, also color hierarchy. What else? Was it Russia?
There's a reason why I said India in particular, because and I agree with you. I think Brazil, obviously, even though they're not Spanish speaking, they're Portuguese speaking, they also have that kind of redemption of Ham type of narrative going on in the back of their mind. So I agree with you on that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying it's Indians in particular, bro.
Oh,
Indian,
I know what you
like
mean.
you know what's not happening in Brazil? Brazil ain't gonna see some dark nigga getting married and he's riding on a white horse and they gonna snatch him off because he's too low class to in lower caste to be on a white horse getting married.
See, that shit is
That shit
wild, bro.
happened in India, bro.
That
They
shit
told
is
I think it was
wild.
I think it was one of the untouchables getting married, but he got a couple of dollars. So his family, they hired somebody to kind of prance him around on a horse. The caste up or two from him snatched him off the horse. Like, nigga, you too low class to be getting married on no damn horse. Which is that's
That is
insane, bro. Like
crazy.
I don't see that happening in Brazil or fucking Colombia or wherever, bro. Like maybe on some gang shit, yeah, but not on some color and skin color. Like as bad as white Latinos could be, I don't know if they'll pull that shit. I ain't gonna say they won't, but I don't know if they'll do that. Like that's off the fucking chain bad. That's next level.
They about the same, bro. They about the same. Like the stories I didn't heard talking to some of these Colombian women necessarily. I mean that they never nothing that bad has ever happened to them. They ever told me, but they said back in the day, like 1950, 1940.
I swear to God, Starman be coming with the fucking jokes, bro, on the low. Starman said, "Who that dollar on that nag? That's niggas."
Oh God damn!
Hysterical.
On that
Who that
nag?
dollar on that nag? Oh my God, bro!
Who the hell is that ninja on that nag?
Boy, I swear to God, that's so funny, boy. Who that
Hey, but
dollar
it's
on
true though.
that nag, boy?
I guarantee you that's really what they were thinking. I guarantee you they probably said
No,
that
that's
shit too.
exactly what they were thinking. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh,
And that's the only country
man.
I have not been to. That's the only country I refuse to really go to is India now.
Yeah, hey, bro, I can't.
You
Look, bro.
got to have somebody go with you, man.
Mm.
I don't know.
Meanwhile,
It's not even that country that I even want to see though.
meanwhile, Buddha look like a fat nigga, and the Buddha look like Biggie, and these niggas is racist as shit. How Buddha look like Biggie, but y'all racist? Mm.
Bro, I
Buddha
don't know, bro.
like
All
Mr.
your
Popo.
guys
Mr. Popo was a caricature of a fat nigga, and y'all over here. Buddha is nothing but Popo fat nigga. Like yes, Popo, but Dragon Ball Z Popo.
Yeah, exactly.
And yet y'all, and y'all so fucking anti-black. Fuck that. Look, I don't want nothing to do with Indians, and I know. Okay, yeah, not all of us Z. Yeah, whatever. Bitch, tell me that, and if it's not all of you, then tell Vivek and Sabra and Jenny to shut the fuck up forever. If it's not all
I
of you.
don't know, man. I don't know because when I look at India, but like even all their gods got like different colors, and they still just can't let it go, bro. Like I don't know, bro. Like
Damn, Mr. Z, you got me looking at Popo different now, man.
Oh, you never realized that Popo's a fat nigga. Popo was always a heavy set black man. Yeah, look at the lips.
Apparently,
It's
I
a
thought the
caricature.
I
Go
know,
on.
but I thought the Saiyans was supposed to be the black man, because
No.
the way Frieza
I
treated
mean,
them.
like, monkeys. Yeah, right. Like, yeah. Right, but yeah, no. The Dragon Ball was very, very race conscious. Oh, a lot of these animes, bro. A lot of these animes be on some, they let you know. They let you.
Have y'all seen the Jubilee parody of Frieza versus 50 Masaiyans or something like that?
Yeah, I've seen that.
No.
I've seen Vegeta. I've seen
heard
King
about it, but I
Vegeta.
ain't get to see it yet.
I watched a bunch of them
The
shits.
Invincible one.
I watched the one with Invincibles. I watched it. No, not Invincibles.
Mark
I'm
was
sorry.
getting
Because
cooked,
I'm mistaking that for another one. I watched another one, but I watched the one with
You watched the Batman one?
what's his name? No. I watched the what's Luffy's dad name again? God damn, his name is
Monkey
right there.
D something.
Yeah, Monkey D. Not Monkey D. God rest his
Roger?
granddad. No. Roger's the one that he idolizes.
Roger.
Goldie Roger is the one that he idolizes. But anyway, I watched the one with Luffy's dad, and that shit was good. It was really like those conversations are even better than the real ones.
Really?
Monkey D Dragon, thank you, Starman. Monkey D Dragon.
Oh,
Yeah.
Monkey D Dragon.
Look up the one with Monkey D Dragon 1 versus 20 versus 1. It's good. It's really good.
I'm not familiar
Yeah,
with
yeah,
that show.
yeah.
I did
It's
watch the Batman one and the Thanos one, but the Invincible
I
one
saw it
was
too.
really good
That's
because
good. The
Mark
Thanos
was
one was
getting
good.
cooked.
The Thanos one was good. Yeah.
Yeah, Thanos.
Did you
Mark.
see the? Did you see the going to what you're saying, like? Did you see the one where it's not 20v1? It's like this anime series versus that anime, or this cartoon versus that cartoon, and it has
Nah.
Invincible and his people, the Vulturemites versus the Saiyans. Nigga, that
Ooh.
shit is it's good. Hey, the Saiyans ain't lose a debate yet, bro. They cook everybody. The Saiyans cook everybody, bro.
There's a debate with them.
I gotta
I'll
see this
look
shit.
for it.
I gotta go see this shit. Y'all better make me go watch this shit right now, bro. Really.
Hey, watch
Those
the
debates be.
Invincibles, the Vulturemites versus the Saiyans. Go ahead. I'm like,
Nah, but not. I don't know. I'm just saying, those conversations be off the chain, but it'd be like, this is exactly where we're at right now politically. The funny thing is, like, you'll see people lay out real. It's not no jokes. They be laying out real, concise, distinct arguments that make you like, homie got a point though. Like, especially the one with Invincible, the one with Mark.
Okay, fuck it. I'll be back, bro. I gotta go watch this shit. All right, I gotta go. Bye
well,
bye.
why y'all doing that? I'm about to jump off too. We about to end this on out. We gave y'all a damn near 7 hours. 7 hours. So what we'll do?
Dudes, keep in mind, though, the status dudes.
Go ahead, Lon.
The status dudes, yeah. The status dudes, like when you see them got out here in them streets, you have to understand they didn't come up like you did
in the streets.
Fail when you had to try and fail with women. They're just now taking their L's. It's just on a public display. That's the cost of status that Jason Black always be talking about.
I don't know Black Uber.
And Black Uber said, "Hey, Black Uber, they bad. It's bad. It's bad. I don't trust them motherfuckers for nothing. Probably the group of people I trust the least out of every demographic on the planet. That might be the group of people I trust the absolute least. The absolute least, and that's saying a lot for me. That's saying a lot. I trust them the least. When it comes to black people across the diaspora, to be frank with you, I can't do it. Get me away from them. Like yeah, you can't do it. But Blue Sox, you really asked something quick fast because this is he got in on out. Okay, I'm still waiting on them. Still waiting on Blue Sox. We might have to end up Blue Sox. All right. Anyway, so we'll pause right here. Yo. All right, we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and secret grease. So go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content for the love of God. And Mr. Z out. All right, y'all. Have a great rest of y'all night.
You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.